Good morning, everyone. It's May 30th, and we're starting the planning board meeting. Our first item, item 2 on our list is record plats. I'd like to have Mr. Stephen Smith from the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division come up. I have one question about subdivision plat number 2, 20240540 Garrett Park, Academy of the Holy Cross, where staff is recommending approval. It says in the plat that the owner is conveying and then it has to be replatted. Could you just, for my information, just explain why it would have to be replatted after we approve the plat? Okay.
Sure thing. Good morning. For the record, Stephen Smith with the IRC division. And this particular plat for the Academy of the Holy Cross has a portion of a private street associated with the preliminary plan that is being retained by the current owners. The other two portions of ground, which we've labeled outlots on that plat, need to be re-subdivided in accordance with that same preliminary plan. This is solely to facilitate a land conveyance. And since you can't convey land in this county without a recorded plat, we're doing this interim plat before the rest of the development occurs.
Okay, so the developer will then come back later to plat those townhomes.
Yep, those townhouses will be platted in the future, and in fact, we actually have those plats already submitted and under review, so that land transaction is pretty much imminent at this point.
Okay, that answers my question. If there are no other questions.
One last thing, we do have a similar, I just want to give the board a heads up, we have a similar plat coming up in a couple of weeks where it's the same situation, same type, same project, just a different property owner in this case.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we could do the approval of these two together. There's the first is subdivision plat 2024-011-0190 Edgemore, and the next is subdivision plat number 2024-0540 Garrett Park, Academy of the Holy Cross, where both staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move for approval of the plat as the chair called them.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0, the ayes have it. The next item, item 3, is a regulatory extension request. So we'll do both together. The first is Iglesia de Cristo, Miel, Maryland, preliminary plan number 1-2022-0040, regulatory extension request number 3. And the second is Fraley Farm East, preliminary plan number 1-2024-0080, regulatory review extension request number 1. Both staff is recommending approval of the extension request. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move for approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Next, we're item number 4, our roundtable discussion with our planning director, Jason Sartori, giving his report. And then also he'll introduce our planning summer interns. Welcome.
Good morning, and thank you. For the record, Jason Sartori, Montgomery County Planning Director. I want to first begin by acknowledging the visitors that we have here in the room. We have a delegation of officials from the Philippines visiting us today, visiting the county and learning a little bit about how things function here. And this morning we have Bridget Breuer and Paul Mortensen from the Director's Office who will be meeting with them to talk about our engagement practices and design excellence. And so just real quickly take a moment to acknowledge and welcome them to Montgomery County. And so, we've got a few updates I'd like to give this morning, but I want to begin just first by acknowledging what occurred earlier today. We went out to Veterans Park in Wheaton Veterans Park, just a couple blocks away, and we saw the unveiling of one of our new remarkable Montgomery Untold Stories markers. And so I thought, before I get into some of the other updates, that I'd invite our Historic Preservation Supervisor, Rebecca Ballo, to join us this morning and talk a little bit more about the program and about the individual markers. We got to see some of the boards that were there, but we didn't actually see the installations, and she'll talk a little bit about those. One thing I want to highlight, and I saw several of the board members doing this, but that we did put those QR codes on the bottom of those markers. And the great thing about that is that there's only so much information and so much of the story or the history that you can share on one board. And having that QR code to direct people to our website to be able to learn more, to see we've got videos on each of these, to learn a little bit more about the history, and then potentially some tangential history that we can build onto that. And I think is really great for us to be able to continue to tell the story of Montgomery County, and especially those stories that people haven't been hearing. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rebecca.
Thank you, Jason. Good morning, board members. Thank you so much to everybody for coming out this morning to commemorate the installation of the Horad Sewell marker. Also, thank you to Councilmember Natalie Fanny Gonzalez for coming out, to the members of the Urban District for their support in installing the marker on their property. And as Jason had said earlier, and as Chair Harris said so graciously in the remarks this morning, thank you to all of our team in HP and the comms team and just everybody in the department for your support for this program. So very, very briefly, the marker that we commemorated this morning, along with the other three, were researched and designed in-house by the Historic Preservation team and our communications team as part of the Remarkable Montgomery Untold Stories program. This is a joint collaborative program with our Parks Department. So the Parks Department, two of our markers that we just put up, one is in Peachwood Neighborhood Park and one is in Forest Glen Neighborhood Park, but I'll get to those really briefly. The one this morning, again, was installed in Wheaton Veterans Park. And this is the marker commemorating, again, the Horad and Sewell family, who were prominent African-American members of Montgomery County, whose families lived here in the 19th and 20th centuries. And I'd also like to thank Dorita Sewell, who so graciously provided our team with the family photos that you see here on the marker, and with a number of the photos that will be in the upcoming historic site designation report for the house, for the Horad House that is on University Boulevard. You'll see that as part of the University Boulevard corridor plan as part of that whole package. So we'll go to the next slide really quickly. So one of the other markers that we installed as part of this is located at the Forest Glen Metro Station. This marker commemorates the Beltway March of 1966. It was a march for fair housing. Fair housing activists led this march 66 miles around the Capitol Beltway on June 8th, 1966. They mustered all of the marchers in Greenbelt, and then they began their march here at the Georgia Avenue exit. And they marched for 4 straight days around the Beltway to bring attention to the plight of fair housing. This was before the passage of the Fair Housing Civil Rights and before the passage of the U.S. Civil Rights Act of 1966. This is also our first bilingual marker. All of the text is in English as well as in Spanish. And I'd like to thank WMATA for allowing us to install this marker on their property at the Metro. So this marker, which is installed in Forest Glen Neighborhood Park, commemorates the story of Lavinia Engel, who is a pioneering woman suffragist. The property at the Forest Glen Neighborhood Park was the Engel family property. Her family home was there, and then she deeded it to MNC PPC, to Montgomery Parks, and they built the park there. So Lavinia Engel, again, was a pioneering woman suffragist. She was also the first woman from Montgomery County elected to the Maryland House of Delegates. We had first conceived, thought of this marker. This was the first marker that we had thought to do in the series back in 2020 to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, giving women the right to vote in the United States. Oh, I'll say too, as part of this slide really quickly, that we, as Jason said, which I'm glad he did, there is the QR code that talks about, a lot more of the history of the women's suffrage movement. But on the marker itself, we also have information about Black women suffragists here in Montgomery County and the work that they did as well. And then the last marker is commemorating the Commonwealth Farm. So this is in the Peachwood Neighborhood Park. The Commonwealth Farm was an all-women's commune that was first established in Texas in the 19th century. And the members moved then to Washington, D.C., and then here to Montgomery County, where they bought a farm property and operated as an all-women's commune in the early part of the 20th century. And there are still some remnants of the old farm that exist in the park, but we were able to pull, old postcards. People would come out from Washington, D.C. to the women's farm, have chicken dinners on Sundays, things like that. And it was a real nice sort of summer tourist attraction, and that was a large part of how they made their living. And this marker commemorates their history. So these are, again, the first 4 that the Planning Office has installed as part of this initiative. We are looking to do about 1 of these a year instead of 4 all at once. We'll space it out a little more and do 1 of them a year and have, commemorative events such as the one that we had this morning as we roll out more of them. And we look forward to, future collaborations with the community here, the communities here in Montgomery County as we're telling their stories, and also with our colleagues in the Parks Department as they roll out their markers as part of the Untold Stories initiative. So thank you for having me. I can answer any questions, but thank you.
So I had this question I actually asked Bridget this morning when we were there. How do you find your candidates of Untold, because they're untold? And how do you measure them that they're worthy of the, doing a marker? And how do you decide where you're going to put the marker? Thank you. Just curious.
Yeah, thank you. Those are great questions. For these first ones, we were looking to, sort of historical events that were running at similar time, like the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment. So we were looking to do a marker on women's suffrage. And then at the same time, something else that celebrated women's history. And we became aware of a local historian, Julianne Mangan, who was working on research from the Commonwealth Farm. And we thought, that would also be a nice tie-in celebrating women's history. For the Beltway March, that came to our attention when we were working on the Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan and doing a lot of research about history inside the Beltway, about public accommodation, fair housing, the history of housing segregation in Montgomery County, and that seemed like a worthy topic for a marker that we hadn't seen one in the county before. And then as the team started work on the University Boulevard corridor plan, we were aware of the history of the Horad and Sewell families, but we're not aware of any other public marker or anything in the public realm commemorating that history. So that also seemed like a good candidate. So for a lot of these, what you can hear, the theme is that we are looking for other initiatives, other work that the planning department is already doing, specifically with our master planning. So as part of the Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan, there was a recommendation in there about future commemoration, future signage. And there was another one in the Rustic Roads master plan that also talked about, markers. So what we're looking to do is, as we are bringing forward additional master plans to the planning board and the council as part of the community histories and as part of the historic preservation recommendations, we're trying to bring forward other recommendations that will talk about, this might be a good topic or this might be a good location for a marker at some point in the future, and then follow those recommendations to then implement them as we go along.
So when you do the master plans, I'm just wondering that these untold stories come from people that were involved or their families or things like that. So during the master plans, do we actively ask the people, participants, the public, to tell us, maybe as one of the items, to tell us if there is an historical story that we are not aware of, if you could tell us. I don't know that it just, one thing is to research, and if it is untold and hidden, it may not be in any research, except that it's by the, people talking about it or remembering, and I do not know if that is one part.
It is, and we do that very intentionally as part of our listening sessions and our visioning sessions for the master plans. When you attend those, you see the boards that are up around the room, and we ask fairly open-ended questions, trying to get at, what are the places in your community that are special? Are there any stories here that, we give sort of our narrative about these are the sites that have been surveyed, these are the histories that have been recorded, and then we say as part of the presentation, and we're looking to add more to these stories, and then we ask, what additional stories would you have to tell? What other places do you think in your communities are special, are important, whether they're historic or not? I don't tend to use that language. I just want to draw people out to talk about, what is memorable and what is special to them. And then from there, we can see, maybe this might merit a marker or, more inclusion within the community history or some other method of interpretation.
And if I could, to give a little bit more props to our HP team, that they're some of the most amazing researchers I've ever seen, right?
Yeah.
You give them just a little bit of information, and, within a few weeks, they've uncovered so much. They have so many resources available to them, but their skill at finding information is unbelievable. And I think, there are, and Rebecca may end up being overwhelmed by this, but I was encouraging people in my conversations this morning, even in speaking to some of the press that was there. Look, if you've got stories about your family or about your community, we want to hear about that. So even if we're not currently actively master planning an area, so hopefully we'll get in, we'll be inundated with, those family stories, and then we'll have that difficult task of trying to figure out which ones are worthy of a marker. But largely those master plan efforts uncover a lot of this. Another thing we've done some crowdsourcing too, not just me asking people to tell us their stories, but we've had for the Asian American heritage, we've had a map where people could, put a pin on the map and tell a story about their family, their community, about that. And from that, we're able to pull a lot of information as well.
Ms. Ballo, I'd like to thank you for your work and your team's work in elevating history. And as part of the Planning Commission and the parks, the existence of buildings, structures, and parks are there because we're people and their stories. And you elevating their stories and connecting us to the community through your hard work is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Bartley.
Just want to add my thanks as well. The event this morning was eye-opening and really, really interesting. And I do want to say one thing. I've learned something new not only about Montgomery County, but I grew up not terribly far from Belton, Texas, and have never heard of the Commonwealth Farm. I grew up about an hour east of there, which is closer than it sounds for Texas. And I never have heard of this, and now I've got something to do with the kids when we're visiting the grandparents this summer. That's fantastic. But thank you so much. The detail, I'm sure the archival research that went into it, it's really fantastic, and to get this level and detail and interest of information onto it and have it available to folks is, I think, is really fantastic work. This is really great. But thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add my thanks to it. This seems like it represents sort of like the best pieces of planning from a lot of different areas. Like we have really great, obviously the great research, but really great design, communication. It comes from the engagement efforts that the various planning teams do. It feels like this is kind of such a nice example of a variety of pieces of the organization kind of coming together and producing something like this in a lot of different areas. So yeah, thanks to you and of course, like everyone else who was involved in this. I look forward to a lot more. Hopefully it won't be too overwhelming, but a lot more in the future.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I echo what everyone said. I'm just so proud to be the board chair and been working with the commission. As Jason said, the depth of research that planning and the historic preservation our group does is it's just mind-boggling. And also it's like everyone knowing your story, not all the stories have been told, and as you do your master plans and learn about all the people that helped create this wonderful county, it's really important for people that aren't the typical people to know that they are also represented and they have also helped build a great county. So thank you so much, and great work of you and your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Yeah, and actually, so that was something that, a conversation I had with Serena Bollinger, who is currently leading up this effort for us, and just this idea that people can walk by a marker like this and see their history, which they haven't seen much of in the past. And so it's great for everyone to feel like their history is part of this. So, thank you. Okay, so switching gears, I wanted to highlight a new exciting project in the Upcounty area. Audrey Vogel and others from our Upcounty team working together with Atul Sharma from the Director's Office will be engaging the Damascus community, businesses, and other stakeholders to collaborate on a placemaking initiative for the Damascus Main Street area. The team is holding a kickoff meeting, community meeting next Monday at 7 p.m. in the cafeteria at Damascus High School. So if anyone from the community is listening, watching today, encourage you to participate in this, because the feedback that we gather at that meeting will inform the design and programming for the Damascus Placemaking Festival, which will take place in October of this year. This will be a free, community-led event that will be temporarily reimagining the Main Street core of Damascus. Community members will be work with the project team through the summer and the fall to plan out this celebration, this 2-day celebration that will include local food, music, arts, and activities in a welcoming place for residents to gather with their family, neighbors, and friends. The festival will help create a clear vision for a vibrant and welcoming Main Street that embraces and celebrates the community's small town charm. The effort is modeled on you may be familiar with some of the past ones we've done, the White Flint Placemaking Festival, which took place in 2018 in the Randolph Hills Shopping Center off of Park Lawn and Bolingbrook by the Goodwill. And then the Burtonsville Placemaking Festival in 2019 that took place at Burtonsville Crossing off of Old Columbia Pike. And then the Fairland and Briggs Cheney Placemaking Festival from 2022, which we did in conjunction with our Fairland and Briggs Cheney plan at the Briggs Cheney Park and Ride by the East County Community Center. And so those events each drew thousands of people over the weekends, the couple of days that we had them organized, and we're confident that the Damascus Festival will be equally successful. And we look forward to all of you participating and joining us at that in October, in just less than 5 months.
So Jason, this festival is to gather information for future master planning?
So sometimes these are done in conjunction with master plans, in other cases to help to advance some of the ideas that we have in master plans. In this case, it does allow us to gather information about the vision that the community members have for their community. And so even this meeting on Monday will help us get a clearer idea of what people in the community want to see, how they want to see their community brought to life. And so, while this may be a short, several-day type of event, it does give us a lot of information that we could use for a potential future master plan. Yeah.
Basically, for the commissioners, the purpose, the way I remember, because I remember the Burtonsville, is that you mimic some of those visions in this festival, that people come and
Right.
see that how it would work. So it's a lot of work on the part, and saying that why planning department is doing the festival. Basically, what I remember, the way that you were doing it was to mimic some of those visions, like if they want park, how the park would like, or some other kind of things that people come and can actually see those visioning. You can explain it probably
Sure.
much better than I.
It certainly helps demonstrate what's possible. And so we take the time in planning it with the community. We're just kind of helping organize their thoughts and their ideas and helping put that into action. But it helps them see how that can become a reality. Now, in some of these, we don't actually follow it up with a master plan, but there are still lasting impacts of this. So if you look at Burtonsville, that was done in 2019. We haven't done a master plan for that area recently, but that Burtonsville Crossing Shopping Center is transforming, and in many ways, in the vision of what was done with that placemaking event. So we've got a new grocery store there. They're changing some of the way the building is configured to be able to have more open space and gathering space for people to have events and things. And so, that placemaking event certainly helped kind of put that in motion.
And the Burtonsville Shopping Center is beautiful and coming along great. You guys did a great job there.
Okay, then I wanted to give a quick update on our FY25 budget now that the council has adopted the operating budget. And I think, so I'm going to show a couple of graphs on the right-hand side here, but I'm going to keep this information on the left here all the way through because I think this is the most important information to take away from all of this is that, we're feeling pretty good in that we've gotten an increase in our funding. Our adopted budget, the adopted budget for FY25 is $25.7 million for the planning department, which represents a 5.2% increase. It's not as high as the 8.5% increase that the planning board had requested for the planning department, but we did get some key one-time initiatives and ongoing initiatives funded through this budget. So the first, talking about the work that we do on a daily basis is, a big part of that is master planning. And so two of our major master plan efforts were funded, the Georgia Avenue Corridor Plan as well as the Friendship Heights Sector Plan. And then we also received $30,000 in funding for the parking lot design study. If you recall, we actually asked for more than that. We asked for, I think, $125,000, or $120,000. We didn't need as much because we received a federal grant for that. The grant, though, required a $30,000 match. And so the council backed us up with the funding for that match. And so that project will be moving forward starting in July. As far as ongoing initiatives, this was primarily, our request here was primarily for positions. We had some funding that we were asking to expand our placemaking efforts. I think we're probably going to continue to go back to the council requesting that. Things like the Damascus Placemaking Festival are things that everyone really enjoys and appreciates the work that we do on that. And so I think that there's a good opportunity there for us to be able to supplement that with more funding. But we did not get that this cycle. But what we did get was conversion of one of our part-time, 80% part-time positions to full-time position. This is our school's adequate public facilities position and in our countywide planning and policy division. And then we got 3 positions that are all tied to regulatory review of development applications. Our up-county team got a new planning supervisor position and a planner 1 that would be focused on primarily the ag reserve and the rural parts of the county and the unique kind of development issues and things that we see there, and conditional uses, review of conditional uses, which are pretty prevalent up in that area. So that's been a team that's been pretty burdened with applications. And then our intake and regulatory coordination division received a planner 1 position to also help with that intake process to ensure that development applications as they're coming in are complete and ready to be reviewed. So this is the first graph I just wanted to show you, breaking our budget down into, if I can get the mouse here, here we go. Breaking it down into base budget, which is primarily our personnel, funding for personnel and salaries and whatnot, our one-time initiatives and our ongoing initiatives. The blue bars represent what was part of our planning board, the planning board's request. And so you've got the total there at the end. It was over $2 million. It was $2,080,000 essentially. And you could see in the orange red the amount that was funded of those requested initiatives. So 86% of our base budget was funded. Now that's not 100% because we actually offered up some of the increase in our base budget as savings because we were able to forward fund that this year. So we didn't need that 14%, and so that's why that's at 86%. So these numbers and these bars aren't our total budget. This is the increase from FY24. So our increase for one-time initiatives, we had requested $555,000. We got 26% of that. We'll come back to this in a second, though. And that's those, the Georgia Avenue, Friendship Heights parking lot design. And then the ongoing initiatives, we received 30% of our ask. Overall, it was 52% of what we had had included in our request.
So
Now-
those one-time initiatives are master plans we didn't get?
It's, no, we got all of our funding for master plans. What wasn't funded was the next phase of the segregation mapping.
Oh, okay.
And a few other things like
Okay,
that that
okay.
were part of our one-time initiative requests. Yeah.
Can you remind us how this, particularly because this is the first kind of full cycle that I think we've gone through, or at least some of us have gone through. How does this stack up with previous years that you're familiar with in terms of just the ask and what actually came out of the wash?
Yeah, so, I'm looking at this, and I almost feel like that 26% is a little low, and I'll have to go back. Oh, no, you know what it was? It's offset by, because it's an increase, it's not, there was a 90,000, where we had $90,000 in one-time initiatives this year. That is a negative in there, so that's why that number is low. So how this compares to prior years, one-time initiatives specifically, had historically been getting over $500,000 a year on that. That really took a hit during the pandemic. And last year, as I mentioned, we only received $90,000 for one-time initiatives. So this is an increase. We now have this shows 145,000 increase. When I go to the next slide, you'll see there's a little bit more to this. This is pretty consistent with what we've received the last few years since the pandemic began. One of the things that came up during the budget discussions with the council was the way that we get our master plans funded. And I know this is something that Vice Chair Pedoeem has talked about, and is something that I think is an important thing for us to look at for next year. So the way the council went through this, they said, what things are part of your being able to continue to do the services that you provide? And so Council President Friedson made the point of, well, these master plans, this is what the services they provide. It's odd that we come forward with these every year as one-time initiatives. This is master planning work that you do. And so I think what we'd like to see is in the future, we have a request for master plan funding, and the council can still set our work program, but we have funding for master plan work that is just part of our base budget. And it's not something that is up for, potential cuts or every year, so that we can continue to do the work that we're expected to do, that they put on our work program. So fortunately, they treated it that way this year, and they automatically moved the Georgia Avenue Corridor Plan, the Friendship Heights Sector Plan, right into the, yes, we're going to fund that category.
And I support it 100%. It's just not right, the way that it is done. I think what it has to happen, that you decide what is the base budget, $500,600. That is just a base budget. County Council still approved the program. But then you could add additional if you are able
needed.
to do.
Yep.
Okay? And then you could say that, well, we need another $100,000 because we have to do this additional study to support this master plan. And then that would be for GRAP, not your work program. I don't think it's right, and it's sort of dangerous.
Yep. I agree wholeheartedly. And so we'll be looking at how to integrate that into our next request. So now you'll see the bars will change a little bit here because I'll show you. We did receive funding for an additional one-time initiative that was not part of our initial request. This came out of conversations with council members subsequent to the board's request, and that is for the Planning Academy. So this was something that came out of the Development Review Process Work Group. It was one of the unanimous recommendations from the work group to create a planning academy that an educational opportunity for members of the community to learn more about the planning process and all elements of it. So this is something that we're expected to work on hand in hand with other county agencies. So it's about how zoning works and how zoning text amendment works and subdivision and just the development review application process, the master plan process, the permitting process. So the idea is that there would be a series of modules that people can participate in and interactive in some ways. We would offer, office hours so people can talk to, someone who's doing this work. But it would be something that they can kind of do at their own pace, and then at the end would be certified, get a certification of completion. And this was something that the council was really enthusiastic about, and they put it into our budget. Now, there was a second thing that was tied to that, and that was an equity chief position that would basically be the point person for all of our equity-related work. And one of the points I made in talking to the council about this is that equity and the considerations of social justice is something that every single person in our department needs to be doing, but we need to have someone who can kind of set the tone and guide our work in this area. And in particular, that person would have been running the Planning Academy. The council, through reconciliation, did not fund that position. So these new bars here reflect that additional request, even though it wasn't an official request of the Planning Academy and the equity chief position. And then the red bars have changed to reflect that, yes, the Planning Academy was funded. So in the end, what we're seeing in one-time initiatives was an increase of $344,000. Overall, counting the offset of the $90,000, we received about $434,000 in one-time initiative funding, which is a little bit more than we've gotten the last few years.
So are you still able to do the Planning Academy? Because you don't have the person that would be running it,
Right.
But you have the money.
So we're, yes, I've been making that point with every council member I've seen since the budget was adopted. But we will make do for this first year. I mean, this first year will largely be getting it set up. And so Bridget Breuer, our acting deputy director, has been kind of spearheading a lot of this work for us. And I think she's going to continue to, but we'll pull in other people as needed. And that the $200,000 essentially that we receive for that will be we're going to put out an RFP, or we'll go to our on-call bench that has a number of firms that can do this type of work for us. But we'll put that out to be able to bring in a consultant, so they'll help us get that kick-started in that first year.
Apply next year. So I
Yes.
suggest that if it is equity officer, you change the name or supplement it, that it shows that
Yes.
it's going to be running this Planning Academy, because just by itself is not clear. One thing that I believe is very important with this academy that you're doing is, especially for attainable housing, or the GIP that we are bringing in, is a lot of we need the smaller developers to be able to make the small housing initiative of attainable housing. Many of these smaller developers, they do have engineers, but they don't have land development attorneys that they understand and direct them that with the zoning guidelines and land development guidelines and all the regulations that is there, they don't have the budget to hire them. They just rely on their engineers. So I think it is important that we include some guidelines regarding those that especially focus on smaller developers, that they can learn from these, that they can move on, and we can have those housing faster.
I think that's a really good point. So the Planning Academy is really focused on residents, but recognizing as we go forward with stuff like attainable housing, to have a structure in place to be able to have a resource for those smaller developers who are more likely to be making that transition to providing that type of housing. I think that's really important, something we'll give some thought to.
Yeah. Ditto. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
She took my thing. That's what. Yeah.
All right. So the last slide here just kind of gives you a sense of how this process unfolded for us. So the left-hand bar shows, again, broken out by base budget in blue, in dark blue. The lighter blue is new ongoing initiatives. So these are things that would become part of our base budget in the future. And then the orange is our net new one-time initiatives. So that left column shows you what was part of your request, that $2,080,000. then if you'll recall, we had to identify $1 million in cuts for the planning department to be able to meet the county executive's budget. And so that's what's shown in the second bar. It's, again, a little confusing because what we had recommended, or non-recommended, was the removal of all of the one-time initiatives from our budget request. And so that's why it shows a negative there in the orange. That's that $90,000 from this year. And then what PHP committee did, the lightest colors there, the light orange and the lightest blue, these were things that were put on the new and enhanced programs list. So these were not things that were guaranteed at that point but the PHP committee's budget could have funded up to $1.75 million. That would have been a 7.2% increase, but that included a lot of things that were left up on to reconciliation. In the end, what we received was $1.27 million increase from FY24. As I mentioned before, that's a 5.2% increase. So not nearly what we had asked for, but certainly more than we would have gotten under the county executive's proposed budget, which was about a 4.4% increase.
I think it's great. 5.2%. We should be happy. We always know that we don't get everything, and that shows clearly that the county council has supported, and I'm happy.
Yeah, we certainly appreciate it, and in particular, it's been a while since we've gotten positions, and so to have gotten 3 positions to support the development review process for us is something we're really happy about. Okay, and lastly, I ask you to join me in welcoming our new cohort of summer interns that started this week. And so there are 4 here on the screen. There's a 5th I'll talk about, but then also we've got 2 others that are starting in June, and when they come on board, I'll introduce them. Over the years, the department has recruited so many outstanding future planners and professionals who have made really fantastic contributions to the work that we do, our work program, and to each of our divisions. And I imagine that this summer will be no different. And so I'll give a little bit of a bio for each of them, but I ask you to join me in welcoming Lucy Powers to our Research and Strategic Projects Division, Shaiful Alam to our Mid-County Planning Division, Kira Dancic to Communications, and Marissa Salaby to our Management Services. Marissa's one who I've introduced previously. She's actually started a few weeks ago, but this is her 3rd internship with us, summer internship with us. And so they've all now started. And then I also want to introduce Haley Berkowitz, who has joined our legal office here in Wheaton headquarters as an intern this summer. So if any of them are here, I invite you to, oh, they were there. Right, thank you. So Lucy Powers, so Lucy, go ahead and raise your hand. All right, is a 2nd-year graduate student at the University of Pennsylvania, Stuart Weitzman School of Design, and earned a bachelor's degree from Bryn Mawr College earlier this month. Lucy has spent the past year completing a major in the growth and structure of cities, along with her senior thesis. I think I'm going to struggle on this one. Building Beyond Inmate Identity, U.S. Prison Policy and the Production of Liminal Carceral Space. I'll let her explain that to you. During her final undergraduate year, Lucy also began her pursuit of a master's degree in city planning through an accelerated program for undergraduates of the Quaker Consortium. While a student, she's worked in refugee case management, special education, and as a Spanish teacher, teaching assistant, and recently served as a research volunteer with the Department of Housing and Community Affairs. So welcome to Lucy. Shaiful Alam will earn his master's degree in geography and planning from the University of Toledo in 2020, or earned his master's degree in geography and planning from the University of Toledo in 2023. He's working toward a PhD now in urban and regional planning and design at the University of Maryland in College Park. Go Terps. Had to say it. He will primarily be assisting Mid-County with the Glenmont Corridors Opportunity Study. Kira Dancic is an undergraduate student double majoring in creative writing and publishing and editing at Susquehanna University with the hope of becoming a professional editor and writer. She tells us she really loves fantasy stories, especially ones with dragons, and looks forward to learning more about professional writing while being a part of our team this summer. So welcome, Kira. And Haley Berkowitz just finished her first year of law school at the University of Maryland, Francis King Carey School of Law. Haley has a bachelor's degree and master's degrees, bachelor's and master's degrees from Clark University in Worcester, Massachusetts, in community development and planning. She's working with the Montgomery land use team in the office of the general counsel upstairs on the 14th floor here in Wheaton. And so I ask you to just join me in welcoming Lucy, Scheifel, Kira, Haley, and once again, Marissa to our team. We're really glad that you're here, and we hope that your experience is really fruitful, and we know that we have plenty of work for you. So thank you for being here. And that's it.
Well, welcome, Lucy, Seifel, Kira, and Haley. Hope you have a great summer here. We look forward to all your hard work, and it's important for us to have interns and also get you a bit more indoctrinated to what we do and send you out into the world and doing more good. Thank you so much. Oh, I know you're done. Well, we were looking forward for more, huh? But thank you, Jason,
I
for
can
your
keep
report.
talking if you want,
Yeah,
but-
yeah, no, always insightful, and I appreciate what you do, and thank you. So we're going to take just a 1 minute break because we have to go to a switchover, correct? And then we'll start with our item number 9, Attainable Housing Strategies Work Session number 10, where staff is recommending seeking a guidance from the planning board. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 9, Attainable Housing Strategies Work Session number 10. We look forward to the continuing working through this Attainable Housing Strategies. This morning we have Mr. Ben Berbert and Ms. Gavoni and Mr. Sharma taking us through work session number 10. Welcome.
All right, thank you for that. Again, Ben Berbert with the record, with the Countywide Planning and Policy Department, and this is our 10th work session on attainable housing strategies. This is sort of, in some ways, the pre-capstone. This is the final one that we're going to talk about policy. So as a heads up, we need to make decisions today. We cannot, there's no more punting. When we come back to you in 2 weeks, it's to transmit a final document. So we're going to work our way through that today.
Looking forward to it.
I've got my roll call voice here and voting. No. So as I said, we're bringing back before you an assortment of topics that are sort of all of the things that the board sort of requested, either a follow-up on staff on, just some clarification, wanted us to look at some more data before coming back to you, or otherwise just we're a little bit paralyzed on a decision and we're going to have to unparalyze that today. So there's lots of things we're talking about. A summary of them include redefining the large scale, looking at zoning, multiplex buildings. Actually, I think this slide was not updated, which I apologize. Recap of what happened at work session number 9. We did a lot. So we redefined the large scale attainable housing to be 4 or more stories rather than 4 to 5 stories as a limit. We sort of broadly endorsed the current master plan process as a way of pursuing large-scale housing, although there were some recommendations that came out of that, including pursuing a strategic corridor plan to prioritize and expedite our corridor planning initiatives. Definitely continued support for new form-based zones that could be applied along corridors. Talked about allowing the multiplex buildings and any, I'll summarize, anywhere that we allow townhouses now, whether it's an optional method development, whether it's allowed a standard method, it makes sense to add multiplex just for housing diversity. Talked about a lot of sort of broader initiatives that aren't necessarily zoning, including catalyst policies that we think would help spur attainable housing, talking about the roles of HOAs and municipalities and how, they may have rules in the books that might restrict attainable housing in ways that we can try to work around that. Discussions about how adequate public facilities would work with attainable housing developments, talking about some of the shortcomings of Chapter 1559's preliminary and site plans and how we probably need to have some sort of exemption clause to allow us to pursue attainable housing where it would otherwise wouldn't be allowed. And then just other things that we're going to add to the final report that we've talked about, neighborhood change, updating our engagement activities and the like. So with that, we're going to kind of get into some of the provisions here. First one, we're talking about the attainable housing optional method again. As a reminder to the board, the attainable housing optional method was one of our strategies for doing sort of the medium scale development focused along our growth corridors and around our transit. And again, this is really looking at creating a variety of dwelling unit types, which includes stacked flats, small townhouses, small apartment buildings, in addition to multiplex and duplex buildings that could also be built. Again, as part of an optional method development, this is really trying to create flexibility and building and lot layout and design of building types. And it's trying to also incentivize the creation of smaller dwelling units to try to actually make these a bit more price attainable. And again, I think the board was very supportive of this in principle, but there were a couple of elements that we were asked to consider. I think the primary one really was the geography of where the AHOM would be eligible. So currently, the AHOM would be an option inland that is abutting one of our Thrive growth corridors, or it needs to be a property that was recommended either for a residential floating zone or for AHOM development through a master plan, and specifically only applied to the R90 and R60 units. I'm going to let Ms. Gavoni kind of discuss from here because she worked a little bit more on the actual data crunching of this.
So Lisa Gavoni for the record with Countywide Planning and Policy. So taking the board's guidance and questions from the last work session, staff examined 6 alternatives, looking at the different ways that we could expand the AHOM. So first we looked at 250 feet from a growth corridor, 500 feet from a growth corridor, 750 feet from a growth corridor. 1/4 mile from a growth corridor, the current priority housing district geography, and then 1/4 of a mile from a growth corridor plus 1 mile from a red line, purple line, or marked station. And looking at the results, you can see that our original recommendation was about 3% of parcels that were classified as single-family detached. We have revisited our recommendation, and we are now recommending 500 feet from a growth corridor, which is highlighted in that pink, so that would expand eligible parcels that are classified as single-family detached from 3% to 11%. You can certainly see, I'm not going to walk through all of the results, but you can kind of see how they like escalate above with how many parcels are eligible for the AHOM with our recommendation. And then,
Oh, yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure if someone else was about to speak up. Yeah, I really appreciate this new recommendation. And I was just wondering, the difference between this one and the one that is basically this plus the 1 mile buffer around transit, is the reason to not recommend that we're looking for kind of even more like higher levels of intensity within a mile of transit, or what's I'm just curious sort of the rationale to sort of not say 500 and basically the PhD.
sure. So I think, staff considered a variety of alternatives here, but the intent of the AHOM is really for along those corridors. And when you add the 1 mile buffer, you're really getting into the interior of a lot of single-family neighborhoods. I know it may not seem like there's a lot, but you can see that, the current priority district would almost be, it's more than half of all R60 and R90 parcels. So that was where we originally intended to target. The AHOM is for those corridors. Certainly this is up for debate and discussion with the planning board, but we've kind of feel like we compromised with our original recommendation expanding to 500 feet from a growth corridor.
So why don't you go to the end of your, I think you had another slide, but this is your recommendation, and then we'll make a final. But so you did this, which is great, and then was there another slide after this? Or
Sure, there's two more.
somewhere?
We have
Okay.
So this is a kind of a map of where that applicable geography would be. So we are recommending to expand the AHOM slightly to include properties up to 500 feet from a growth corridor or a property identified by a master plan for AHOM development or a residential floating zone in the R90 and R60. And this would add, over 7,000 more parcels, 300% increase from our original recommendation.
And I know we've talked about this before, and I don't actually remember what our previous approach was, so I apologize if it's obvious, but this is basically like an as the crow flies buffer, right? It's not sort of a
Right.
network-based, like where you can go on the street as.
Right, that's
Okay.
something we also discussed pretty heavily with the previous board too. It's really hard to update that network-based buffer. So as the crow flies, kind of easy for, staff, it's easy for us to add to our web map without updating it
Yeah.
frequently. So that was, kind of our justification for that.
Sounds good. Thanks.
So I would say that I really appreciate you guys doing the homework to look into, if you did these different levels, what you would get. I feel that the 500 foot from a growth corridor is a great compromise. I mean, it'll take you probably maybe a block or two off the corridor, and I think and it increases the number of units by three times, so 300%. And I think it's a great start to get it out there and see what, and later, whatever, 4 years from now, whatever we visit to see what's happening, and as we can then make adjustments from there. So I feel that it is a stretch, and but it gives more options than just the corridor, and I appreciate that, and that's who I would recommend the 500 feet, and I want to hear from the rest of the board members.
I agree with Chair's recommendation.
I like the expansion. I think the expansion of the growth corridor. If we're gonna have a growth corridor, it should be growth corridors. It should grow. That's the whole point. I would quibble that if we're gonna have a priority housing district, we're not necessarily prioritizing housing and like an expansion of larger scale housing within there with just the attainable housing method. You know, we're putting the small scale, or we're recommending that the small scale go through there. But we're not necessarily recommending that what we've designated as a priority housing district is actually prioritizing slightly larger scale, but still small housing. I would prefer if we just expanded this to the priority housing district and just made things as simple as possible. I know that this is that the recommendation is 300% increase, but I mean, if we're saying that we have a priority housing district yet are not actually prioritizing the expansion of this medium scale housing, the sustainable housing method that we've developed within that whole priority housing district, why are we calling it a priority housing district? It's just a designation of a geographic place that we've decided. And I understand the reasons for it and things like that, but I think that I would support a recommendation just to allow this as the optional method within the priority housing district. We've already defined that. We want that to go. They match up with our growth corridors. They're fairly substantial. They're fairly, they sort of surround them in the little amoeba shapes. And I think that we would, want to prioritize housing in the priority housing districts and move up to this medium scale throughout. But that's just, that's my opinion. I'm not sure about the rest of the folks.
Well, could you show the chart for the priority housing? What is the impact?
This is that 38.
It's a mile buffer plus the 5.
Yeah.
It's the 500 recommendation plus a mile buffer around large scale transit. Is that right?
Yeah, it's the second to last one says it's the current priority housing district. So the 500 feet from a growth corridor plus 1 mile buffer from Metro, Purple Line, and Mark Station. Yeah.
That's very drastic. I still stay with 500.
I mean, I would argue that our housing supply issues are fairly drastic. Like we're increasing from our original recommendation 300%, but we're still only with the recommendation capturing, 11% of the overall single-family parcels within there. It's a lot more parcels than it was, but it's not. I don't think it's proportional to the scale of what we're saying that the issue is. And I would argue that if we've set up a priority housing district, we've already set them up around the corridors, wider than they are. We've already set up the transit that exists. We're putting a buffer of a mile into the high-scale transit, that we go ahead and make our priority housing districts, make housing an actual priority.
I would argue this gets really back to the purpose of master plans, and I know they're not fast, but to open up more than half of our detached residential zones to doubling and potentially tripling of the base density, depending on how they develop it through this process, we have no way of knowing what the impacts to transportation, to schools, to open space, to all the public facilities, the water, the electricity. I think, by offering all of those corridors as shown for this type of development, plus the small scale, plus the large scale, I think we are opening up room for tens of thousands of housing units over the next couple of decades to be built that couldn't be now. And this is already probably a stretch. And I think to go 3/4 of a mile or a mile from a metro in the middle of an R60 or 90 neighborhood to allow the type of density we're proposing here, there's just unintended consequences that we can't prepare for and that our development review process won't address. That's what master plans address, is what those impacts are. And so I think.
And I mean, I understand the concept of unintended consequences, which is how we got where we are right now. Because we had I'm not sure those consequences were actually unintended, quite honestly, but we have a scale of a crisis. We have a scale of a response to that crisis or not. And I think that housing is a benefit. People are a benefit. The economic development that they bring, the vibrancy that they bring, the people that they bring into the neighborhoods, these are benefits, not costs. And we are still focusing within where we have transit infrastructure. These are corridors, these are major roads, these are transit areas. Just because it currently doesn't allow it, that's exclusionary and it's exclusive. And we're trying to avoid that. And we have a master planning process that covers all of the other things. Right now, we have a housing crisis. We have a tool to address the housing crisis. I would argue that we should use it, or at least recommend that it be used, and somebody else can say yes or no.
Yeah, so this is, we said there's two ways we would do it: through these growth corridors and then let that go through, and then as we go through the master plans, we would have another, to do it more widely, and then the residents can weigh in on, as through the master plan process. So in general, I agree with the theory of this. I want to have the best opportunity to get this through the council and get approved and move forward. And as I said, we will, over the next 5 years, or once it's approved and it will be evaluated. We will see what we can get through the master plan process, and then the residents can see how this is working, and then we can always open it up, 5 years from now, 10 years, they can extend the growth quarters on this as we're going. So I'd like Mr. Bartley to weigh in here, and then we need to have a vote and move forward on this.
I support the recommendations, but I do heed the insight, expertise of Dr. Hedrick with regards to utilizing the tools to expand housing, and then have someone say no. And then I really appreciate his comments with regards to people in housing being an asset rather than a burden.
It seems like, in the interest of moving on, it seems like, we have support for the existing recommendation. I just wanted to add just one thought, around the 1 mile kind of area around our largest, most high-capacity transit stations or future transit stations. I think there's a strong argument to be made that those should be the areas of highest intensity. And I know that, through the small scale, we're kind of doubling or maybe tripling in some cases the capacity. But I think there's still a long way we should be, these lines, the existing infrastructure we have really should be the backbone of, and it is in many cases, but we should be doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on that infrastructure, not only because of all the associated benefits, but also it helps to support that infrastructure moving forward. It kind of creates the virtuous cycle moving forward. And I appreciate sort of the need to evaluate a large change like we're proposing at regular intervals. That's how many other places have done it. I understand there's sort of we're trying to kind of assess what the appetite for the first bite of the apple might be, and I get that. But I think we should at least acknowledge in this setting that, AHOM, as we're defining it now, is probably a minimum of what we should be doing within a mile of these kind of transit stations. And I know that the master plan process, it's like, we allow much higher intensity closer to a lot of transit stations, but as we see here, there's still a ton of R60 and R90 parcels that are within a mile. And I think, that should not exist anymore today. I understand the reasons why it was done in the past, but it's time to sort of move beyond that old style of thinking, and kind of if you have close proximity to transit, then you're then we as a county and the neighborhoods themselves are in a position to really capitalize on that. So if we want to move on, then I think I'm okay with that at this stage. I'd like to revisit. I think this should be a thing that we revisit in a few years. But I just wanted to sort of emphasize the point one more time. A mile within high capacity transit should be more. And I think, we probably have some agreement around that in this room, but I think that, in principle, AHOM should be the minimum that we're doing there.
Can I just add one more thing? I understand the concern for 1 mile. Also, I understand that we have a process for adequate public facilities. My concern is, and I asked that question last time, that there is no process right now for the cumulative addition of housing of single applications, okay? And that's one of my concerns. Adequate public facility is extremely important, not only for the future projects coming, also for the existing communities that they are, within this additional housing. So if we want to continue having like a larger area and we expect that we're going to get a lot of this housing, then we should put a process for how we measure the adequate public facility and impact of this housing that are coming on separate applications. We haven't been doing that. That's why that I support the 500 feet, the staff recommendation. I know that this is your concern as well, and we see how the impact is, and we find a way we could measure this impact of public facilities under separate plan applications requests that they're coming in.
I was just going to, for the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director. I think that we're coming to a consensus here on the staff recommendation of the 500-foot buffer from the growth corridors. But I did want to ask if the team could do one thing, just refresh everyone. I think so with the priority housing district for the small-scale attainable housing, that was the name that we gave to the area where we would allow quadplexes, right? So in essence, all of those R60 and R90 lots would now be quadrupled in potential density. And then with the AHUM, can you just give a real quick refresher of what would that allow in terms of maximum density or potential number of units on a single lot or a lot of a particular
Can I
size?
wait about 5 slides?
Okay. I think it's helpful, though, for people to understand that what we're proposing with this AHUM is much more significant than just even quadrupling. So that is, so we are opening the door to a lot more density than we currently allow. And I think I love the idea of we need to constantly be like assessing our progress in all of this. And so let's keep coming back to it and see if we need to push further or tweak or however.
So just for your, so in a, just say this is small, just say a small scale at a metro station. Let's just say small scale metro station. And what's the distance for radius where a duplexes and triplexes are allowed?
Everywhere. There is no, in the R60 and the R90, you could build a duplex anywhere regardless of its distance from transit.
Right. Under these recommendations.
Under these
Not today, but.
Yeah, but so
Not
that's why I'm more comfortable. This is in these growth areas that, you know, that you were, so I am fine with, I understand where you're, but I think what I'd like to move, if we can move forward on this as we go to the next, because I think this is larger than the 11,000, whatever it is.
It's yeah. And I just want just one more comment, and then I think the consensus is the staff recommendation of 500 feet from the growth corridor. If we did the major expansion and we got tens of thousands of more units, if they're not here, they're somewhere else. And if they're somewhere else, they're farther from where they want to be. And that means increased CO2 emissions. That means those people don't disappear just because we don't let them in. Mm-hmm. They go somewhere. And where they tend to go is further away. And where they tend to do is create CO2 emissions. What they tend to do is make more highways. They stretch the facilities of places that do not have the density of infrastructure that we do. So when we are considering our own adequate public facilities, quote unquote, within our own neighborhoods, we are also, by not allowing people in there, stretching the adequate public facilities of our county, of our state, of our region. And so something to consider as we go along with this. But I think the consensus is obviously the 500 feet, and I think we can move on for that. I just want to make this consideration of when we think about adequate public facilities, we think about it very narrowly, and we think about it very narrowly on purpose. And that purpose is not necessarily just the adequacy of those public facilities, of those local public facilities. We have infrastructure that we can use, that is there, that has been built. And I think that we should consider that when we're talking about these long-term. We have climate goals, and one of the best ways to meet those climate goals is to make sure people don't live in Frederick and drive to DC. And we need to allow more expansion for that.
Yeah.
And that's my final part on that.
Yeah. I'm comfortable moving on as well, and I second a lot of those thoughts. And I just want to also say I really appreciate, you know, what you all and staff has presented here. Having these scenarios is really helpful for us to consider the options. I also just really appreciate the flexibility and like having the conversations around what the trade-offs might be. Everything that at least, that I think we're saying, it's not to like kind of tamp down the concerns. I think that our primary interest is, basically everything that Commissioner Hedrick just shared, and that's my concern too. And I think that, allowing more people to live closer in, which what this would do, which this kind of moves the ball in the direction of, I think is a really positive step. And then in the future, we can consider maybe more steps.
Yeah,
So, thanks.
I'll end it on this because it really applies to everything we're coming back to you with today. The beauty of having this in a report format is I think some of the concerns you're mentioning can be captured in writing, saying here are our initial recommendations, here is our goal or our end point or our end policy, and they can maybe not quite align now, and that sets up what we would study in 3 to 5 years when we came back as to can we go further, or if the study doesn't do it, but as we continue doing master plans, giving that sort of emphasis and letting council know now we're going to be coming back to you with master plans that are going to be pushing the envelope in a way you've never seen before. And like, I think it's a momentum building process. So I think, we're happy as we do these final revisions on the report. I think just sort of make sure the narrative is speaking that we want more, but we are bringing to you what we think works today, but we're going to come back tomorrow and push it further potentially.
Yeah,
And just
that's
because
a
we
really
didn't
good
throw a
point. Thanks.
70-yard touchdown, I'm fine with moving the ball forward. I really am. I don't want to say that I'm critical at all. This is actually super helpful. But yeah, I appreciate that.
Do you need what do you need from us right now?
I
Yes,
think we
great.
understand that
Okay, great.
on this
Okay,
one.
thank you.
So the next AHAM standard that we were asked to discuss, we originally were recommending that you have to have 2 times the size of a sort of underlying minimum lot size to do AHAM. Again, we were really looking at this as trying to encourage lot consolidation so that when we did an optional method development, we actually had a little bit more of a cohesive area of geography. The concern was definitely raised that consolidation is difficult, and particularly close to these corridors. Why would we want to prohibit a single house from, if it can fit an 8 or 10 unit small apartment there, then shouldn't we just allow it and not kind of hold it up? I think staff sort of consents to that, and we are recommending removing the minimum usable area for the AHAM.
I had a hard time to understand. I think I forgot the meaning. Could you explain what that meant, that you get twice of the usable area? What does that exactly mean?
So in all of the other
Just
optional
an
methods
example.
of development in the code, there's a minimum area you have to have before you can even be considered optional method. And so like for MPDU optional method in a lot of zones, if you don't have a 3-acre minimum site, you can't apply for MPDU optional method. It's just not an option to you. I think for cluster in a lot of zones, you have to have 5 acres before you can be a cluster optional method of development. And again, it's a sort of idea of there's a critical size to get the critical density to make a site plan project work and have it be reviewed. So that's some of why I think those thresholds are there, is you need 3 to 5 acres to even allow under the existing zoning rules to have 20 or more units that would trigger that site plan. So we kept the concept of needing a minimum area before you could even apply for an AHAM development here, but we didn't want to make it such a large number that nobody could ever do it. And so we said, well, let's do two existing lot sizes would be the minimum usable area that we had proposed. And so if you had 2 adjacent lots, that would be sort of the minimum that you would have to come in as to ask for an AHAM development review. But again, a lot of these rules were written when we were a greenfield county, and everybody came in with 5, 10, 15-acre sites. And so having minimum usable areas also were not unachievable. I think the concern that we heard from some board members was you're requesting neighbors to consolidate lots and come in to do an application, and that is not easy. If it were, I think more developments would be doing it now and just requesting rezonings, and they don't, because it's really hard to get multiple lots consolidated together. And so the request was, do we even need this standard to begin with? And that's where I think when we looked at it, we don't think the gains you would get from the consolidation of, minimizing driveway curb cuts or stuff like that outweighs the hurdle it would be on creating more housing. And so we have stepped back and said, let's not have a minimum usable area and let anybody with an existing legal lot or parcel that could become a lot go ahead and apply for the increased density and standards the AHOM offers if it's in the geography.
So just one clarification, when Ben talks about it being 2 lots, it didn't actually require that you have 2 lots that get consolidated. That was how we set the minimum area. So in R60, the minimum lot size for a single lot is 6,000 square feet. So the AHOM, and correct me if I'm wrong here, what we had been saying was that the minimum size was 12,000 square feet. So we set that at 2 times the minimum, right? So that could be achieved by consolidating 2 lots, or you might actually have a single lot that met that 12,000 square foot minimum. Now what the staff is recommending is just removing that minimum. If you've got a lot that's over 6,000 square feet and you can do this and take advantage of it, then by all means go ahead.
So anyway, let the market happen, whatever happens, right? If a person wants to put if it fits and if it works, a triplex on a 6,000 square foot, come on. If it doesn't work, then and they have to get another lot, that's up to them. But you're not forcing, someone to consolidate lots.
Keep in mind that this is for the optional method,
Yeah,
right? So
this
this is
is
not just a
optional
triplex.
method.
Right.
Right now, what the small scale recommendation, anywhere in the R60,
Anybody
R90,
can
you
do
can
that.
do a triplex.
Right.
But this would be to do the additional where we
Right.
require the minimum
Right.
unit size,
Right.
and you can get more units. Right. yeah.
So this is for like medium scale probably,
Yes.
not a small scale, because a small
Yes,
scale
it's-
is by right, correct? So you say that if we could fit a multifamily in one very small lot, go ahead and do that? Is that what it is?
It would, so in reality, to take full advantage of AHOM, you're really going to need more than the minimum lot size. What this would probably let you do is get maybe a 5 or 6 plex unit at most, and it would just be called a small apartment at that point. To actually really do townhouses or take advantage of the density that's sort of being offered by the AHOM, the bigger your site, the more you're going to be able to make
Yeah.
it work. So that's another reason I think staff's pretty comfortable just removing the minimum usable area, because it's almost sort of like a way of supercharging the small scale recommendations, which really are focused on individual lots.
And this is good because it is optional method, so it allows for property owners or adjacent property owners to come and make their comments, correct?
Correct. It would go through the proposed administrative process, but if we did receive, comments that were worthy of consideration, it could be pulled from the director's approval and brought before the board.
So it's going to be administrative, it's not going to come in front of the planning board unless that there are comments?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so is there consensus on this? Great, thank you.
So now we are going to talk about density. As we had originally presented the density for the AHOM, we were recommending sort of the base being at about 2 times what the underlying density is, which would increase it to about 10 units an acre in the R90 zone and 13 units an acre in the R60 zone. And then we had that density bonus provision where you could have another 2% increase on that for every 1% that you decreased your average unit size. And the board expressed that this feels a little low, especially considering some of the recommendations for the small scale and some of the unit types that are being proposed here. When we initially did this, we looked at a number of precedent developments, and we're just finding there really was this 9 to 15 on the very high side units per acre that we were achieving now when developers were using zones like the CR zone to do townhouses or stacked flats where they can do those sort of things. And that really became the basis of why we recommended it, because that was the unit type we were looking to implement here. One of the things that we really think maybe is being missed a little bit in this is when you're looking at the individual lot conversion to a duplex, triplex, or quadplex, you're sort of looking at this at the net density. But optional method developments are based on a gross density. And so the big benefit of that is you can kind of look back in the past and figure out the lot or lots that are part of your development. What, is the adjacent right-of-way to view, was that dedicated as part of the creation of your lot? Or there's language in the code that it basically explains that if you can prove your right-of-way or other open space dedications came from your property or the creation of your property, that density can be pulled back onto the site. And so, this is used a lot in like the downtown areas of the county where all the right-of-ways that surround the buildings, that density is pulled back on. And so the reality is what looks like 10 and 13 units an acre, are guesstimating it's really 18 to 20 units a net acre of density. And so we want to be clear, the number is actually higher than it looks. And then that is, again, before you even start doing density bonuses that would get you into the low to mid-20s units an acre. And again, this is where we just start running into, as planners who do review these projects, there's a practicality where once you start factoring in stormwater, any sort of open space, any sort of even minimal setbacks, like you just start, without going into a 5-story, stick over podium building, it's just really hard to actually make densities above what I think we're recommending pencil out, which is why we are still wanting to keep to our original recommendation, but clarify that this is meant to be gross and that applicants can and should be pursuing previous dedications as part of their tract area.
Yeah, and this is based on research of projects in the county. We all know UIA, for example, right? Like they do really, really tightly packed townhouses. And when you go look at their sites, it looks really dense, but when you factor in streets, setbacks, stormwater, parking, et cetera, those developments at a gross density are 11 to 12 units an acre. So this is a pretty good intensive scale of density, and at a net level, at a net density, it would be a lot higher, but I think at the gross density scale, this could fit everything that we are talking about in the AHOM up to the 20-unit buildings and townhouses and, strings of 5 to 6 units and small apartment buildings. Because the reality is, like, from a market economics, a lot of this is going to be surface parked.
Yeah.
So by the time you put all those surface parking spots on a site, you put the buildings on the site, you add that one extra alley or a street that you need to do, you're hovering at this range. So this range feels pretty solid to us, which is why we think we want to keep it.
Yeah. I'm inclined to go with your recommendation. I want to hear comments from the other board members. Thank you for doing the work. Okay. What do you-
Yeah, and I mean, we're talking about roughly the density of what you see on that development, like on Randolph Road. We recently, where the Badlands is, anyone knows what, that's roughly the same of a 15-ish unit per acre density type of, I think that was EYA, but I'm not sure off the top of my head. But like, as long as we're getting that kind of density and we're not preventing or providing a barrier to the inclusion of any of the extra housing in there, I'm fine with retaining it. That level of density I think is good, but I don't want to preclude any potential possibilities of people being able to arrange the layout within the tract as necessary to include the number of the more houses that they can get in there.
Yeah, we feel pretty comfortable that you can have the scales that we're talking about. I think to go beyond this, you have to go to structured parking and build buildings like that,
Yeah.
which is not the scale that.
Which
this
is not the scale we're talking about. And this would even accommodate sort of those town-style developments that end up with the drive-in garage, kind of garage level
Definitely,
1, 2,
yes.
3.
Yep.
That level of density would be
Definitely,
accommodated
yes.
within this.
And maybe even a little bit more once you get some apartment buildings, those yield greater densities.
Okay, great. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this recommendation sounds good. I just wanted to say one thing that we could be something that we consider kind of in the 3 to 4 year evaluation if we end up going with that approach. I know for the small scale, we kind of remove density as it's sort of a unit per lot instead of kind of this form of density or units per acre. And I'm wondering if, moving forward, if there might be some benefits to also considering a version of that for medium scale, both for consistency, but also because I think if you actually look at, units per acre for what we're proposing for small scale, it, in many cases, could actually be more dense on a lot by lot basis than what we're seeing here, which I don't view as a problem at all. But for the sake of, consistency and flexibility and on and on, it would be I think it would be interesting to kind of review that maybe at the 3 to 4 year mark, see what's come in, how has it actually played out in terms of density, and how does it compare to small scale, and just sort of do some evaluation.
I'd looked into potentially making this an FAR-based thing and not a units per acre. It just gets complicated because it's technically still an underlying zone that wants to be residential detached until we figure out how to deal with that more holistically. So I definitely think, I would imagine whatever corridor zoning we do might take more of an FAR-based approach. And so I do think we're going to get out of this problem in the mid and long term, but we'll definitely keep a focus on it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so is there consensus? Do we have consensus on this? Okay, all right, thank you.
So next, we're going to circle back to the priority housing district. Again, I think as we've talked about, this is a area where it was really focused on having the most intensive of the small scale recommendations, including quadplexes and the steepest reduction in parking. But there were some bits that the board also wanted us to look at here. Again, a geography question comes up, which I'll briefly introduce and let Ms. Scavone explain the chart on the next page. This, again, applies to small-scale developments allowing for quadplexes and the steepest parking reductions currently within 500 feet of a growth corridor or within 1 mile of the red line, purple line, or mark stations, and it applies to the R90 and R60 zones only. The sort of two requests that came out of this was, one, should the buffers be expanded to include even further from these growth corridors? And sort of the other request was, why was R200 left out of this?
So again, planning staff looked at alternatives, including the current PhD with 500-foot buffers, but we also looked at a version with a quarter-mile-foot buffers, including and excluding the R200 zone. So you can see the R200 is that first column and how many parcels fall into that category. So the current PhD would allow 65% of R60 parcels to be included. If you increase that to a quarter mile, it goes up to 74%. For R90, it's about a quarter of the parcels, 26%, and in the current priority housing district. And then if we increase the buffer, it would go up to 37. Then R200, if we were to include it, a very small amount of R200 would be in the priority housing district. The current priority housing is just 5%, and even though it's doubling, it's still only 10% if it was in a quarter mile. But looking at across all of these 3 zones, you can see about 36% of these parcels across these 3 zones would be in the current priority housing district. So the planning staff is recommending to keep the priority housing district with that 500-foot buffer from the growth corridors, consistent with the new recommended AHUM buffer, but does recommend adding the R200 zone, which would add about 2,000 parcels.
Yeah, I think this recommendation makes sense. And, R200, considering that in most cases there'll also be larger lots, I know that, we looked at a lot of the exercises, the kind of the lot, like the, what do you call it, the sort of sample designs to understand that you can actually fit a lot, of course, on smaller lots, but, larger lots, even more potential and flexibility to fit things on it. And considering that they still have the same benefits as the R60 and R90 in these cases, proximity to transit and amenities and other things that are kind of packed in those areas. I like the inclusion of R200, and if the trade-off is sort of keeping the 500-foot buffer, I think I'm okay with that, again, as maybe as a starting point, and we can always reevaluate in the future. But yeah, I appreciate this recommendation. I think it sounds good.
Same.
So a little fun spoiler alert, you'll see later on that R200 is actually some of the smallest lots because it's almost all optional method development, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. With the small scale recommendations, I think we had a lot of consensus on it, but there was one sort of lingering question that we left that work session with, and it was really about this idea of frontage and lots. You know, as we talked about, we're trying to shift away from having lot standards as sort of the minimums necessary in the small scale, and we're shifting to this idea of the building site really being what defines your minimum area and you know how many structures basically can go on a place. But you still need a recorded lot to have a building permit, and lots help define ownership and create ownership opportunities. And so we were leaving in some of the standards requiring that lots have frontage, and that there's a minimum frontage requirement for it. But that comes with a downside that a lot of the attainable housing options, particularly on smaller lots, maybe want to be designed in a way that sort of intuitively creates a unit that's in the back. And if it's being done as a single lot under common ownership, that's fine. But if we're trying to encourage, you know, fee simple ownership, that creates a problem. And so, you know, we really kind of thought to ourselves, how much does this matter? And I will say the code currently, it's pretty strenuous to create lots without frontage. It really discourages it, similar to the creation of flag lots. And it really starts getting concerned not only about sort of placement of buildings, which is a little less relevant here because it would be one structure, but making sure that those lots have access. And so as we sort of thought about it, because we are talking about still single buildings and we are setting standards at small scale for the building site level, we do think it might be worth trying to come up with exemptions where you can have lots without frontage if it is for a duplex or a multiplex building type at standard method, and that your building site at least has the necessary frontage, and then sort of borrowing what some of the requirements are for creating these lots without frontage that we have now, to ensure that the plat reflects ingress, egress, and utility easements to make sure that there is a guaranteed right of access to the people who have the lots without frontage, and making sure that this is then something that can be approved either by the planning board through approval of the plat in a minor subdivision, or by the planning director as part of one of the new administrative subdivisions that we're doing. Because again, right now, all of this in current code is phrased that the board must make these findings, and that would really kind of take away the point of this if we made all of these come back to the board just for this. So it's a long-winded way of saying we are recommending altering the code to try to accommodate these lots without frontage for these very specific situations, not necessarily changing it broadly across the county for standard development. Seeing head nodding.
This works for me, but, it would be good if you could show an example. For example, you're saying that the building lot has to have frontage, right? The building site has to be, so there are lots within the building site, but the lot itself can get approved even if it doesn't have some frontage, as long as the building site has frontage. I mean, it'd be nice to have a picture of what.
We
kind of
have
what
a
that
couple
looks.
of diagrams coming up that might help explain that when we talk about the
Yeah,
undersized
because
lots. We can
I'm
cover
very
it.
confused also. Is it going to be like flag lots, flag driveways, or shared driveways between the lots? Because that's the only way I can imagine that, you know, if you have a building lot has frontage and you make it like about 3 different buildings, that one lot in the back doesn't have a frontage but has to have a driveway, that means that you're going to create a flag lot or driveway that could be shared among other ones to get to the road.
We'll
That's
circle
all.
back to this, I think, when we have the graphics at hand, but I think the point of going to the building site was that you still only have one building per building site. And so let's say it's a triplex. And let's say it's a triplex that's designed where only the one end unit actually faces the street and the other two are located behind the front one. the site's still the 6,000 square foot area that is where the triplex sits, but somebody may want to create 3 smaller lots that let you sell off each of these units separately. And so it wouldn't be creating a flag lot anymore. If we were just going to do a flag lot, we wouldn't need to have this conversation. But the flag lots would take up a lot of room on the side. So what we're trying to say is, let's not try to even have the rear lots find frontage to the street. Let's ensure that there's an easement instead placed over that one shared driveway they would share.
see.
So
Yeah.
that the people in the back have the rights to cross over the lot in the front in that easement area where the driveway is that they're sharing.
Okay, so yeah, so one may front the street, the others, because their fronts may be
To the sides.
sides, you know, maybe the back or front may front the driveway, I don't know, whatever. So, and you'll show us, yeah, so,
Are they gonna have driveway to their doors in the back or no driveway? They just have to walk?
It depends on how they choose to set the site up. So I think one of the recommendations in the pattern book will want the parking alongside or behind the structure, but where exactly that parking gets placed versus where the doors are placed, I think that's up to the individual developer. They may have 3
But-
outside doors, they may all share a single vestibule inside a single door. I mean, all of that's up to the builder to determine.
Yeah, it would be some graphic help.
Yeah, I think we can show you a few things to clarify some of these points.
The next topic is on undersized lots. So the planning board asked planning staff to determine how many substandard or undersized lots exist in the residential detached zones, in particular the R60 zone where the lot sizes are generally the smallest. And that the board was concerned that keeping existing development standards for setbacks and lot coverage may preclude a substantial number of properties from developing small-scale attainable housing if the lot sizes are too small. So we're going to walk through histograms of each of the distributions for each of the zones. The first one, next slide, is R60. So the average lot size is 8,000 square feet, even though the minimum lot area is 6,000 square feet. There's about 11,000 undersized lots, which is about 18%. And the average undersized lot is around 5,400 square feet. Next slide. For R90, the average lot size is actually 12,000 square feet. Even though the minimum lot area is 9,000, there's about 6,000 undersized lots, which is about 21% of R90 lots. And the average undersized lot size is around 7,700. And then finally, R200, Mr. Berbert gave a little bit of a spoiler earlier, but a lot of R200 projects are optional methods, so they're allowed a little bit of a smaller lot size. So the average lot size is around 19,000 square feet, even though the minimum lot area is 20,000, and there's over 30,000 undersized lots. 72% of our 200 lots are undersized, at the average size of 12,600. And then I'll let Mr. Sharma walk through this slide, but him and his team did a great job of diagramming undersized lots.
Thank you. So the concern was to make sure that the undersized lots would be able to build these building types on them. So we wanted to make sure that was happening, and if not, we would recommend some adjustments to setbacks or lot coverage. So what we did was as you saw, the smallest undersized lots exist in the R60 zone. And on average, an undersized lot is about 5,400 square feet. So the building types we are recommending in the small scale are the same regardless of the zone, right? So our assumption was that if we could fit a market competitive small unit on the smallest size, then it would naturally also fit on the larger lot. So what you see here is a 5,000 square foot lot. And it's applied, what we've applied to it are the most sort of stringent setbacks of the R60. So the same front setback, the same back setback, the same side setbacks, and the same lot coverage of 35%. And so then we modeled 3 different building types here. The one on the left is a stacked duplex. The one in the middle is a triplex, which starts to show that idea of some lots not having frontage, which I can explain more. And then the third one is a 4-unit building in which the ground floor is 2 units and the 2 upper floors are 2 flats as well. So what we found was that in the duplex, you could get 1,100 square foot per unit easily, which is a pretty good two-bedroom plus den type of a living floor plan. It does not break the lot coverage. You can get triplexes as well, which are around 1,100 square feet as well. And these numbers don't count if there are basements or a full third floor. So if there's a basement in this building, or if there's a full third floor instead of some of these dormers that we are showing, you can add even more square footage, maybe push that unit size up to 1,500 square foot per unit, which is a pretty good unit size. So and the quadplexes, which are more apartment-style units, were at around 1,000 square feet. So doing this exercise gave us some comfort that, even in the smallest of the lots, 5,400 square feet is the average undersized lot. We shaved 400 off of that too. You were still able to fit those things and fit the parking on site. Now, not every lot's gonna be flat. There's gonna be topo, there's gonna be some site constraints. But at the same time, not every lot is suitable for even building a single-family house, let alone 2, 3, or 4 units. So we felt pretty comfortable with the setbacks and the lot coverage as we were recommending. And I would want to use the middle diagram here to explain what the lotting recommendation was. So in this case, the whole site is the building site. And you can see only the white triplex has frontage onto the road. The beige and the orange are behind it, so they don't have direct frontage on the road. In this case, there's a shared driveway that goes behind to parking, and there are additional lead walks for the 2 units in the back that connect both the front of the house and the back of the house to the road. And this would have to, of course, meet fire and emergency access regulations, which we hope to get some good consensus on while working on the pattern book. But this would be the idea that in this case, that beige building could have its own lot theoretically, so that it can be sold as a fee simple and financed with the 30-year fixed and all of those things. But it doesn't need to have frontage. It does need to meet the requirements of fire access, emergency access, all those things. It needs to have the parking on site. So we're relying, I think in the situation that Mr. Berber was saying, we're relying more on easements than flag lots, is kind of the short answer. And to make sure that their driveway is a shared driveway and that everybody has access to get from their house to the street and park their building, on their car on the site. I hope that helps shed some light on that question.
And these are basically all maxing out potential lot coverage, right? It's about 35%. I think it is 35%.
Yeah.
It's the lot coverage max for the 60 zone, and you still end up with able to fit all that in even without a third floor basement requirement?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the question I have is, how does lot width play into this in getting all this in? Because you may have a lot that's, say, are 66,000 square feet, but is there some tipping point for the width that allows you to do this, and still meet, lot cover and get it all in there? What width is too small?
Yeah. It depends on the building type a little bit.
Okay.
So I think the hardest buildings to fit on these lots are the triplexes. Because when you go to a quadplex, you're getting into an apartment-style floor layout, which is naturally more compact. So if you had a narrow lot, the logical thing to do would be to stack the buildings back to front like we've done here. And you do need some sort of a driveway, which is at least 10 to 12 feet. You need some access to get behind and park your car. And then the building itself needs to be at least 24 feet wide. So, you add 24 and the 16, it's like 40. Once lots start getting under 50 feet in width, it gets tighter to put even a single-family house on them, let alone a duplex or a triplex. So But per regulation, the minimum lot width in the R60 zone is,
It's 60, and so you would need a variance even to build a detached house on a substandard lot now, unless it were replacing the existing because of a disaster or something that happened to it.
So it's 60 feet in R60? Is that
Yep.
Okay, okay. Okay. And how easy would it be to get that variance? Is it?
We don't process a lot of them. I don't
Okay.
think we technically process them. From what I've seen, I
Okay.
think if it were if it's already platted, then you can have a building permit. So a lot of these neighborhoods, the variance is less of you still need the variance if you're not meeting the zoning standards, but if you already have a platted lot that's substandard and you still meet your side setbacks, I think you don't need the 60 feet necessarily at building front line anymore, because the lot's been platted.
In
We
this
don't
case,
see a lot of them.
Yeah.
Jimmy,
If
just
you're,
one-
if you're platting, if you're adding additional lots to the, so like using this example, trying to get it fee simple, so you're kind of adding additional lots, how would that impact that process? Would that, I assume it would be allowed, but they would still need a variance, even though it had previously been platted for a single lot?
So, since we've lived in the land of policy and not final zoning language, I don't have a good answer for you, other than that our intent is to make it so that
Yeah.
it works.
Yeah.
How that actually has to get written into code, I have not gotten there yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
But our intent would be the intent is if you already have a legal lot, even if it's not meeting the standards of today's zoning code, you could be able to do the attainable housing so long as you can make your building fit. And so however we phrase the language that would allow for us to create the lots without frontage potentially to accommodate this, I think just needs to be clear that, because we're removing the minimum lot standards anyway, and so it needs to be clear that we should not be holding up that minor, plat due to a substandard condition if it already was allowed to have a lot for a detached house today.
Yeah, I'm sure it sounds like that's kind of already the intent of the report, but yeah, to the extent that we can kind of get as many of these issues and the need for resolution of the issue kind of in front of council staff, that would be great.
And for the substandard lots that Ben's talking about, there's many cases where we can go back to the zone that was in, or the zoning that was in place at the time. And if there was a lesser setback, then in many cases, we would be able to apply that. So 8 versus 12, so if it's a 50-foot lot, then of course it's not going to, it'd be a very tiny house on some of those lots if we applied today's standards. So in many cases, we get to go back to when the zone was created for that platted lot. But I think to your point about new platted lots, that's something that I think we definitely have to consider.
So following up on Mr. Linden's question, more of those that, this is great, I'm fine with it. It's just that, just to know what kind of headwinds we may have is we talked about substandard lots in terms of size, but a substandard lot in terms of widths. I don't know. That data is probably not out there. So you would say, of all the R60s we think we had, I don't just say 30,000, I don't know, whatever, but would they be substandard in width too? And just so that you said, what we need to be thinking about so that we know if those are going to be made for attainable housing, like what should we be putting in place to make sure that those get through and not have to go through some special whatever. That's just, but I don't know if they record the size, the widths of all the older R60s and whatever, like you do the square footage. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we would be able to quickly come up with
Right,
that,
yeah.
other than we're trying to create provisions that reasonably address the reasonably substandard lots. And at some
Okay.
point, there are probably some that are just too small or too weirdly shaped to
Right.
make it. I don't think waiving setbacks by a couple feet are going to matter for some of these that are that far off
Okay,
standard.
yeah,
And so
yeah.
for simplicity, we've really tried to avoid
No, I
going
understand.
down.
Understand, but this is great. Thank you for showing us that you can fit on a substandard slide in terms of square footage. Thank you.
So that was our recommendation, which we've talked about already. So, to the pattern book.
So that was a perfect setup for why we need a pattern book, so we can figure all these things out with DPS and others. But when we were here last time, the board generally supported the idea of a pattern book as a way to get clarity around how to build these types, all the rules and regulations, and very importantly, consensus amongst planning, DPS, DOT, to make sure that everybody's expecting the same things when these buildings come in for a building permit. So one of the things that was raised at the board was we should go back and think about the timing, how much time it'll take to do a pattern book, how much time it would take to do that interagency coordination. So we went back and did some sort of back of the napkin process. And I would say one thing that, and we looked at both options. We looked at what would happen if we tried to do this in-house, or what would happen if we hired a consultant to do it. And the one thing I would say is that, there's not a meaningful difference in time, whether we do this in-house or hire a consultant. There is a difference in the type of resources we would need to do that work. So if we do this in-house, we would need a lot of time from the director's office, myself, Paul Mortensen, working on this, because we want to make sure, as the board has noted, this doesn't become a thing that delays the enactment of the ZTA. We're not that's not our, that would be a shortcoming. So we want to avoid that. So in the first option, it would be in-house. We will still need some funding for some graphic support. I think these type of things, pattern books, et cetera, are most successful when they have some illustrations that show to the common people of the residents of the county, like what are these types that they're talking about. It also becomes a way to sell the idea to the general public that these are these homes, they look and feel like beautiful, nice neighborly homes. We also think even if we do it in-house, it might be beneficial to have one of our on-call consultants do a technical review to make sure we are hitting all the things we need to hit. And thankfully, we have a nationally renowned bench of consultants that we've set up, so the contracting period would be very short, which is helpful. The option two is we go with a consultant if we can't find the staff time to work on this. In that case, we would need a higher amount of money, of course, to hire the consultant and do them. I've done many of these in my lifetime, and I've reached out to people who still do them in current days, and generally speaking, we're looking at a cost about $150,000 to $200,000 to do the whole thing. So, we generally think doing it in-house might be better just because we've done so much of the background and context, and we've created some of these images already. But it does needs to be balanced with all our kind of time and effort to work on projects, and I think that's something we can sort of get to soon. But most importantly about the timeline, I think we really put on our aggressive sort of hats on here. We think we can complete a draft of a pattern book within 3 to 4 months, right? So that's a pretty aggressive timeline to create a document like that. And also that maybe that process doesn't need to wait till the ZTA is done, right? Like that process could start as soon as the board is done and we know what the recommendations are, we can start to do that process. But I do want to mention that there is a certain steps that are critical for success here. We do need interagency coordination, so all those kind of complexities that we were just sort of raising are sorted out and are clearly sort of documented. We do need time for public input because there will be a lot of sort of interest in the general public to see what these recommendations are, what they look like. We'll need a little bit of time to review it and refine it, and then the board will need some time. So when you stack all that up, we put some timelines here. It's generally looking like a 10 to 12 month process from the time of starting. But I want to note that we have several months before the ZTA actually gets approved and adopted. So it's not ZTA adoption plus 10 to 12 months. It's whenever we start, we hit the ground running, we get to the point that the ZTA is adopted, and we wrap up things as quickly as possible. But I do really recommend that the board make a strong case to county council when this goes up in the recommendations that they direct interagency collaboration to occur in a swift manner so we can get that buy-in from the highest level of sort of direction, and we can sort of solve all these issues and get this. And I really see this as a 401k or a 529 for a child, right? Like this puts a little bit of time right now, but it's going to make the delivery of these types that much more streamlined. So really, the investment in time is worth the effort, in our opinion. So this is kind of the recommendation we have at this time.
And I would say, I feel comfortable, if we go down that first path of getting started on this as soon as we possibly can, even if knowing that, we don't know what the council's going to ultimately recommend. Even if in the end, the council says, we don't need a pattern book, there's a lot of value in having this. So, I would feel confident and comfortable having our staff work on this even before it's fully finalized, knowing that we can always, as we get the answers, continue to tweak it.
Okay.
And I do want to just add one more thing. I'm sorry I failed to mention this. Our hope is that this pattern book sits with DPS staff and that it has all the information, but in the back, it has a very clean, clear checklist. So a staff member that gets in a building permit application can go through and check these very yes, no, simple box answers. Does the building have parking behind the facade? Is there a driveway that's, of X feet? Is there landscaping proposed in the front? Like those type of things that people can say yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. You hit certain amount of yeses and you're good to get your building permit.
Okay.
This is great. And if we will support whatever you want in terms of where it's done. So that means whether you want it done internally or externally, and maybe, and I know this, you're right, the interagency coordination is so important, and maybe I'm not trying to spend their money, but maybe DPS will help support financially for this project because it's so much in coordination with them. So.
I agree. I think that what I would do, I combine the first complete draft and interagency together because you cannot do the draft without them at the very beginning. So, I was just thinking about it that I think it's a good idea to do in-house because it's a lot of collaboration that even though if you have a consultant, still you have to have internal staff or in-house staff to work on it. I would start with collaboration. I wouldn't do the draft without collaboration. You need teams of DPS, fire and safety, DOT, at least these three to do the draft with you, especially DPS, the residential unit, to go with you through all of these. And it would be good that while you're doing that, to keep track of what is coming as a permit, I'm sure that DPS staff could do a special kind of identification for the permit application for these attainable housing that we could keep track, and we could do our review and measurement at the end of 3 or 4 years. That's how we could do that. So this pattern book with this collaboration should be done with the idea how we're going to measure them in 4 years. Gives you the tool to collect the data, to measure the success or the changes that we want to do in 4 years.
All right. Another thing that we talked about a little bit at the last work session, there was a dialogue wanting to know if there's any way to get to sort of our higher end or large scale recommendations faster than waiting for individual master plans. And The short answer to that is not really, but the longer answer to that is maybe, again, through the local map amendment process. So I did take a little bit of a deeper look at exactly what's entailed in that and what changes might be recommended if we wanted to try to make it a viable option for applicants that might actually get some of them approved in a decent amount of time. There's basically two sets of things. There's a series of sort of necessary legal findings for actually approving the LMA as it goes through its hearing examiner process. But then there's other criteria that have to be met for the actual request of the floating zone, including sort of criteria of like sort of do you meet the intent or desires for it. There's sort of densities you can ask for based on your starting zone. And so these are all things that we'll kind of walk through. You know, and looking at the findings of actually doing an LMA, I don't think those are the biggest hurdle in the process here. There are some compatibility findings, but I think those are not insurmountable in doing this. I really think it's the floating zone request requirements that need to be probably looked at more. The first thing is there is the applicability requirement. So if you are recommended in a master plan for a floating zone, you can go apply for it. But if you are not, depending on what zone you are starting in and what zone you're asking for, there's this long set of criteria that you have to sort of prove that you meet. And you have to meet a certain number of them before you can even sort of initiate the request. And these focus around basically your proximity to transit and infrastructure and community facilities, or what are you doing to better the natural environment through this. The other thing that kind of comes into play is that there is a maximum amount of increased density that you can ask for based on your starting zone, and it's actually very complicated. It also is based on how big of a tract you have. The bigger the tract, the more density that you're allowed to request. And so when you look at the maximum density in a units per acre measurement that you can request currently through a floating zone with an R60 or R90 starting, it's actually less than what we're even recommending in AHAM, so that's not going to be much of an incentive. And if you look at the FARs, if you're requesting a CR zone, the total FAR is not unenticing, but it's designed in a way where it splits the C and the R out, and you have to do both the C and the R to utilize all that FAR. And I don't think in a lot of these we're really going for the commercial, we're going for the residential. And so if the planning board wishes, staff is happy to make recommendations that in that applicability section, in addition to proximity to sort of invested infrastructure or benefit of the environment, there could be a new section of criteria added about providing attainable or affordable or both housing options as one reason why a floating zone should be pursued. I think something we want to consider is allowing, particularly if you are meeting the criteria of attainable or affordable housing, that maybe there's a special column that allows even additional density above what's recommended. I don't have the numbers yet. I think this was all kind of something we would just sort of say to council, this is the direction we want to go in. But I think we would want to have densities probably a little higher than AHAM, because that would be the intent here, is to get a higher intensity development. And or looking at the FAR-based, CR family of zones, at a minimum, allowing you to use full FAR and do it all as residential, and again, potentially even there, upping it quarter to a half an FAR probably. And then again, thinking a few years in the future, once we start creating these corridor zones, probably having a corridor floating zone might be an interesting sub-option, because again, we're not going to get all those corridor zones implemented initially, but if we're going to spend the effort on doing them, let's do them. So, thoughts? Okay.
Generally, I like this approach,
Yeah.
particularly the FAR and the CR zones. I mean, I don't, honestly, I think as a general rule, we probably shouldn't have a small requirement of commercial. If we're in a CR zone, you should be able to max either one, honestly. I think it should be flexible. I think this helps that quite a bit, and I think I think the recommendations are good here.
Yeah, I appreciate your recommendation, and yep,
Our friend parking, I think we generally reach a consensus at our meetings about what the parking reductions would be, but there was a request to see if staff could think of any other creative ways of maybe not reducing the baseline parking, but coming up with additional credits for parking. And I'm not going to lie, I think we had a little bit of a struggle with sort of what that would be. There are two existing provisions in code now that could apply. One is provisions for actually executing off-site parking agreements, and the other is for being credited in certain circumstances for creating new on-street parking spaces. The off-site parking agreements are sort of what they sound. The code does allow any applicant, if it can find a space within a quarter mile, that is willing to sort of be the place where the parking is done, and that sort of parking receiving area has either a deed restriction or a joint use agreement on it. That is an option that allows you to take off-site parking now, and there's no reason this wouldn't apply here. Although admittedly, I think in a lot of instances, it's going to be difficult for these neighborhoods to have great places to sort of bank the parking off-site. But the option's there, and I have seen it done in a few instances where like religious institutions are very much not utilizing their parking a lot during the week and have, I've known people that have lived in places where actually their parking was the church that was at the end of the block. And so it's not impossible to do. Credits for on-street parking spaces, this is interesting. If you are a commercial use and you are in obviously a zone that allows commercial uses, and as part of the development you are in, you are creating the on-street parking, either because it's a whole new street to begin with, or maybe it's a street that doesn't have parking now, but your frontage improvement adds parking, that actually can count towards your parking requirement. And then sort of in the same breath of this, part of our recommendations are geared to the fact that if there is on-street parking now, and we did have higher reductions in parking that was allowed, and so there is maybe a potential to slightly modify this section to allow residential uses to also take credit for spaces it creates, and this would really come into play in a situation if a street were too narrow to allow the parking now, but across the frontage of this individual site, it widened, the street the necessary amount to DOT standards to put one or two spaces there, that maybe should count because it currently doesn't have that option there. And so that is still creating new parking in a place that doesn't have it. So what I would say is that's kind of the one recommendation we potentially have, is to modify that section, allowing if a residential applicant can actually work to add on-street parking where it doesn't exist, that they should get credit for that. But otherwise, we are not recommending changing the baseline minimums as we've talked about before.
Yeah, I really appreciate kind of the effort to find some creditable options. I understand kind of the constraints and the lack of kind of practical options as you described. I think I'm okay with these recommendations. I think this is kind of another area that perhaps we can review at regular intervals to see not only the level of parking that is included in a lot of these developments, but try to do some analysis around kind of what does that imply in terms of trends or constraints. I don't think in many cases we'll kind of deal with, lot size constraints as we've talked about. We just saw an example where it actually looked like we could fit, 4 parking spaces on a 5,000 square foot lot, which hopefully we won't actually do, or people won't do. I really hope people don't do that. But there could be other constraints, obviously, more on the financial side or whatever the case is. So, but also just the arrangement of lots itself, which is just a long way of saying, I think this is kind of a ripe area for review, and in the future maybe we can adjust if we think that we're seeing examples that aren't getting built to the extent that we want them to get built.
The other thing around parking I'll briefly mention, because it's sort of popped up very tangentially on my radar at the last minute. In a lot of the neighborhoods where we hear the parking concerns near sort of our downtowns, and that they already have sort of parking permits for the street, the way it's currently phrased is that that's only good for single-family detached residents. And so I think at minimum, we might want to recommend that be sort of any allowed residential type in the residential zones. The intent there is to have the people who live in the high rises of downtown Bethesda not to go park in the neighborhood, but if you're living in a triplex that's in the neighborhood, I think you should be able to be issued a parking permit for that street. So I think that is something that needs to just be cleaned up.
That should be called out. Absolutely. So you can't get a permit parking even if you're nearby, if you're not in a single family specifically.
There are ways of requesting a waiver that just seem unnecessarily burdensome if we're allowing the housing, and so I think
Yeah,
it's worth.
any allowable type, that would be a big one to call out right there, yeah.
Yeah, I'm all for your staff recommendations amended.
So last thing, so during previous work sessions with the board expressed a desire to have these check-ins every 3 to 5 years to assess the impacts of the changes. The ultimate elements of the check-ins will ultimately be decided when the final scope of the AHS and the ZTAs are decided upon adoption of a ZTA. We will we can include in the final report a discussion of AHS check-ins and some of the elements that we would like to be considered. And we would like to add language to the report that generally supports the idea of check-ins. Every 4 years, the GIP is on a 4-year cycle because it allows every planning board term, member term, and county council term to have one crack at it, one look at it. And I think that would be a great idea to that similar for the AHS check-in. So our recommendations is to request check-ins every 4 years.
Can I actually make one suggestion on this?
Sure.
I'm curious to hear people's thoughts. So my concern with 4 years is not that I get this sort of simplicity of matching existing cycles, and also it kind of gives people on the board kind of one crack at it kind of per term, and there's other benefits. I wonder if, because this is such a substantial change and there's so many different dials we're turning all at the same time, I wonder if it's worth it, at least for the first review period, to have a shorter period than 4 years. Especially given that we're really trying, like, this is intended to kind of turbocharge a lot of housing production. Obviously, we don't expect every single part of this to work exactly right from the beginning. And we also don't expect small, medium, and large to kind of operate at similar timeframes. They're very different. They require different things. But it's sort of because of that, I wonder if it's worth it to maybe even check in after 2 years. In part because there's one of the big challenges, this was alluded to with the Planning Academy we talked about before, I think one of the big challenges is going to sort of be familiarizing the small scale developers with this new process and also with the pattern book. And there's a lot of sort of startup changes and systems that I think people have to get used to, which I think also gives us opportunities for maybe fine tuning things here and there that we can sort of perceive and measure in the early years. So that's just a thought, and not to say that we forever and ever it's every 2 years, but just kind of the first go around. I wonder if it's worth it to consider it
Can I just
sooner.
add something to that? My only concern is that we don't have enough data. That's the biggest issue.
But I
Just
think
about it.
that's an important data
I know.
point. If we actually don't have a lot of permits coming in, I also think that's a reasonable thing to evaluate.
So
Right.
I was going to say, I think that there's a little bit of precedent for doing that, right? So we are required to do a 2-year check-in for our climate assessment work. And so we've just completed our first year of doing that. We have funding in our actually, I guess we allocated some funding from FY24 to be able to work on that next year, to just take a look at how well that's working for us. It's a little different because that's really an internal process and that we need to look at, and we know we're doing it. But we also had a 2-year check-in for changes that were made through ZTA for the solar in the Ag Reserve. And we had to produce a report. It was part of the adopted ZTA or bill or however that required us to generate a report by the end of 2023 to the county council, and we basically said nothing's happened. But there was an opportunity there for us to be able to say, here are some things that might expedite or make some of this more likely to happen. So I think one thing what we could plan, because we're going to be gathering data and we look at data on an annual basis. I say annual and I'm looking at Lisa and she's like, it's a daily basis. So, I think we could always say that we will do a check-in with the board on all of this stuff within 2 years, maybe a formal report after 4 years or something like that. Just because there's a lot of work that goes into preparing a report around all of this stuff. And so in the case of the solar, we're like, oh gosh, we got to put together a whole report to say nothing's happened. But, so we could do that check-in maybe a little less formally. by providing all those data and getting ideas, and we can always report that stuff up to the council, however, yeah.
I think that kind of approach sounds great. I think, from my perspective, it's primarily about like daylighting issues. It's whether it involves a formal report or not. I think having the discussion and kind of fully understand, of course, that the analysis internally will be going on like on and on and on regularly, and that's great. Like, you know, not to make your life like completely crazy internally, but it's that of course is needed, but kind of the daylighting and the discussion, I think that's kind of the important part. So that sounds good.
And we can use that informal check-in after 2 years to figure out what's missing, like what we would need to make that formal report at 4 years more, you know, have more material and more information too. So I think
I'm
that's
fine with that. Just we have to consider that data is extremely important.
Yes.
And it has to be meaningful data. We just don't want to collect data just because it's data. It has to be meaningful, that we could understand what is the impact and what is it that is lacking and what is it that we have to change. And that, I don't believe that's going to happen in 2 years. We could provide some data, check in, and say that this is what it is. But the impact and what we have to change, add, or subtract, or so far, is not going to be done. And the reason for that is that development takes time. You know, you plan as soon as that this is all approved, and you want to, assuming that people are standing at the door to do the work, okay? By the time that they develop the plan, by the time they bring it to the permitting and get the permit and do everything, that's already 2-3 years.
Yeah.
That you could see something to happen.
Yeah, so let me just say that I think, I like your comment of, could there be an earlier check-in? Maybe the 2 years is about the process. You know, I mean, you know, like, how is it working with DP? You know, I mean, are there some things that we left, I mean, not in addition to, you know, has anyone applied for the permit, but maybe there's a process to sort of kind of check in early on, right? And there probably won't be a lot of building permits, I mean, but you could still monitor that, and then after that couple of years, and it just forces us to work with DPS, look at the process, what's going,
Yeah,
what's,
the process.
and then at the 4 years, it's a.
It's a meaningful.
Well, and then another thing I was thinking that could be helpful is just getting in the habit of doing an annual housing update to the council, to the board, right? Again, Lisa's like, wait, what? But, you know, we already pulled together so much data that we have to report to the state, to the county. I think it would be helpful to be able to, and we've talked about a lot of this in a lot of different, whether it was local housing targets or, you know, just the permit or the pipeline update. You know, we could kind of combine all of that into an annual report that, after we've collected it for all of those other purposes, to report to the board and say, here's where the pipeline stands. Here's, you know, what, how much we've produced in the last year in terms of this type, that type, and that type of housing. You know, we could kind of go through something that should just be a standard annual, here's your update.
Well, I will add, I do a housing productions. I'm like the resident survey filler outer around here. So I fill out a survey about housing production, preservation, and affordability. I work with DHA, DPS, HHS, HOC, and it's basically a housing survey. So we could see, we have a lot of material already existing, and we can add on to that with this information and bring that
As
to
soon
the
as we
board
get
every
the
year.
Lisa cloning technology necessary to produce it,
Yeah,
Next year's budget.
I'm perfectly fine with that. It's just that the annual update report, all of those is good. These 4 years, it's more than a check-in. It's like the GIP that we come and we see that if we could, changes to it. Update on everything, I'm fine every 2 years, I'm fine every other years, every year in annual basis and so on. But I'm saying that if we want to do a meaningful review of all of these processes that we are putting in and see what is the full impact, that takes time, and I'm okay with 4 years that you're doing, yeah.
So, but there's just don't want to beat this to death, but there's a 1 year, here's the data. That's just, housing data. But I just still think maybe the first time around this, in this 2 year, what is the process, how's the process working just on attainable housing? And then we have the 4 year, every 4 year to dive in and, what changes need to be made.
Yeah,
and stuff.
and I think it's, not to, we can put this one to rest and move on, but one of the things that really comes to mind is like the catalyst policies, right? And we don't know exactly what council is, of course, gonna adopt from the recommendations, but that feels like a really good opportunity to sort of sit down, and there's a lot of different ways to evaluate that, of course. Like, I don't know exactly how many single-family homes detached are permitted on an annual basis, but after this goes into effect and after the pattern book is here, and it's like there's opportunities, I think, to explore, like, kind of checking in with permits that didn't come in under attainable housing and sort of try to understand, was it the lack of catalyst policies? Was it lack of other incentives? Did you just not aware of the program? There's a million reasons why things can still come in as single-family homes. So I think there's a lot of pieces that I think are interesting I'm not sure we actually need a ton of like data, like in terms of like attainable housing permits to do a lot of that analysis, right? It's almost like the lack of permits is also revelatory.
Is a relevant data point.
Yeah, but I like the ideas of the 1 year, kind of just like the numbers, and the 2 year process, and then the 4 year. Yeah, that all sounds good. I mean, this is a really potentially hopefully transformative policy change, and I think that it requires kind of a lot of attention in the interim periods.
This is also an area in which innovation is happening, not only here but across the country. It's a rapidly moving area, and so there is, as time goes on within the next 3, 4, 5 year period, will be opportunities and probably will be considerable amounts of sort of academic publication on the impact of certain policies within other areas. Burlington's changed, Austin has changed their stuff, Minneapolis was one of the first. We've had statewide things in Oregon 2 years ago, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. Like, we will, 3, it was either before COVID or after. That's the only timeline I recognize these ways. But we are getting some sort of critical mass on the changes to zoning and land use that will be coming to fruition over the next couple of years, and there's opportunities, I think, to learn and apply those. The variety and depth of the innovations is getting more and more as time goes on. So we have that option. We have that. We will have some information there as well.
Good. Are you guys good with where we are? Okay.
And finally, just, our next steps, we're going to come back in 2 weeks with a track change document and walk through that document with the board, integrating all of the comments we received over the past couple of months, all leading up to a briefing with the Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee on the 24th. We'll have a couple of work sessions with the PHP committee on what that ZTA will entail and work on drafting that over the summer, and then possible ZTA introduction in the fall. And that's it.
This is exceptional. Thank you. Thank you. This is really, really, really big work that you guys have done, and thank you for explaining it to us in a way that we can understand. So we're so thankful. We're so excited about moving this forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
If no other questions or comments, we're going to take a lunch break and come back at what time? 1:15? 1:15. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. We're on item number 6, Glenmont Forest Local Map Amendment number H149 and Preliminary Forest Conservation Plan number F20240450, where staff is recommending both on the local map amendment number H149, approval with binding elements and transmittal of comments to the hearing examiner for June 14th, 2024 public hearing, and the preliminary forest conservation plan number F20240450, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. So from our planning staff today to present this item is our Emily Tettelbaum and Amy Lindsley. So welcome, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Chair Harris, and good afternoon. For the record, my name is Emily Tettelbaum with the Mid-County Planning Division, and I am here with my colleague Amy Lindsay, who's going to discuss the forest conservation portion of this project. So as the Chair mentioned, this is Glenmont Forest, and we are reviewing a local map amendment application and an associated forest conservation plan. I wanted to briefly go over the process because I'm not sure you all have reviewed any or many local map amendments. They're relatively rare for us to see, so I just wanted to give you a brief overview. First of all, a local map amendment is a zoning map change that typically applies a floating zone to an individual property. The parameters for each floating zone are contained in the zoning code, but are only added to the zoning map after a property seeking that designation is approved. The floating zones are designed to be flexible enough to accommodate densities and uses that may not have been anticipated during the master plan process, although master and sector plans may recommend a floating zone for a property for the future, as was the case for this property. So a local map amendment, or LMA, requires 3 public hearings. There's quite a bit of process involved. First is what we're doing today, the hearing with the planning board. You'll make a recommendation to the hearing examiner, who will hold another hearing and write a report with a recommendation to the county council, who will hold another hearing, and then they make the final decision. So if the LMA is approved, there will be a subsequent sketch, preliminary, and site plan required for this property. So this is definitely not the only bite at the apple here. We're just looking at the kind of overview for the zoning approval for this property. I will also mention that binding elements that are approved with an LMA can only be modified by the county council. So we try to keep things fairly flexible in terms of the binding elements. We are recommending approval for both of the applications with transmittal of the comments to the hearing examiner for the LMA and approval with conditions for the forest conservation plan. The applicant is requesting to rezone this property from the R30 zone, which is a garden-style apartment multi-unit zone, basically, to a commercial residential floating zone with a maximum density of 1.75 FAR and a maximum height of 75 feet. This zone is recommended for the property in the Glenmont sector plan. So here's a look at the vicinity around the property. The property here is outlined in a red dashed line. For these types of applications, we define a neighborhood, which is shown here in the purple line, for purposes of assessing compatibility. This property is located in the southeast quadrant of the intersection of Georgia Avenue and Randolph Road, right up the street. The eastern side of the intersection is a node of commercial and higher density residential uses along these 2 very busy corridors. It's a pretty diverse area with a good mix of uses. The 4th District Montgomery County Police Station is located directly adjacent to the property. I'm pointing it out on the slide here. And there is an SHA-owned parcel adjacent to the property right next to the intersection. Further north across Randolph Road is the Glenmont Shopping Center that has a lot of goods and services, including a grocery store. The metro station, the Glenmont Metro Station, is located approximately half a mile northwest of the property. You can see it here, also within the defined neighborhood area. The neighborhood is bordered by Georgia Avenue on the west here. To the south, there is a church right at the southwest corner of the property. And then further south are two-story townhouses, this property right here, owned by HOC. And then additional multi-unit and townhouse properties further south of that. A single-family neighborhood is located directly east of the property, also included in the staff-defined neighborhood. And Wheaton Regional Park is located east of the property. Right here, we've included two of the parcels, of the westernmost parcels of Wheaton Regional Park within the staff-defined neighborhood. There are streams that cross both properties. The property here is separated by a paper street, which is right here, and then a privately owned parcel right here. So here's a closer look at the property from an aerial view. Again, the property is outlined in red here. It's developed with a garden-style apartment complex known as the Glenmont Forest Apartments. It consists of 19 2- and 3-story buildings constructed in the early 1960s with a total of 482 dwelling units. And note that none of these existing units are regulated affordable housing. The buildings are aging, and significant maintenance on them will likely be needed in the coming years to keep them operational. The property has 3 vehicular access points. One on Georgia right here, it's a right in, right out. There's a signalized intersection right here, and then there is another right in, right out on Randolph Road. And a road with surface parking circles all the buildings here. That is the current circulation through the property, and there's a system of pedestrian paths that connect all the buildings through the property. You can also get a feel for the character of the property here. There are a lot of significant and specimen trees scattered all throughout the property, and it really gives the property kind of a wooded feel. There are notable topography and environmental features on the property. It slopes down from high points along Randolph and Georgia to a stream right here in the southeastern corner. There are 2 forest stands, 1.79 acres in total that are in the vicinity of the stream in the corner. So as I mentioned, the proposal here is to rezone the property from R30 to a commercial residential floating zone to allow the redevelopment of the aging apartment complex with up to 2,275 dwelling units and 5,000 square feet of non-residential use. The applicant has committed to providing 15% of the units as MPDUs. And we are also discussing with the applicant the intent to provide at least the same number of 2- and 3-bedroom units that are provided in the current complex, and potentially to enter into an agreement with DHCA to provide 10% market rate affordable units. Those details will be determined at a subsequent regulatory review. So on this slide, you can see the floating zone plan that accompanies an LMA application. It shows a conceptual layout of the site. If the LMA application is approved, the site design, building layout, and all the details will be refined through subsequent regulatory reviews. So the floating zone plan shows up to 8 multi-unit buildings that include structured parking. The tallest buildings at 75 feet, closer to Randolph and Georgia Avenue, and stepping down in height as they approach the eastern portion of the property that borders the single-family neighborhood. to the east. The applicant is requesting flexibility to provide townhouses along the eastern and southern portions of the property, depending on market conditions and design strategies. So that will, again, be determined at a subsequent regulatory phase. So up to 5,000 square feet of non-residential development is proposed on parcel C here, adjacent to Randolph Road with good visibility to the busy road and the shopping center across the street. All the buildings are laid out on a grid with shorter blocks to promote pedestrian walkability and connectivity through the property and between buildings. So approaching the eastern property line, as I mentioned, the buildings step down in height. So consistent with a recommendation of the Glenmont sector plan, the applicant has proposed a binding element that limits building height to 45 feet within 100 feet of the property line. So here's 100 feet right here. The staff report calls this the eastern transition zone, and you can also see the transition area in this diagram on the left-hand part of the slide. So the buildings within 100 feet can be a maximum of 45 feet. There's also a generous 45-foot building setback proposed from that eastern property line. And a generous setback also proposed from the southern property line adjacent to the existing townhouse community to the south. So this is the conceptual open space plan. 10% of the property is required to be provided as open space, which equates to approximately 3.2 acres. This open space plan submitted with the floating zone plan shows 11% open space. Again, this will be evaluated much more closely during subsequent reviews. The kind of centerpiece of the development and the open space system is a 1 acre neighborhood green that's located right here at the intersection of the two major roads that run through the property. The neighborhood green also connects to a natural surface trail that runs through the proposed forest conservation area, which surrounds the stream in this corner of the property. And there's also open space shown on this parcel right here. And again, we'll look at that much more closely during subsequent regulatory reviews when we'll look at the design and details of the open space. So moving on to the circulation. So vehicular access will be provided at 4 points along the property frontage. So 3 of these access points are very similar to those that exist today, looking at the vehicular access. So this is the existing access at Georgia, one of the signalized intersections at Randolph Road here that is in approximately the same location. There's a right in, right out. On Georgia, that is in approximately the same location as it exists today. And then this yellow star shows a proposed new access point on Erskine Avenue right here. So consistent with the Glenmont sector plan, Erskine Avenue is shown as being extended through the property here. So allowing this access provides another way to get to a signalized intersection to take a left on Randolph to head south on Georgia Avenue. The sector plan also recommends looking at Wallace Avenue during the local map amendment process, but Wallace, the extension of that road is really infeasible due to the environmental features of the property. So pedestrian and bicycle access will be provided along Georgia Avenue, Randolph Road, Erskine Avenue through improved sidewalks and bicycle facilities with details to be determined their subsequent process. As previously discussed, the subject property is located within half a mile of the Glenmont Metro Rail Station, just a few blocks to the north of the property, as I showed in an earlier slide. So this is a very transit-rich location. In addition, WMATA and ride-on bus routes operate along Georgia Avenue, and a bus rapid transit route is planned along Georgia Avenue in the future.
Does the pedestrian and bicycle connects to Wheaton Regional Park?
That is perfect question, because we're about to talk about that. So perfect timing. You couldn't have picked a better time. So you did receive an email about this from the president of the Glenmont Exchange community. It was email correspondence between he and I about this very issue. So that email actually recommends a connection to the park that is through, it would come like this and then go through the paper street here and this private parcel into the park this way. The Parks Department looked at this very closely during the 2022 Wheaton Regional Master Park Plan. They looked at the feasibility of different kind of connections in this area and determined that the most feasible connection for an ADA compliant connection would be on this property just to the south, which is called, let me look that up, Georgian Woods Place. It's part of this HOC property located just south of the Glenmont Forest property. You can see here's the master plan, here's the property here, Georgian Woods Place, and this connects into the Wheaton Regional Park Trail Network. And so this is the floating zone plan on the left. These purple arrows show pedestrian connections into the property, not all of them, but some of the pedestrian connections into the property to the south of the property, and then a connection is shown with this property to the south. So details about that connection, again, will have to be determined sometime in the future. But what is shown on the floating zone plan is consistent with the 2022 Wheaton Regional Park Plan. So redevelopment of the property will be implemented in multiple phases as shown conceptually here. This plan shows 5 different phases. The relocation strategy of the existing residents that desire to remain is a key component of the applicant's phasing plan. As construction proceeds, the existing units will be maintained and current tenants will be given priority to occupy the new units. This is going to be a very complicated phasing plan, so we fully expect that this plan will evolve a lot given the scale and complexity of this redevelopment. But this is kind of an initial concept of how the phasing could work. So I am going to turn the presentation over to my colleague, Amy Lindsay, to talk about the Forest Conservation Plan.
Good afternoon. For the record, Amy Lindsay with Mid-County Planning, here to talk about the Forest Conservation Plan, F 2024-0450. So as Emily mentioned, the existing property has some significant topography associated with it. In fact, this is one of the main reasons why a connection to Wheaton Regional Park is not feasible in this location. To the back of the property, you can see the Glen Allen tributary of the Northwest Branch, a tributary that the Parks Department is in fact just getting ready to do a major stream restoration of. So we've got some significant topography in the back with, you see elevations of around 378 feet. You can see up on Georgia Avenue, we're at 446 feet. So that's a pretty significant drop, and the land kind of, it folds inwards to that stream. So, you know, that's kind of important to keep in mind as we talk about forest retention and tree preservation, the grading that it will be necessary to redevelop the property. Right now, the existing development is is tucked in a radial configuration, and they're garden apartments, so the circulation system is a little bit different. Next. The Forest Conservation Plan shows that there are 1.33 acres of forest on the property. The applicant is proposing to retain 1.32 acres of forest. Only 0.01 acres of forest will be cleared, and that's for a stormwater outfall. Additionally, the applicant is proposing to plant 3.33 acres of forest and provide 0.54 acres of landscape planting. In this area of the county, landscape planting for forest conservation credit is allowed and encouraged. The entire Stream Valley buffer will be replanted. So that is definitely meeting forest conservation law. And the forest is also being used strategically to link to not only Wheaton Regional Park, but also to provide a bit of a buffer from the surrounding single-family development. Next. Now, the plan before you does not include a specimen tree variance, because at this time, we don't know where the limits of disturbance will be. And so there's no way to tell you that a specific tree cannot be avoided or we can minimize the impacts. We're hoping to be able to do that through the detailed review in future phases. As Emily has mentioned, the property contains numerous large trees. There are about 120 protected trees, so trees greater than 30 inches in diameter on this property. And as you can see from the photographs, they're all tucked in amongst the buildings. Even to demolish a building, it will require a variance to do so. So, as is currently shown, the plan may involve the removal of 105 protected trees. But as I mentioned, as we move through the process, we will be looking to minimize the loss and to provide mitigation, if we cannot avoid the trees and minimize the loss. Next.
For the record, again, Emily Tettelbaum. So onto the analysis and findings. So the local map amendment application meets all the required findings for approval in Chapter 59, the zoning code. As described in the staff report, the application substantially conforms with both the general plan and the Glenmont sector plan, furthers the public interest by providing a significant amount of new housing in a very transit accessible, amenity-rich location, and is compatible with adjacent developments with height and setbacks established with the floating zone. The Forest Conservation Plan meets the requirements of Chapter 22A and conforms to the environmental guidelines. So staff recommends approval of both applications, approval of the recommendation for approval of the local map amendment with binding elements and transmittal of the comments to the hearing examiner, and approval with conditions of the Forest Conservation Plan. And we are happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have one person to give public testimony. It's Leopoldo Villegas, and I think he's online. Mr. Villegas, you have welcome. You have 3 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you so much. Just give me a second for sharing the screen. My name is Leopoldo Villegas. I am living in 2008 Glenallen Avenue, and this is exactly the intersection between Erskine Avenue and Glenallen. Thank you for the previous presenters. I think they highlighted
Excuse me,
some
sir.
of the
Can you
issues that-
give us 1 second here? Okay, you are not sharing your screen. You have a presentation, sir. Why don't you
Yes,
share
I
your
do.
screen and
Just
you
give
can
me a second.
start again.
Okay, thank you. Can you please let me know if you can see the presentation?
Yes, we see it. Thank you.
Excellent. So starting over, my name is Leopoldo Villegas. I'm living in 2008 Glen Allen Avenue. Just basically here is just to explain in the next 2 minutes some of the concerns connecting Lemon Forest with Erskine Avenue. This is just a picture of how this is look at the end of this Erskine Avenue is the complex, the development. And we just wanted to raise some concerns. So this is a multi-ethnic, diverse community. It's a very peaceful environment. We really take care of the ecosystem here, and we're trying to live in peace. And we really appreciate and we're really happy to hear about the development, but we have some security concerns as owners and also living here. We see the day-to-day life here. So this is the plan, and this is the opening. So in the later review, there is a proposed access in Randolph that say that might not be allowed, which means that most of the traffic here is going to be directed through the traffic light here in Randolph, the main one, the one in Georgia, and then the connection through Erskine. We have a school just one block ahead, just one block from Glen Allen. What we're going to see here is what we see every single day. People are just skipping the roads, going to the smaller road to trying to get to the adjacent road to get the kids and not going straight to the school road. So here, basically, the safety concerns are related to pedestrians and the whole environment. So what we have here is there is a traffic volume. I'm correcting here the units. So we have 482 units, and this is a 4 times increase on the density. So there is going to be a traffic volume. There is some of the text in the revised version of the proposal saying that it's going to be a delay. This delay did not mention, and we haven't seen any report about the whole service provisions, DoorDash, Uber Eats, Amazon, that is going to be providing services to the development and all the connection with the surrounding areas. In terms of pedestrian safety, there is a high risk for student and pedestrian here. There is no pedestrian side in half of the Glen Allen area. There is no pedestrian in Erskine either. There is also an environmental impact, as my predecessors just were explaining to us. We have several of the trees only in this small space of Erskine. There are more than 20 of those big protected trees. Regarding the bike, we really, really like this, but there are several concerns that we have been even discussing with the transportation department before, which is the slope. At Randall here, we have 442. The elevation is very high, and then there is like a 45 degrees going down in Glen Allen Avenue, and also there is a slope in the road from the development to Erskine, which make the corner of Glen Allen with Erskine a very susceptible place. In this red line, there are no pedestrian sides, there are no way to put a bump, and there is no way to put a crosspath here because the turn right here from Randolph to Glen Allen is it's not safe and basically have some risk. Some suggestions here for the planning is traffic calming measure. In some way, I think we will suggest to install a speed bump, crosswalk, traffic light for safety, and the safety here is for basically for students and pedestrians. Green buffer zones, we're glad to see that coming. Pedestrian pathway need to be clear, and also to limit the vehicle access. So here we are not seeing the real numbers. So we're talking about here probably an estimation of 600 to 800 cars without service provision for the commercial area. We're talking again for the Uber Eats, Amazon, DoorDash, and everyday. And that will definitely affect our quality of life as homeowners. In conclusion, just prioritizing the safety of the well-being of the residents, wildlife, and restricting the access to be via Erskine Avenue. We know that there is a nice way to go out, but also at what cost. In terms of the board rules, so we really encourage the board to seriously consider the community concerns and suggestions. We're really happy to help to meet and to make suggestions. We live here. We know the everyday here when the schools are out and the peak hours, and we know what is happening. So we really would like to have Erskine Avenue as it is, to remain with the wildlife, and also we propose and suggest, engage more with the residents in this planning process. And for me, it's really a red flag not having the public school Montgomery County here and transportation department when those issues has been raised in the previous years. And we basically, what we're trying here is to adopt development practice and ensure the safety and sustainability. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Villegas. It's important to get community input, and then we appreciate your presentation. Thank you. So now we'll turn to the applicant. Would the applicant team like to give a presentation?
Yes,
and
please.
during your presentation, could you address the best you can any of the concerns that Mr. Villegas has presented? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Harris and members of the board. Steve Robbins with the law firm of Lord Shirley and Brewer. I'm pleased to be here presenting the Glenmont Forest Investors LP, the applicant in this local map amendment and the preliminary forest conservation plan that is before you today. We have a number of people here with us today. We have Brian Alford with Grady Management and Jeremy Duffy, who is in the back here with the Duffy Companies on behalf of the applicant. Gary Unterberg, Matthew Lakin, Randall Renfro, I think he's on the screen there, and Steve Allison of Rogers Consulting. And we have Nancy Randall here, who is also our traffic consultant with Wells and Associates, and of course my colleague Liz Rogers from Lord Shirley and Brewer. Before we begin our presentation, I would really like to acknowledge the efforts of staff that participated in the evaluation of these applications. In particular, thank you to Emily Teitelbaum, the lead planner, for her hard work on this application, as well as Amy Lindsay and Richard Brockmeyer. They all deserve a lot of credit on this. It's a detailed project, and we had a very strong working relationship getting through this application. Thanks also to Matt Folden and Kerry Sanders for the leadership on this application as well. We really do very much appreciate it. As staff mentioned, the applicant is seeking approval of a local map amendment to rezone the property from R30 to the CRF zone to accommodate the redevelopment of the aging garden apartment complex known as the Glenmont Forest Apartments. The rezoning will facilitate the development of a significant amount of additional housing near the metro. The project responds to its transit-oriented location and also ensures compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. The project explicitly follows the recommendations of the approved and adopted Glenmont Sector Plan that calls for the opportunity for a future rezoning of the property to the CR zone at the density levels proposed. The project includes a bonding element that will limit the height to 45 feet for the first 100 feet along the eastern property boundary to provide for a compatible transition in height to the surrounding residential neighborhood. The sector plan requires a zoning strategy that puts in place assurances that this first 100 feet on the eastern edge of the site will be developed with no greater than 45 feet. And we do fully address this requirement. The application also includes a commitment to provide 15% MPDUs in an area of the county that only requires, at this point in time, 12.5%. Right now, there are no governmental regulated affordable housing on the site. The sector plan emphasizes meeting new housing needs. This application certainly does that and provides the flexibility for a variety of housing type. What I'd like to do now is I'd like to turn over the presentation to Brian Alford to say a few words on behalf of the applicant.
First, let me say thank you to the staff for all the work on this, as well as the board. We're excited for this opportunity. I'm Brian Alford, president of Grady Management, here today representing the ownership as well as the management of Glenmont Forests. Also with me representing ownership and the future development is Jeremy Duffy of the Duffy Companies. Grady Management's been operating locally for over 60 years, and the Duffy Companies have been operating locally for over 70 years. Grady Management's family-owned and operated management firm. Currently, we oversee a portfolio of a little over 12,000 units, and approximately 2,500 of those are apartment homes here in the county. The Duffy Companies is third-generation family-owned and operated company involved in residential and commercial real estate development, as well as asset management and property management. Currently, the Duffy Companies are closely working with HOC on the development of 3 communities here in the county: Hillendale, Wheaton, and Clarksburg. The ownership of Glenmont Forest itself consists of families as well as some individuals. that have been owners of the community since 1984. Grady Management has owned it since that time. The existing improvements are nearing their useful lifespan and will need significant reinvestment in the coming years. Instead of putting the money into the existing buildings, we're opting to redevelop in a manner that will allow us to bring the community in alignment with the county's goals. As long-term owners and operators of Glenmont Forest, we're committed to ensuring that the community fulfills the needs of the residents, both existing as well as new residents, and making sure that the new development is compatible with the surrounding community. The phasing of this redevelopment will be closely considered so as to minimize displacement of our existing residents, who will be giving priority and right of first refusal to either the existing units that are still there while we're doing the new development, or have right of first refusal to the new units once they're constructed. So again, thank you very much to the staff and the board for reviewing the application and the hard work that's gone into this thus far. We're very excited for this opportunity to redevelop Glenmont Forest. So thank you.
Gary?
Good afternoon, Gary Unterberg with Rogers Consulting. We do have a presentation, and I'd like to go through that. I think I can address or at least express where we're coming from for the connection to Erskine. And with that, let's see, catch up here. So staff has gone through a lot of these details, so I'm going to hit the highlights. I'll give you maybe the 5-minute version versus the half-hour version. Also, or less. Also, it's been mentioned we will be back. So upon approval of the zoning, we still have the whole subdivision process to go through. And particularly at preliminary plan, that is when the traffic study will be approved. So you'll be seeing all the numbers, updated numbers at the time of preliminary plan, and that will further address the traffic, particularly the traffic numbers at preliminary plan. This is a sketch from the master plan, particularly the design guidelines. It does highlight the recommendation and the items that should go forward with the rezoning, and they are neighborhood open space. We believe we're doing that and accomplishing that. Talks about the height transition, which Emily mentioned. It does mention the circulation networks and recommends that Erskine be extended and or Wallace. Wallace doesn't work because of the environmental constraints as mentioned, but this is where the connection to Erskine is coming from the master plan, and to complete this grid and give multiple options for entrance and vehicles to move. We are establishing a grid. A grid network has been established, and then also the habitat preservation and restoration with the stream valley and the forest conservation. This is a little bit more detail, and that won't go through all these, but again, they accomplish those 4 main items that are in the master plan that we just mentioned. Go to the next one. This is our plan. Again, we do show Erskine connecting as a public road through to Randolph Road per the master plan recommendation. The other roads complete the grid. We're showing those as private roads right now. We do have our open space, the preservation of the stream valley, and then one of the overarching goals, particularly close to Metro, is to add housing. So with the recommended 1.5 residential FAR, that's how we're getting to this 2,275 number. And then last but not least, this again reemphasizes the forest conservation plan, what we're preserving, what we're planting to be in compliance with the forest conservation law. And with that, happy to answer any questions, and Steve, if you want to.
Well, I would just conclude by just saying, Mr. Chair and Board, the project implements the goals and recommendations of the sector plan. We've hit on that hard, so has staff, which includes the emphasis to meet housing needs. I think Amy adequately and did a really good job on describing the forest conservation. We're putting an area that isn't in an easement now in an easement, and we're also doing something that I think is very important, which is protecting the stream valley buffer as well, which will also be a part of that easement arrangement. Also, providing stormwater management under today's standards or the standards that are in effect when we get the further entitlements approved, which will be a significant environmental upgrade. This is really an exciting opportunity for a new and existing project in Glenmont. Glenmont is a high priority, as I don't need to tell you that, for the county, and this is an exciting project to get underway and to really make Glenmont a terrific place for the future. We concur with the findings contained in the staff report and are in agreement with the staff's recommendations for conditions of approval, including the binding elements that we recommended in the plan itself. We agree with the staff recommendation that the LMA meets all the standards and requirements contained in the zoning ordinance to allow the district council to make all the necessary findings to approve the LMA, and of course that the preliminary forest conservation plan meets all of the requirements of the code. With that, we would respectfully request that the planning board recommend approval of this LMA and also approve the preliminary forest conservation plan. As Gary mentioned, we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Robbins. The board have any questions, comments?
I have a comment. I am currently, or my law firm is a current tenant of the Grady Management Building in downtown Silver Spring, a beautiful, well-maintained building. And as a result, I think there's a potential conflict, and so I cannot participate in commenting or voting on this matter.
Okay. Well, thank you for letting us know. Thank you. Other questions, comments?
Go ahead, Major.
First of all, this is a very exciting project. I totally agree that Glenmont needs that. I hope that this project and also the Glenmont Shopping Center, they both happen. It's very exciting. It's very much needed. I saw that, the existing is 482 dwelling. You almost make it 5 times more. So this is what we need to happen, especially in that area. I just have a few questions that how we're going to do that. I'm just assuming that because the existing, buildings are close to 60 years old, they're probably naturally affordable housing. How are we going to make sure that the existing tenants are able to afford a brand new, beautiful building that I know that you have a good portion, 15% MPDU, but still that may not be enough for all the existing 400, I'm assuming that the majority of people there, they probably paying maybe affordable cost. And so that is one question. The second question that I have is that we have been trying to maintain the same number of the 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom of 482. So, but your unit is about 22,000. So if you keep the same number of 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms, a majority of those would be 1 bedroom. Some just over 1,500. So I'm wondering that if there is a way that could be allowed more of 2 bedroom or 3 bedroom that we have. And the third question that I have is regarding 120 protected trees, about 105 would be, removed. I do not know if that is completely finalized or if there is any room that if there are some that could be saved, we add to it. It's just that something that I have in my heart. They're beautiful trees. Thank you.
Sure. For the record, Liz Rogers with Larch Early. I'll take each question in turn. So in terms of the affordable nature, you're right, there are kind of lower rents here compared to the newer developments in the county, just given the age of the buildings. And that's partly why we've provided, or proffering to provide the 15% MPUs more than the 12.5 that's required, and then also exploring being able to provide 10% additional units that would be subsidized by the county through rental agreements, which we've had preliminary conversations with DHCA on, so that those two together, if they both work out, would allow us to provide more affordable units that are kind of subsidized, regulated affordable units than exist today.
So if we do those, we're going to get up to 400 and close to 480 units? Is
Yeah,
that
I think it's actually like 568 total if
Oh,
we
okay.
are able to do the 10% rental agreement
Wonderful.
and the, yeah.
That would.
And then in terms of the 2 and 3 bedroom, so right now it's obviously a very preliminary stage. So what we've just kind of committed to is striving to at least maintain what's there, but not precluding us from providing more larger size units moving forward. It's just more of a site plan detail to have a better sense of units, but something we certainly will consider as we move forward.
Yeah, this was by no means an intent to say the remaining units will all be one bedrooms.
Okay, wonderful. That's good to hear, too.
So it's something
Thank you.
we'll certainly keep in mind as we move forward.
Well, going, in continuing, yes, that came up as a potential red flag, but in your unit mix, it looked as if you had a more reasonable, if that was the unit mix in there, it was more it was less than what you had today on a percentage, but it still was more reasonable because, as Mitra said, right now, only what you're preserving is only 14% of the, in 2 and 3s is 14% of the new total mix. So we're hoping that in the preliminary plan, what you show as your unit mix is a more family kind of mix versus what you have here. And then, so thank you. And then thank you for explaining that you're working with HOC to come up with affordability so that no one is displaced or anything like that, yeah. Because the MPDU rents may even be higher. I don't know. I don't know what the current people are paying, but that may be much lower than some of the MPDU rents.
And then, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead.
Just lastly, about the trees that you mentioned. I mean, that's the whole strategy that I think staff had in place was that we don't know exactly the exact number of trees that will be removed right now because it's so early in the process. There are a number of trees that are very close to buildings that will eventually be taken down, and that's why I think staff wanted to defer that sort of action until we have a better grip on the actual layout of the plan and how removal of some of those buildings will affect some of the trees, so that we'll deal with that when we come in for preliminary plan and site plan.
Yeah, I really appreciate. It's nothing more beautiful than you have a beautiful building and you step out and you see big, beautiful tree providing, not only beauty, also some other natural benefits that people can get.
Comments from the other board members? So this is love the number of units, definitely needed near transportation, near shopping. This is what we're calling complete communities. So love that. Just as out of curiosity, maybe staff can answer it. Since this is a CRF, proposed CRF zone, what if you didn't have the F? What couldn't you do there?
So if they had rezoned this to CR in the Glenmont sector plan, then you would have seen just a CR zone, and they would have been able to move forward without the local map amendment. Since the sector plan left the zoning as R30, they are applying for the floating zone, and that brings that, so they need to apply for the CRF zone. Does that answer your question? The standards, the density standards, height, they're not significantly different in the floating zone, although they are proposing binding elements that would restrict the use more than would probably be the case if it was just a CR zone. But through this process, you don't have the ability to just put the CR zone down on the property. You have to do the CRF zone.
Okay. So through the local map amendment, it has to be.
It has to be a floating zone, yes, for this type of local map amendment, yes.
Great, thank you. That answers my question.
Practically, though, once the zoning's in place, it's treated exactly the same way in terms of process, requirements, and the like.
Great, thank you.
I was just going to add Carrie Sanders, Mid-County Division Chief. I think the biggest difference is the local map amendment takes longer than if the zone was simply in place. So it adds more process and time.
Okay, great, thank you.
May I jump in with one quick question? On the commercial development, what, if any, plans do you have for the, I think it's up to 5,000 square feet, if any, commercial development? Because you're fairly close to existing commercial and some fairly vibrant existing commercial, and I imagine a fairly decent target for redevelopment as well on the north side of that street. Do you need the C in the CR or not, like that FAR in there?
It provides for some flexibility for minimal amounts of commercial development. We recognize we're right next to the Glenmont Shopping Center. We're not trying to compete for commercial development, but it does provide for some flexibility, not only for, if you want to say, some low-intensity retail, but there also are uses in the zoning ordinance that come under the commercial heading instead of residential, for example, daycare or other types of uses that would fit within the 5,000 square feet.
Okay.
So it's a minimal amount, but it provides for flexibility, to provide for a large-scale development that would make sense.
Yeah.
Great, okay.
That's for our staff. This is an amazing project. We want it because it's going to implement the sector plan. But the process is a little bit cumbersome. You know, it takes a lot that they have to come here to do a local map amendment, then they have to go to the hearing officer, then they have to go to the county council, then they have to come back and start with the sketch plan, site plan, and preliminary plan. I don't know if there is any way that we could help in this process that move smoother and faster, and if there is any way that it could be streamlined for these processes. Maybe it's too late for you, but for maybe the other projects that they come, it's just too lengthy. And frankly, I do not know how long it takes. We want it to come fast.
It is, you're absolutely right. It is a lengthy process, and I think since 2013 is when this master plan was approved, I think we've kind of evolved in our thinking about master plans and how we rezone properties as part of that process. Back then, I think if a developer wasn't thinking about redeveloping, then they weren't necessarily given a new zone. And I think the kind of thinking on that has been evolving since that time. I'm sure one of my colleagues that works on master plans more than I do could probably speak more to that. But yeah, but the good thing about the local map amendment is it does give flexibility to at least apply for these new zones.
Yeah, and I think to add to Emily's response, which was a good one, we are now, when we look at master plans, we're being a bit more bold, I think, with just making the zoning change versus having language that maybe encourages a local map amendment. We're just changing the zoning.
I understand, but if there is any way that we could provide the process easier for them and also for future projects or applicants, that it's actually implementing what we want, and it is helping us to get to our goals for housing and whatever that we have, we need to help them to streamline and expedite the process. So I do not know what we can do within our existing limitations, but I'm sure that if comes at one point, maybe we can come up with a way to help them to move on faster. And it would be faster and less expensive, that we all want it.
Right, absolutely. So that's a great question. And I think one of the things we want to look at here as we work with the applicant is this a good candidate for the speed to market process? And given the desirability of putting more housing at Metro, particularly one of our most least used metro stations in the system, we really want to see that ridership go up. And we also want to provide affordable housing and housing options at metro stations. It really furthers the goals of Thrive. So I think, as we work with the applicant, if, this could be an option. Often we have done with local map amendments a more streamlined process where we have perhaps a sketch plan and a preliminary plan and a site plan running concurrently. That is not unheard of. We've done that in the past. So, as we work with the applicant, that might be something that we want to look at here.
Yeah, that would be very helpful, especially that when they are financially ready, if they, and we should hope that we would be able to match their time to make this happen sooner than later.
Great question, great question. How can we always do this faster? So thank you so much. So if there are no other questions, lovely project. We look forward to you going to the next step. You're going to vote now, but as you also look at your parking, yeah, I saw it was a 1-to-1. If it can be less, think that would be, we always like less, as long as you feel you can work with that amount. So if I have no other questions or comments, do I have a motion? We have to do two, I'm sure. Okay. Do I have a motion for approval of local Met Amendment Number H149, where staff is recommending approval with binding elements and transmittal of comments to the hearing examiner for a June 14th, 2024 public hearing?
Yeah. Move that we approve local map amendment number H149 with the binding elements and transmit comments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, 4 ayes and 1 abstain. And then next is, do I have a motion for approval of the preliminary forest conservation plan F20240450?
Yeah, I'll move that we approve preliminary forest conservation plan number F 2024-0450.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 4 with 1 abstention. Thank you so much. Look
Thank you
forward
very much.
to
We
moving
appreciate
forward.
it,
Thank
your
you.
attention.
And we'll just take a
And of course, the approval.
2-minute
Thank you.
break and start with our next item, which is item number 7, PLD Lot 25 redevelopment sketch plan number 320240070, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 7, PLD Lot 25 redevelopment, sketch plan number 320240070, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. This afternoon, we have Grace Bogdan with the Planning Department presenting this project. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Planning Board. Again, for the record, Grace Bogdan with Down County, presenting a new sketch plan application for PLD Lot 25 in downtown Bethesda. Today, we are recommending approval with conditions, and if the Planning Board were to approve the project, subsequent applications for a mandatory referral, preliminary plan, and site plan would be required. So this project is located in downtown Bethesda. Just to orient you, it's located where the star is on your screen in the southern portion of Montgomery County. More specifically, within downtown Bethesda, this property is located on the east side of Wisconsin Avenue. The property is highlighted in the red dashed line on your screen with frontage on Maple Avenue, Tilbury Street, and Highland Avenue. This property is a county surface parking lot number 25. The county also owns a surface parking lot number 44, just to the south of this project. Both of these lots the county has entered into a general development agreement to redevelop both of these county parking lots with separate developers. So the application under consideration for today is specifically for lot number 25, and a separate application for lot 44 has been submitted and is under review separately. So within this area on the eastern side of Wisconsin Avenue, this area is more of a transitional block from the higher intensity uses of the Wisconsin Avenue corridor, so stepping down to 1 to 2 story commercial uses. To the south of the subject site are single-family dwellings that have been transformed into commercial businesses. On the north side of the site across Maple Avenue, there are also single-family homes still used as single-family homes. And then once you move past Tilbury Street, it is predominantly single-family homes. It's the East Bethesda neighborhood. Just a little more context for this project. It is located within the 2017 Downtown Sector Plan, Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan, and this plan envisions an eastern greenway for this portion of Bethesda. It will be a linear greenway that stretches from the north of Maple Avenue down to Cheltenham Drive, and the eastern greenway is intended to be comprised of new park spaces, privately owned public open spaces, and the existing parks such as Chase Avenue and Cheltenham Urban Park. Just south of this subject property is a project called 8001 Wisconsin Avenue. This redevelopment includes the entire block and has received planning board approval for a sketch plan and preliminary plan. And that project would provide a new residential building on the block and a 70-foot wide portion of privately owned public open space for the Eastern Greenway. So an aerial of the subject property is located on your screen. As you can see, it is the county surface parking lot. It contains approximately 183 spaces with access points off of Highland Avenue to the south and Maple Avenue to the north. It is 1.88 acres in size, and it is split zoned. So on the western portion of the property, it has a higher FAR, a CR of 3, and the eastern side of the property is a zoning of CRT 0.5, and both have a maximum height of 70 feet and within the Bethesda overlay zone. When the subdivision originally created this area, it included 10-foot wide public alleys, and so 2 of those are located on and adjacent near the property, shown in the yellow arrows on your screen. These are unimproved alleys, so we refer to them as paper alleys. The east-west alley goes from Tilbury Street to the east to the north-south alley to the west, and the north-south alley would connect Maple Avenue to the north and Highland Avenue to the south. Again, these are unimproved, publicly owned alleys. So the applicant is proposing to redevelop the site with a new mixed-use building for up to 230,000 square feet in size. This would accommodate up to 235 units, with 20% of those being moderately priced dwelling units. The requirement in Bethesda is 15%, but given the terms of the general development agreement, the applicant is providing an increased amount of MPDUs and will be targeting deeper levels of affordability within these units than otherwise required by code. The building will also provide up to 7,891 square feet of live-work units, and the applicant is requesting to increase the building height from the mapped 70 feet up to 83 feet. This is due to the applicant also providing 2 major public facilities, which is a replacement of those public parking spaces of 145 public dedicated parking spaces within the structured parking garage and additional private spaces for the residents, as well as publicly dedicating parkland for the Eastern Greenway of up to approximately 15,000 square feet.
Can I just ask a question here? Is the garages under the ground or over the ground?
There are underground levels and then a level at grade.
Okay.
And I have a building section I can show you. Right here. Okay, so the applicant is requesting this increase in building height, and this is given a provision within our zoning code for density and height limits, which essentially states that CR optional method projects may increase their building height with planning board approval if they are providing a major public facility that diminishes their ability to provide parking at or below grade. And so in this case, the applicant is providing the Eastern Greenway as a dedicated parkland. And given the terms of how they are dedicating the park in full, they are unable to build parking underneath that dedicated parkland area. So they are providing one floor of the garage just above grade, and that garage height is 12 feet 4 inches, and they are basically asking to add that height to the top of their building, essentially increasing the building height up to 83 feet. And so the applicant has put this provision in writing and requested DPS to weigh in on this, and they confirmed that the increase in height is in conformance with the provisions of the zoning code. And we will be reviewing this further at site plan based on the final details of the drawings.
So was it Parks Department that didn't want the parking to go under the park?
I think it's the way the land is being dedicated in full that they could not do it underneath the park. Additionally, with not having the parking underneath the park, they are able to provide more planting there and allow more canopy trees with the soil depth necessary for that. Does that answer your question? Yes. So with the Eastern Greenway, the Parks Department has put together a framework for the Eastern Greenway, and that is attached to the staff report, essentially outlining the types of programming and design features that they'd like to see included in this Greenway. So as these sites develop separately, they are providing a consistent framework and theme and design for these spaces. The applicant has been working closely with the Parks Department to ensure the conceptual design is in conformance with that framework, and this will be further analyzed at the time of site plan as the project moves forward. For projects within the Bethesda overlay zone, they are allowed to purchase Bethesda overlay zone density, as this project is, with a park impact payment for that density. However, there is a provision within the zoning ordinance that allows the park impact payment to be reduced when a project is dedicating parkland. So for this report, we have created a conceptual methodology in coordination with the Parks Department to determine how this reduction is determined. And so I've listed it on your screen in the colorful font, which essentially takes the adjusted land value of the dedicated land and dividing that by what would be the park impact payment. And essentially this creates a percentage. And so if that percentage is more than 100%, then essentially no park impact payment would be required, basically saying that the value of the land that we are having dedicated is more than what otherwise would be paid for in terms of the park impact payment. This is something that is conceptual in nature here, and we are bringing it forward for formal consideration in front of the board in July. And so we have conditioned the project to have this finalized at the time of site plan when we have final numbers in terms of density, public open space square footage, and all of the final numbers. This slide here shows the conceptual access and circulation proposed for the site. The applicant is proposing to have the garage and loading access points located off of Maple Avenue, and the main lobby entrance for pedestrians located off Highland Avenue, pointing south towards the rest of downtown Bethesda, Metro Station, and commercial uses. This is conceptual in nature, and there are other items that will be required at preliminary plans, such as a transportation impact study, site distance analysis to ensure the movements in and out of the garage are safe, as well as the applicant will be required to abandon the paper alley that moves east-west across the property, and we are requesting a loading management plan to make sure that the loading will occur in a fashion that is acceptable. The architecture for the project, there's a rendering located on your screen. This rendering is taken standing along Highland Avenue looking west, so we have the Eastern Greenway in the foreground as well as Tilbury Street. This project was reviewed by the Design Advisory Panel twice, in November of last year and January of this year, and the DAP voted that they are on track to receive the minimum design excellence points for projects located within Bethesda, and asked for certain refinements to the building as it moves forward to site plan, including the relationship of the building to the Greenway and activation of the building frontage along Highland Avenue and simplification of the overall elevations. The rendering here is taken from the north side of the project, so Maple Avenue on the right side of your screen, looking over the Eastern Greenway as well. And what this image shows is how the building is stepping down to a 35-foot maximum height along Maple Avenue, as there are the single-family residential homes on the north side of the street. And the zoning ordinance does require residential compatibility in this fashion, where it limits the building height at the property line to the 35 feet of the adjacent maximum height of the residential zone, and it can increase in height at a 45-degree angle from there. And again, this will also be finalized at site plan. As an optional method in the CR zone, the applicant is required to provide public benefit points. However, given that the applicant is providing 20% MPDUs, no other points are required other than the exceptional design in Bethesda, and of course, they are providing the major public facilities, and these will also be finalized at site plan. All noticing and signage requirements have been met, and the project also went before the Bethesda Implementation Advisory Committee in February. We have received correspondence throughout the project, and most of this correspondence was included in the staff report and addressed by item, and I do believe we received one additional piece of correspondence after the posting. And largely, these concerns are regarding the access being located only off of Maple Avenue, and there's a request to have an access point off of Maple Avenue and Highland Avenue to sort of reduce the traffic to only Maple Avenue, and then of course there's other concerns related to that. However, staff is supportive of the access being located off of Maple Avenue for a couple reasons. First off, we are supportive of consolidating access points so that reduces conflict points with pedestrians, and having it off of Maple Avenue means that Highland Avenue can be more dedicated to pedestrians, as that is where the building should be orientated, so the pedestrians can easily walk out of the building and move south towards Bethesda, where the Bethesda Metro Station and all the other points of activity are. And then additionally, the applicant did request that we add these letters into the record. It's the paper copies you received today. One is a letter of support from the East Bethesda Citizens Association, and they had been active in the design advisory panel process as well, and so we've included those minutes for you. And they've been supportive of the project, and the applicant's been working closely with them for the past couple of years over that. And so with that, staff does find that the project conforms to the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance and substantially conforms to the sector plan, and we're recommending approval with conditions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We have two people that want to provide public testimony. The first one is here, Mr. Ivan Galick, adjacent property owner. Please come up, sir. So you'll have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Ivan Galick. I am a resident of East Bethesda. My address is 4606 Maple Avenue, and I have owned and lived in my home since 1996. I am generally in support of the project. I would like to thank the Planning Board for providing me with an opportunity to testify before you today. I am here to testify today against the two proposed vehicular access points on Maple Avenue. I have previously provided written comments which are included in the public record as Attachment D. On page 21 of 34 of the document entitled PLD Lot 25 Redevelopment, the author provides the justification for consolidating vehicular access points to a single location on the site. The following justification is provided. Maple Avenue, as well as the two other project frontages, Highland and Tilbury Street, are all classified as downtown streets rather than residential roads, and as such are not restricted to one driveway or curb cut. To better understand the definitions of downtown streets and residential roads, I consulted the board's website and found two short videos that described each one. Downtown streets have the following characteristics. They're usually located in the most densely populated areas of the county and include Woodmont Avenue in Bethesda, Willard Avenue in Friendship Heights, Fenton Street in Silver Spring, and Grand Avenue in Wheaton. And they offer a blend of places to live, work, shop, and visit. In contrast, residential streets have the following characteristics. They're predominantly residential areas, limited or no transit service, sidewalks on both sides of the street, and they offer on-street parking. Based on these definitions, Maple Avenue is better defined as a residential street rather than a downtown street. It is predominantly residential. There is no transit service. There are sidewalks on both sides of the street, and it offers on-street parking. To be clear, Maple Avenue is nothing like the aforementioned downtown streets such as Woodmont Avenue. It's a residential street. It meets all of the characteristics of a residential street using the board's own definition. Importantly, at the December 4th public meeting, when the development team was asked about the decision to locate both vehicular access points on Maple, it was explained primarily as a financial decision due to the height differences between Highland and Maple and the resultant costs associated with constructing a garage or service bay entrance on Highland Avenue. The development team didn't mention anything about street definitions during this meeting. Basing this type of decision exclusively on financial considerations is an unacceptable rationale in light of the impact of the project on Maple Avenue residents. In light of this, I would strongly urge the board to reconsider this recommendation regarding the placement of the only 2 vehicular access points, one for the garage and the other for the service bay on Maple Avenue. I believe it would be appropriate to locate one of these vehicular access points on Highland Avenue. Thank you for your consideration.
I appreciate your testimony, Mr. Galick. Next is online is Aaron Katz. Aaron's also adjacent property.
Yes, hello, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, my name is Aaron Katz. I'm a resident of East Bethesda as well. My address is 4607 Maple Avenue, and I have owned my home since 2018. I would like to also thank the planning board for providing me an opportunity to testify before you today. I would say I applaud the county's work in attempting to bring more affordable housing to the county. You know, I would say as someone that has a child in Montgomery County Schools, that I hope that the planning board is coordinating with MCPS to make sure that there is, you know, sufficient, you know, schools for the kids that are going to be moving in, sufficient capacity that MCPS has that. You know, I think the schools in our area are, you know, somewhat at capacity. So I hope that in all of the decisions that the planning board is making, that they're coordinating with MCPS to make sure that there is sufficient place for the children that are going to be moving into whatever units your planning board is approving. I would reiterate what my neighbor and friend, Mr. Galick, said in regards to this particular development application, in regards to the street characteristics. You know, I think that we really live on we both live on Maple. It is a very residential street. You know, almost all of the buildings on our street are residential in nature. They're all, you know, mostly all single family homes with maybe 1 or 2 businesses on the block of Maple Avenue where this this building is going to go. It's the same thing on Highland Avenue. You know, I think there might be even a few more businesses on Highland Avenue if you were going to do a count. So in that sense, perhaps Highland Avenue is better to be designated as a you know, more of a business downtown street. But I don't really think either street. I think they're both very much residential. You know, one of my main points here is in regards to having the loading and garage ingress, you know, access, whatever you call it, on Maple Avenue. You know, I think in addition to what Yvonne said, I think there's also sort of an equity argument to be made here. You know, as homeowners in this neighborhood, we really don't think it's fair to have both the garage and loading dock on our side of the street. There's a lot of pedestrians on Maple. My son rides his bike down Maple all the time. I ride my bike down Maple. We see, dozens, if not hundreds, of pedestrians going up and down Maple. It is a very traverse street, I would say, as much or almost as much as Highland. I think splitting up the loading dock and the garage are a good idea in that sense. I guess I'm getting on the clock here.
Well,
The other
take
thing I would
another
just
few
say-
seconds, sir. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Just one final thought. There is a bus stop on the corner of Tilbury and Maple that services Bethesda Elementary School. There are children that are there every morning, pretty much 5 days a week. And I think that, there's somewhat having the garage and the loading dock both on that side increases the likelihood that there could be an accident, because there will be more traffic zipping up and down Maple Avenue each morning with both of these things. I would just ask that you investigate that and take that into consideration when making these decisions. Therefore, I do believe it would be appropriate to locate one of these vehicular access points on Highland. That's all I have. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your consideration and letting me testify.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Mr. Katz, we really appreciate your testimony. So those are the only two, correct? Okay, so we'll go to the applicant. Would you like to make a presentation? And if you are, could you also address the comments from Mr. Katz and Mr. Galick?
Sure. Good afternoon, Chair Harris and members of the Planning Board. Matt Gordon from the law firm of Selzer Gervich on behalf of the applicant, Lot 25 Associates, LLC, who's an affiliate of Monument Realty. This is actually a joint venture involving Lot 44. There's 3 parties to the joint venture. They're all working collaboratively with the county towards redeveloping both of these parking lots. And you'll see the Lot 44 applications hopefully in the next several months. I just wanted to, I'm going to let Ryan Kim to my left from Monument Realty talk about the thought and all the analysis that went into laying out this design and why they ended up with the consolidated access on Maple. But I just wanted to take a step back and give you some context for the process. We've come a long way through this. It's been 10+ years from the time that the master plan was initiated and the sector plan was adopted in 2017 and established this concept of the Eastern Greenway with the stakeholders, the interested stakeholders, including park and planning and the community. In 2018, the joint venture went to DOT and approached them about doing something with these parking lots. It took several years for DOT to release an RFP, which happened during the early stages of the pandemic. From that point on, it took several years before they were selected in a competitive RFP process. And then it took another couple of years to negotiate a GDA where they had to address additional considerations beyond just providing these important greenway park dedication pieces and the replacement public parking. What got added to the agreement at the county executive's request was deeply affordable housing. So just from the initiation of talking about the RFP to today, it's been about 6+ years. And so it's taken a lot of effort and a lot of time, which led to sort of the concept that you're seeing today. And that's aimed at delivering on this sector plan vision, which is to have this compatible transition from Wisconsin Avenue to the neighborhood to the east. And the Greenway is what buffers the more intensely developed Wisconsin Avenue corridor. And the design is all based on, allowing for an economically viable project so that we can achieve all these public benefits that we negotiated with the county. But I'll let Ryan talk a little bit about the loading and access because there's probably 5 or 6 different factors of why they considered this and why they landed on this design. But we do agree with staff's rationale as well. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present and speak today. I'm Ryan Kim. I work on the development team at Monument Realty on the Lot 25 redevelopment project. So to speak a little bit more specifically to why the loading and parking is here, Grace addressed some of the issues that planning staff and DOT have already supported. One is the pedestrian orientation along Highland, which necessitates the vehicular access being on Maple Avenue. The second being, I'm not sure, Grace, if you talked about this, but the 8001 approvals to the south of Highland already have 3 curb cuts there, so there was some support from staff and DOT to keep more additional curb cuts away from Highland into our building as well. And the third is really speaking to what Matt was getting at, the economic viability. And I wanted to clear up one of the comments from the others who gave testimony is, I remember that community meeting and we brought up some of these other points, but we did mention the economic viability of this project. And really what we were trying to articulate is, given the long process that we have and given our really joint venture with the county through this GDA process, is we want to deliver the park, we want to deliver the new parking, and we want to deliver the 20% MPDUs. One of the key elements of this project is another element that Grace brought up, which is that additional height elevation. That is all of those dimensions are dictated by where the building sits at elevation. Right now, given that there is a 2 to 5 foot drop in elevation from Highland to Maple, having access off of Maple allows us to accomplish that and achieve the density that we need to make this whole project work for the county in order to deliver those benefits. If we were to flip one of those 2 access points to Highland, the whole building would have to raise up to allow for, the ramping into the building, and we would lose essentially 13% of the units in the building. Now, whether or not an economic argument makes sense, the reality is losing that many units could potentially undermine the viability of this project as a whole. So I just wanted to make that clear, that in order for us to deliver these benefits that we would very much love to deliver, the access points along Maple are an important piece of the design to program the building the way it needs to be programmed. Thank you.
Then Matt Gordon, again, for the record, we have our transportation engineer here, but I would just add on, in terms of the functional or operational concerns, we will be required to submit a traffic impact study at the time of preliminary plan and site plan. We are going to do the loading management plan, so we will study site access and make sure that it's safe and efficient, but that all comes the next time you see us. So we understand those concerns, but from a sort of master plan and conceptual laying out the design, we do think that this is the appropriate design.
So, yeah, it's good that the traffic study is coming, and yeah, it's important in all of our master plans. Safety is important. So whether there needs to be some sort of traffic calming or whatever down this street as so that to address the residents' concerns, that's very important. So I'm hoping that will come back at preliminary plan, and we'll discuss those items. So thank you very much. Another question is that I see you have. I think this was a project where the parking ratio is about what? Just out of is it 0.4 to well?
So we're,
Yeah,
as part of the general development agreement with the county, we have to give back 145 spaces that are going to be public county garage spaces. That leaves 103 for our residents, so that is a ratio of something like 0.45 or 0.46, which is at the very, very low end of what is market and is actually very close to the minimum requirements in the code as well.
Yes, no, we love less parking, so that I wanted to commend you for less parking, given it's so close to a metro station and there are bus stations and bus routes there. I just wondered about the park. It's great that you're going to have a park there. I know you're dedicating that, we're giving that park to the parks. You're building it, but who's going to operate and maintain the park?
And I think park staff can speak to this more, but we will dedicate it back to the county, and then Parks will operate it. And the applicant is designing the park in consultation with Parks Department, and as part of the GDA, we're required to build it. So not only are we dedicating it, we have to pay for the improvements. So it's fully funded, which we think is a tremendous asset to this project.
Yeah, the capital, the CIP for that you're doing, but the parks will have in their annual budget for the operating of the park. Is that correct?
They
Correct.
Okay, great. And then the live-work units, that's interesting. What side of the, where would those face? Would that be on the Maple, on the three-story piece, or where will your live-work units be? Do you have a sense of that yet?
So I think the live-work units, in an ideal world, they would prefer to just build 100% multifamily, but because of the way that the code and the zoning ordinance has been interpreted, that there needs to be a commercial component, we have that aspect of it, but where they would be located, I think, remains to be determined. But I don't know if Ryan's thought through that.
Yeah, I think we would work through that as we continue the design, but to Matt's point, if there was a way to make it, no commercial use would be acceptable, then we would be happy to make this all housing units.
Yeah. Okay. So in my last, is for the residents concerned, so to be attractive on Maple, I assume in the design will be, I don't know, the garage doors will be closed if they're not, so, and some attractive door. I mean, just, there are residents across the street. It's important that they also, out their front window, look at us attractive building. I know the building looks very attractive from the exterior, the scan, but I'm sure that's part of the loading and all those other things that they're working that make sure that it looks as those doors and whatever look as attractive as possible, yeah.
Yes, and I can let Jeremy speak more to the design, but we absolutely want it to be a good-looking door. For the loading and trash area specifically, this is only going to be open when people are moving in or out. And it's also only going to be open when there's, dumpster pulls maybe once or twice a week for the residents' trash to be taken out. So for the majority of the time, these doors will be closed. There's not going to be trash coming in, every hour on the hour. It's going to be seldom used. And then for the county parking garage, we'll just have to meet the standard. I think it will likely be open, given how the other county garages, like the one in this building, are, where the public needs to be able to get in without having to, fob it open or anything.
Yeah, but overall, I love the project. It's very attractive design, and we need more housing, and at growth quarters and near transportation. So I commend you for that.
I was just going to add, so, I mean, the live-work units are there essentially because you have 2.75 residential FAR on a 3.0 lot, and so that's part of the zoning, not part of the general development agreement, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And for the height as well is restricted by the zoning, not necessarily by what you would build given your preference?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any way we can stretch this up? It's a great place for residential that needs more.
So within the Bethesda overlay zone, there's this thing called the height incentive area,
Yeah.
and this project falls outside it.
Outside
So-
the height incentive area?
Correct. So because they are providing more MPDUs, they could actually go above their height, but because of where they're located, the way the Bethesda overlay zone was written, this would not apply to that.
All right, and it's the stair-stepping back requirement as well.
And that
that's
does
part
add
of
to it as well.
Yeah. So we are preventing more residential because of the stair-step requirements that are existing in the current zoning, is basically what we're at right now.
The zoning that exists
all-
there on the other side of the street does require residential compatibility, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Just one comment that economic viability is a very good reason. Because I was wondering that why both, openings are on that side, but after your explanation, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, first, I just want to say this looks like a great project, so thanks for persevering through the long process and getting here. I was, for about a year and a half, I was renting a place just one block north of this. And I wish that this kind of 3 to 5 block stretch of the Greenway had been in place when I was living there. It will be at some point in the future a great amenity and space for all the residents. So thanks for contributing your piece of it. Two, I just wanted to quickly just address the concern from a pedestrian standpoint of the two entrance points on Maple Ave. Because I'm familiar with this neighborhood, I don't actually view it as a huge concern, and I'll explain why. there's only, there's no exit point out of the neighborhood to the east, right? Almost everyone's going to be coming from Wisconsin. And these entrance points into the building are halfway through the block. They don't really extend into the residential parts of the neighborhood. So to the point about the bus stop on the corner of Tilbury and Maple, which is there, when I was living in the neighborhood, I did see kids every day walking to that, but they're walking from, from the north, from Rosedale to the north, from Highland and beyond to the south, and they're coming from the east. They're not primarily coming from the west. I don't see a lot of conflict points where most of the traffic will be coming to and going from this building. So same with the loading, and I assume that as part of the loading plan, there will also be consideration to where the trucks are coming from Wisconsin, and making sure there's likely kind of direct onto Maple and in, not kind of winding through the neighborhood. So I just wanted to, acknowledge that I'm very, sensitive to pedestrian and transportation safety concerns. In this case, I don't view it as a huge concern, so I understand the economic viability argument too, and that makes sense. If it makes the project viable, of course, we need this project to happen. So I think there's several reasons why this makes sense to have those access points there. So just wanted to touch on that. And the second question is for staff. It's related to parking. So I also appreciate the kind of the very low 0.4 for the units associated with the where the stalls were associated with the residential units. I assume that the 145 public spaces, that was pre-agreed with MCDOT outside of this process. So okay, yeah.
Correct.
So part of the larger agreement to move forward was including that in the project. Okay. So yeah, that is what it is then. Yeah, no other questions other than to say, yeah, just this is a great project and hope that it can move forward pretty quick.
So if there are no other questions or comments, do I have a motion to approve PLD Lot 25 redevelopment sketch plan number 320240070, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
No, I'll move to approve sketch plan number 3/2024-070.
One quick question.
No.
And this doesn't have to go toward, is this going somewhere, mandatory referral, or not now, or?
Not now. The mandatory referral will come with the next stage.
Okay, great.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. Looking forward to the project moving forward. The next, in 1 minute, we'll start with item number 10, Democracy Center, sketch plan number 320240050, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 10, Democracy Center, sketch plan number 320240050, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. We have Amy Lindsay with the Planning Department to present this project. Welcome, Amy.
Good afternoon. For the record, Amy Lindsay with Mid-County Planning here to present Democracy Center, sketch plan number 3/2024-0050. Staff does recommend approval of sketch plan with conditions. Just to orient you to the location, we are located right here at the Red Star, which you can see is the confluence of I-270 and the I-270 spur outside of the Beltway. Showing you a little bit more of the vicinity. You can see we're directly adjacent to the I-270 spur, just north of Westlake Terrace. You can see Westlake Terrace turns into Fernwood Road, right at Rockledge Drive. This is an area that was predominantly office development that we are seeing transition into more of a multi-use area with the Oarsman Ford site plan over in this area, which has been developed is being developed with residential development, ELP Bethesda at Rock Spring, which will also be residential in nature, the EYA townhouses, Montgomery Row townhouses right here. But you can see that there is still substantial office development with Lockheed Martin and a number of other office uses here. Here's Walter Johnson High School and Westfield Montgomery Mall. The site is zoned CR 1.5, C 1.25, R 0.75, H2, height 200, and it is 15.346 acres and in the Rock Spring sector plan. It does back up directly to the I-270 spur. Noise will be an issue with the development of residential housing here, but that will be addressed in later processes. The proposed development is the ultimate in infill development. It is not touching the office development. There will be no changes to the existing commercial buildings, but it is the addition of residential development on the green space adjacent to the existing commercial development. The proposed plan adds 472,710 square feet of residential density, and that's approximately 393 units. It will include 15% MPDUs. One of the major benefits of this development is the 1.3 acre privately owned public recreation park, which will be developed at the east face of the property adjacent to Rockledge Drive. And that is a major public benefit, and that was called out in the sector plan as a need for additional recreation space. So we are very, very excited about that. This shows some further features of it. You can see that from a circulation perspective, the existing underground garage entrance will be incorporated into the proposed circulation plan. There are no new curb cuts, so we're using the existing curb cuts, and the circulation comes around here with an entrance to the loading and garage area here adjacent to I-270. The proposed development takes advantage of the site topography, which does slope down to Rockledge Drive by using a main entrance here at a lower level and a leasing and amenities space that will be at the same height as the privately owned public recreation park. That will also help activate it. This edge will be of great interest and great discussion as we move forward through site plan. looking at ways to transition from public space to private space, but provide plenty of flow-through. The public recreation park will include, as shown right now, bocce courts, a lawn area, multi-courts right here, a play area that envisions using nature-based play located along here, transitioning to the private area right adjacent to the residential development. There are a number of utility lines running here along the frontage, and there is an elevation change from Rockledge Drive up to this plateau, which will be maintained due to the utilities already providing a bit of space there. So there are two entrances for pedestrians into the recreation park. It will be signed so it is clear that this is for public use. There's also an area here which takes advantage of the elevation change through the use of retaining walls but curved to create a seating area. But we believe that this is a major amenity for the surrounding community, not just the residents of the building, but the existing residents and future residents of this area. This meets the requirements for public benefit points, the details of which will be hammered out through the site plan process, and does provide moderately priced dwelling units above the minimum. It will also provide a dwelling unit mix to allow for family use of this building. The development meets all of the standards of the zone. This incorporates the existing commercial development with the proposed residential development, meets the standards of the zone for the property. We have received some correspondence with community concerns. The loss of green space and the loss of play area were the major community concerns that we heard. So, addressing those, the applicant has agreed that they are going to look into, through the site plan process, how to retain a bunch of the existing trees. Now, currently, that area of the site is developed with, there's like basketball courts, or in that area, as well as a play area. None of those are publicly available. I understand that people may use them, but that is a private development. So we feel that this 1.3 acre privately owned public recreation space makes this area much more accessible to the community and is going to provide a play area that is not restricted to just the daycare center that's in the office development. So we do feel like this will positively impact the surrounding community. And with that, staff recommends approval of sketch plan number 3/2024-0050 with conditions.
Thank you very much. The public. Okay, so we have no public testimony today. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Thank you. For the record, Suli Cho with the law firm of Bregman, Berbert, Schwartz, and Gilday on behalf of the applicant, the NRP Group. I have with me Mr. Carl Alt, who's with the NRP Group as well. We don't have a formal presentation, but just a brief statement, and we'll be available to answer questions. Just very briefly, we're very excited to be able to bring this project to the planning board. We truly believe that this fulfills a great part of the Rock Spring sector plan. It truly is the live, work, play concept brought to fruition. We thank staff for their diligent work. It's been great working through some issues with them. I love the characterization that Amy gave. It's the ultimate infill. And as you all know, these are difficult sites and difficult issues that we have to work through, but we're very hopeful that we can get through it and get to the next phase. We're excited to be able to bring back the preliminary plan and site plan to you, hopefully very soon. And I have nothing else other than if, Carl, you want to say anything?
Carl Alt with the NRP Group. Just echoing what Sue here, working with staff, Amy, Carrie, Matt, they've been great. This is our second one through. We recently, about a year and a half ago, did White Oak. That's currently under construction, another infill site. And, we're really pleased with, the collaboration that we have with staff and coming up with and solving difficult problems, but making the project better. So we're excited to continue to move this project forward.
Thank you, both of you. So any comments or questions from the board?
I'm excited for this project. I visited in that area a lot, visiting medical offices, and it always seemed to be a office building wasteland, and it was dank. And I'm excited that you're taking the opportunity to convert office space into residential space.
I have a question regarding the public park. I'm assuming that you coordinate with the Parks Department with the amenities that to put in there. Since this is a public park and people can come there, I'm wondering that, I'm assuming that they can use the garage for parking. What about the bathroom? Is there any kind of accessibility available from the residential or the commercial that they use it?
So the details of the park are still ongoing. We have had conversations with the Parks Department. The parking is not part of the garage that is envisioned for the residential will not be open to the park. So there's Rockledge Drive. I'm not sure if there's street parking, but I can just say the garage is not going to be a public parking garage. In terms of restrooms, that is a still ongoing conversation. We have not kind of come to a conclusion on that. It's an issue, but we're hopeful that we can continue the conversation with Parks and bring it forward to you at site plan.
Well, I hope you can come up to somewhere because when people come there, they need bathroom. And also, I know that it's a lot of people in the vicinity of the park using, but still, if it's a public park, some people may be able to come to use some of the facilities. So it should be some parking available for the park users. Well, I hope can some kind of agreement.
So just to clarify, it is a privately owned, it will be open to the public, and we will look at the details of making certain that people are, that accessibility is concerned, and I hear your concern about bathroom usage as well and parking.
Remember, we say public park, privately owned, so it's a public park.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, we hear that.
Yeah, thank you. That is important as you look at having some sort of restroom facility. I don't know, we're experimenting with, was it Long Branch with this solar-powered bath? I mean, so as you think through, and that is important to have at these public places. Also, how much of the parking is used in the sort of the commercial building area? Is that maxed out, or
So the underground garage that exists to serve the existing office complex
Right.
is not part of the redevelopment.
and
So that we're not utilizing any of their existing parking.
Yeah.
Aside from the surface lot is being right in front of the new proposed building is being reconfigured, will be redesigned, but the parking for the residential project is wholly contained.
No, I was
within
just thinking about for if a neighbor wanted, they weren't walking, but they were just coming, probably there's some surface parking here, but I loved how, this is a great mixed use and using the, as Amy says, an ultimate infill there. So I'm happy that you're doing that. You know, it is meets the requirements of the Rock Springs Sector Plan division. So, and then in terms of parks, Commissioner Linden said that there's a Cabin John Park not far away. So I mean, there are some park facilities nearby. So if there are no other comments or questions, do I have a motion for approval of Democracy Center Sketch Plan number 320240050, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the sketch plan 3/2024-0050.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0, the ayes have it. Congratulations, and
Thank
we
you.
look forward to the next step of this project. We're going to take a really, really quick 1-minute break where we turn over to item number 8, the Planning Board Annual Briefing on Updates to the Montgomery County Burial Sites Inventory. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item 8, the Planning Board Annual Briefing on Updates to the Montgomery County Burial Sites Inventory. We're so happy to have Rebecca Ballo and Brian Crane this afternoon to present. Welcome.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Brian Crane. I am the archaeologist for the Montgomery County Planning Department Historic Preservation Office. And I'm here to present our annual update to the burial sites inventory. Our recommendation is that the board adopt the burial sites inventory updates that we will outline for you this afternoon. The presentation as a whole will include a brief introduction to the burial sites inventory program, the updates that we are asking for your approval for this afternoon, and then a review of other program activities that have gone on since our last annual update last May. The inventory was created by the Montgomery County Council in 2017, and the guidelines for its implementation approved by the Planning Board in 2019 provide for the inventory to be continuously updated as new information becomes available, and for the Planning Board to be briefed on these updates annually. There are 2 county ordinances related to the inventory, one that calls for the Planning Department to maintain and make the inventory public, and the second requires that the cemetery boundaries be defined during Planning Board approval of preliminary plans. Including this year's updates, the inventory includes 379 total records. That includes 259 known locations, 81 approximate locations, and another 39 that are leads under investigations. Those are sites that we may bring to the board at a future date when the information is ready to do so. There are also 17 redacted locations. Redacted locations are those where there is concern about whether the site could be vulnerable to vandalism if its exact location were to be made known. These locations are shown as the boundaries of the parcel rather than a specific point. And also I should explain the difference between known locations and approximate locations. Known locations are places where either there are still grave markers, it's visible on the surface, or we have precise historical information about its location, such as the boundaries on a plat map, for example. However, there are others, 81 of them, for which we have some historical information about the location of a burial site. This is often, say, in local history, it may be a deed reservation. So we know about where it was, but it is no longer marked visibly, and we don't know precisely where it was. So we include these in the inventory, but we show them differently in a way that indicates to the public that there is some question about exactly where it is. The 5 recommended changes from August 2023 through May 2024 includes 3 new sites to add to the inventory based on new information, 1 known site recorded to be moved to a new location based on historical research, and an approximate site to reclassify as known based on archaeological fieldwork. The Montgomery County Guidelines for Burial Sites states that the Planning Board's designee will update the burial sites inventory, including additions, revisions, and exclusions or deletions, as new information becomes available, so that it reflects the most current and accurate information. And that additions, revisions, and exclusions, deletions shall be presented to the Planning Board annually at a briefing. This presentation includes the revisions to the inventory made since May 25th and September 21st, 2023 for the Planning Board's adoption. The briefing happened in May. This past year, in September, the Planning Board approved the addition of the Newman Family Cemetery to the inventory outside of the usual update timing as part of an individual regulatory project. This report concerns 5 new substantive changes being brought before the Planning Board. These are this is a map of the 5 sites that are new or updated. The Montgomery County Burial Sites Inventory, initially adopted by the Planning Board in 2019, represented the cumulative work of many volunteers carried out over more than 15 years. That work was extensive but not exhaustive. Ongoing research to improve the inventory has added 19 sites since 2019. We continually review files and conduct research, particularly on approximate sites, to refine those locations and identify the locations of burial sites missing from the inventory. And here are the 5 revisions in a table form. The Trundle Belt Shreve Graveyard was identified through review of Maryland Historical Trust archaeological site files. It is noted as possibly east across a farm road from the Shreve house site on an archaeological site form. There is an unconfirmed reference to the grave of Samuel Daniel Trundle, possibly having been relocated from the Shreve Farm Cemetery to Monocacy Cemetery in Poolsville. This is mentioned in a memorial on findagrave.com. This location is considered approximate. The records for the Cashel and Holland family cemeteries were identified through archival research by Montgomery planning staff. The location of both cemeteries is shown on a 1964 plat for Leisure World. Both cemeteries were reserved in 1895 deeds when the families sold their farms, both reservations being for half an acre. The Cashel family cemetery was purportedly removed in 1972, and the remains were reburied in Rockville Cemetery in 1975. How many graves were removed from the Cashel graveyard is unknown. The number of interments is unknown for both cemeteries, and no evidence of them survives on the surface. The locations are considered known sites because they are shown on a plat map. So this slide shows the location of the Cashel family. At the left, you see the close-up of the plat indicating the cemetery boundaries. And overlaid on a 1951 historical aerial photograph, you can see the location of, there's a clump of trees at the end of a farm lane, and it's within a short distance of the family house. In white, you see the boundaries of the farm at the time. There's a similar slide for the Holland family cemetery. Again, at left is what is shown on the plat map for Leisure World. And at right is, again, the 1951 aerial photograph. There's a little green triangle that in a clump of trees a few hundred feet to the west of the family house. The addition of the Linthicum family cemetery is based on review of Maryland Historical Trust files. Maryland Inventory of Historic Places Form 1929 reads in part, quote, "A Methodist circuit riding minister, Slingsby Linthicum, was the first Linthicum to move to Montgomery County. His son, Lot, moved in the northwestern Montgomery County in 1811. He married Anna Eliza Watkins Lot and bought 228 3/4 acres of land named Errors Corrected from the heirs of Nicholas Rigsby Warfield in 1826. He purchased an additional 30 acres of cow pasture from Asa Holland in 1830. They were buried in the family plot on the farm. The graveyard has since been demolished and the coffins removed to the Salem Methodist Church in Cedar Grove," end quote. Based on research concerning the location of other family cemeteries in Montgomery County, staff believe the most likely location of the cemetery is within 500 feet of the original farmstead, most likely upslope. The farmstead was described in an 1848 mortgage as, quote, "the same land upon which the said Gassaway Linthicum now resides, and what was known as the home farm, and residence of the late Lot Linthicum," end quote. Deed records and historical maps indicate that the present farm is in the same location as the historical home of Lot Linthicum. And what you see on the slide is a contemporary aerial photograph, and in dark blue, there's a circle drawn out from the farmstead that goes 500 feet. What's outlined in light blue is those that are at the elevation of the house and higher up. We think the most likely location is probably along the farm road, but we haven't, we're not able to confirm that at this point, so it would be considered an approximate site. The change in status for the Sarah Lee Family Cemetery in Calverton Galway Local Park from approximate to known is the result of geophysical survey of the site, including magnetometer and ground penetrating radar, conducted on behalf of Montgomery Parks. The research succeeded in verifying the location of graves within the fenced area set aside as the cemetery within the park. The cemetery had been listed as approximate This change is to note that the location is now known. The archaeological work is considered definitive, and you can see that this is the archaeologist's interpretation of the anomalies found by the ground penetrating radar that appear to be grave-related. For what it's worth, it was significantly more graves than I think anyone was anticipating originally. Not uncommon for such sites. 3 of the cemetery locations, the Trundle, Belt, Shreve, Cashel, and Linthicum cemeteries, are known to have had graves relocated in the past. It has been the practice of the planning department to include the original locations of moved cemeteries in the inventory because of the high potential that some graves or associated materials will remain in the original location. The current inventory includes over 20 cemeteries that have been at least partially exhumed. We have included these sites in the inventory from its inception for several reasons. The text of the law creating the burial sites inventory defines a burial site as, quote, a physical location where human remains were buried in the earth or entombed in a mausoleum or columbarium, end quote. I've added my emphasis on the past tense. We include the original locations of exhumed cemeteries because historical and archaeological research shows that exhumations to physically move cemeteries are frequently incomplete, and it is likely that burials remain in the original location. This possibility is particularly an issue for graves of people held in slavery. Prior to emancipation, the graves of people held in slavery may have been in or near the burial grounds of their enslavers, but possibly unmarked, marked with perishable materials, or unmarked with unmodified field stones that may not obviously be grave markers. There are numerous examples of incomplete cemetery removals in the region. The Riggs family moved their ancestors' remains from their family plot to St. John's Cemetery in Olney when they sold the property in 1930. But more graves were found in unmarked graves in 1981 during development of the former farm into the Oaks landfill. Snowden Funeral Home moved these graves to the Poor Farm. The Dunlop family graves were moved in 1926. However, during subsequent residential development, additional graves were reported from the same location, interpreted at the time as possibly being those of the family had once enslaved. Another important example of an incompletely moved cemetery was documented by archaeologists for MDOT-SHA in neighboring Prince George's County. The Simon Hill Cemetery in Hyattsville was purportedly moved 50 years ago, but archaeologists working in 2017 found dozens of graves left behind. So I'll move on to other program activities that we have taken part in over the last year. So some of these involve ongoing project consultation involving Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, mandatory referrals from agencies like MCDOT, subdivision review, and historic area work permits for cemeteries that happen to be within master plan historic sites. Staff continue compliance review on projects including development plans, mandatory referrals, and National Historic Preservation Act Section 106 undertakings. Staff have worked with applicants to conduct archaeological investigations as appropriate for defining cemetery boundaries for development applications. Staff reviewed an archaeological technical report about the Morningstar Tabernacle 88 Cemetery for MDOT-SHA's Op Lanes project to add managed lanes to the Beltway and I-270. Coordination for the Op Lanes project involved collaboration with the Friends of Moses Hall concerning potential impacts of the project on the Morningstar Tabernacle 88 Cemetery in Gibson Grove. Staff also commented to the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, Federal Highways, and the Maryland Historical Trust on an alleged violation of the project programmatic agreement by MDOT-SHA in the exhumation of a burial at Gibson Grove Church. MDOT-SHA archaeologists performed the exhumation without following the procedures outlined in the programmatic agreement and without applying for a historic area work permit. Staff continued to work with SHA and Gibson Grove AME Zion Church to resolve this issue. Staff have also worked with MDOT-SHA on potential impacts to the Poor Farm Cemetery site in Rockville. Planning staff regularly consult with other county agencies about cemetery-related issues. Staff coordinated with Montgomery County Department of Transportation and the Housing Opportunities Commission regarding a proposed new bus turnaround at Tobytown regarding concerns over the potential impact to unmarked graves associated with the cemetery there. Staff provided technical direction and assistance to MCDOT's archaeological consultant. This work is still ongoing. Staff are providing Montgomery County Police with technical assistance regarding a cold case missing person probable homicide investigation at the Annington Master Plan Historic Site. Police suspect that the missing individual may be buried on the grounds, but historical records suggest the grounds may also include the unmarked historical burials not yet included on the burial site's inventory. Montgomery Police have conducted forensic human remains detection dog work on site, and Montgomery Planning is assisting the police in following up with ground-penetrating radar. I went out last week to one of the sites of areas of concern, and we'll go back out later this summer to the other. Staff conducted GPR survey at the Shaw Family Cemetery in Clarksburg to assist the developer in coming into full compliance with site plan approval conditions. Large oak trees preserved at the site as part of site plan approval had died, necessitating their removal, while ongoing practice for preserving displaced surviving grave markers at the site had proved to be ineffective. The survey work identified the location of the graves, and staff made recommendations for arranging the surviving markers on beds of stone in a configuration approximately consistent with their original location and orientation. The completed work improves the appearance of the cemetery and will promote the long-term preservation of the site. So you see in the slide at left is the current conditions. You see the stumps of the two large oak trees, and then wood frames where the markers have been moved. At right is a time slice, a horizontal time slice from our GPR data. And at the right side, you can see three bright white rectangles. We believe that those are probable graves associated with the cemetery. So it's one of our first forays in using our new equipment, and we were pleased that we were able to get results that were useful. Historic preservation staff routinely performs field visits to cemetery sites in the burial sites inventory to confirm or improve map locations and learn more about how small family, church, and community cemeteries were sited and laid out. Staff made 26 site visits to cemeteries on or near or under consideration for listing in the inventory since the last inventory update in 2023. Staff have visited over 100 sites listed in the inventory since the program was initiated, accounting for over a third of the total sites. We are regularly contacted by members of the public with questions about cemeteries in the inventory or with inquiries about cemeteries not yet included. More than 30 individuals contacted the department more than 40 times in the last year about a range of cemetery sites and issues. Outreach efforts since the last update have included contacting property owners and land management agencies about newly added cemetery sites through certified mail and responding to inquiries about these additions, as well as corresponding with community groups and descendants. In the fall of 2022, preservation staff were contacted by a descendant about the location of the Union Wesley Cemetery in Potomac. Union Wesley AME Church was an African-American church established in 1874. The church closed in 1920, and the last known burial occurred in 1953. The property was sold in the 1980s as part of a tax sale and has since become heavily overgrown, as well as becoming the site of illegal dumping. Staff provided information about the history and location of the site in Planning Department inventory files and met the descendant on site. Planning staff continued to assist the descendant with plans to coordinate a site cleanup while preserving potential cemetery-related features on site. And here in the slide, you can see sort of multiple stages of current cleanup efforts. The site is considerably improved. That would be at the lower left. The upper left is sort of more what it has been in recent years. It's virtually impenetrable. It's now much better cleaned out, and to the point where you can start to see features a little bit better. And I have plans to go back out later next month to assist with mapping features that we can see and possibly do some ground penetrating radar as possible. During the fall semester of 2023, University of Maryland students conducted ground penetrating radar survey at 2 cemetery sites associated with Emery Grove United Methodist Church under the direction of Professor Nicholas Schmer as part of the Partnership for Action, Learning, and Sustainability, PALS program. Staff provided background information and some technical direction for the project and lent students the use of our GPR unit for part of the survey, the fieldwork day. You can see our units there at right being used by one of the students. The research was done to identify unmarked graves associated with burial grounds associated with the church. Staff gave a presentation at the annual meeting of the Society for Historical Archaeology in Oakland, California in January of this year. Our ongoing efforts to find lost cemetery sites. SHA is an international professional archaeological organization focused on the archaeology of the modern world. The paper reviewed archival, analytical, and field research conducted by staff during the last 5 years, including success stories and challenges moving forward. Staff are continuing to research possible locations for inclusion into the burial sites inventory in coming years. Some of these sites include places on Montgomery Park's land where large field stones have been identified, shown here. We plan to conduct GPR investigations in these locations to help determine whether these are grave markers, boundary markers, or some other kind of feature. Other locations include places where deed reservations include there was a cemetery. These latter are no longer marked, and research is focused on refining the location of these approximate locations. Staff have initiated a pilot study to test the usefulness of historic human remains detection dogs in finding lost, unmarked graves. HHRD dog teams employ dogs trained for forensic investigations as part of recovery and police investigations and that have experience working on historic sites. A growing body of evidence shows that HHRD dog teams can detect historical graves, even some that are centuries old. We are working with Heather Roach of Bay Area Rescue Canines on a selection of 3 possible burial grounds. We have completed the HHRD work at all 3 sites and are in the process of returning with ground-penetrating radar to validate the results. Preliminary results suggest we may have succeeded in identifying the burial ground at the Moneysworth Master Plan Historic Site in Clarksburg. The results of the study will be used to refine the inventory and develop recommendations and protocols concerning the use of forensic dogs in our investigations. In the slide at left, you can see GPS track of the 2 different dogs that ran across the site. White for one of the dogs, black for the other dog, and the yellow stars are the places where the dogs indicated they detected the scent associated with human burial. So they went over multiple acres around this site, but found one area, and indeed the area they found in an historical aerial photograph is a fenced-off area, in a 1950s aerial, and in an area 150 feet north of the house upslope, which fits our pattern of where we tend to find such sites.
Are you talking about like sonar equipment or real life canines that?
No, we're talking about dogs. We're talking. They're trained. They're used very frequently in recovery operations and by law enforcement for.
So they can smell a corpse that's 100 years old.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. No. There's a growing, but it's still considered experimental. But there is a growing body of evidence that it works. That is to say that there are areas that the dogs have indicated have been subjected to subsequent archaeological research that have verified that there are, in fact, historical graves. Yes. Oh, yeah, sure. M.SHA has been using the dogs for some time, and different dogs indicate in different ways. Some dogs will lie down in the spot. Sometimes they will sit. It depends on the dog, and they're just running loose. The trainer is nearby, but not indicating that they check that. It's just they run around and they detect what they detect. So here's one of the sites that we were working on. We coordinated with volunteers at the Isaac Walton League of America site in the western part of the county to use GPR to investigate a possible cemetery site. Volunteers helped lay out the grid and run transects with the instrument. The forensic dogs and GPR work did not conclusively indicate a cemetery in this particular location, but evidence for farmstead related features appears to be present. We did find some anomalies at Moneysworth that could be graves. Staff are working on a historic context that will inform future evaluation of cemetery sites for inclusion in the master plan for historic preservation. The context includes a draft classification of cemetery types found in the Montgomery County, excuse me, and identification of associated historical themes. The draft context will be used to select up to 20 cemeteries for individual survey. The survey work will include identifying significant characteristics and landscape features that will help us understand what may make an individual site particularly interesting, unusual, or important, and thus warrant listing as part of the master plan for historic preservation. That's all I have for my presentation. Again, this slide recaps the 5 specific changes to the inventory that we are asking be adopted today. And our recommendation is that you approve those. Thank you. I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions or comments from the board?
I just had a quick question about the ground penetrating radar. Have you used it for other? I know it's relatively new and relatively recently acquired, but like, do you think of it have any other applications that might be useful for within the context of like historical preservation or identifying other historical aspects other than just the grave markers?
Certainly.
Yeah.
So to explain very briefly what the ground penetrating radar does, it broadcasts radio waves into the ground and then records the reflections that come back to the unit. Essentially, as radio waves propagate through the ground, they change speed depending on the materials that they encounter. Sometimes they speed up, like if they encounter an air pocket, the waves will speed up. Other materials will slow the waves down. And so what you get is a lot of squiggly lines on the screen, and it's not the easiest to interpret, but it has been used successfully to identify a broad range of archaeological features. So foundations. So foundations for a house or some other building that is no longer apparent on the surface. Paths, past roadways. There are all sorts of features that can be found. So far, we have just been using it on potential cemetery sites, but it's broadly applicable to a range of archaeological sites. Yes.
Other comments, Chris? Okay.
Yeah. Are these burial sites on public and private land?
Yes.
And are the private landowners permitted to do dignified reburials, or are they required to keep the corpses on site?
That is a matter primarily for state law. State law does allow for cemeteries to be exhumed and relocated. The process involves getting the authorization of the state's attorney for the county. There's a process for posting public notice in a newspaper of record for 3 weeks, getting the authorization, and then you may need to get an undertaker to actually do the work. I'm a little unclear about that. In terms of our own rules, during preliminary plan review, the preference is given to preserving the site in place. However, during preliminary plan, if an applicant shows the board that they simply can't do their project without relocating the cemetery, our guidelines do allow for that to happen. But those are the only things that apply. So yes, under state law, a person can, and certainly this has happened many times in the past.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other comments, questions? Thank you for your presentation, and before we vote to adopt, it is part of some of the extension of this morning's, these untold stories, and it's identifying, who lived here and respectfully, giving them a voice and making connections if you can. So thank you, and it's such hard work that you do, and then especially interesting to know that they have dogs that can identify people that have died, locations of where people have died, decade, 100 years ago. So thank you for your work, and if there are no other comments or questions,
I'm sorry, Chair Harris. We do have one public speaker who has signed up for this item.
Please. I'm sorry. Go. This is Ms.
Thank you.
McGuckian, is it?
Good afternoon. I'm Eileen McGuckian, and I'm here to represent Montgomery Preservation, which is a nonprofit which since 1984 has been champion and promoter of Montgomery County historic sites and landscapes. And I met you last year, I think right after you were appointed, and I'm keeping to the tradition of commenting when you receive the excellent staff report every year. And we share the staff's whirlwind of events and things going on in May, Preservation Month, but it also goes over into June as well. So these are busy times. So not too long ago, burial sites were not everyone's idea of historic resources, nor even subjects for preservation. Are they archaeological sites, or should they be treasured for architectural reasons or landscape merit? But in the last 5 years, maybe a little bit longer than that, burial sites have become much more visible. And I'm sure you realize that rarely a week goes by without a cemetery in the news, for good or for bad. Unfortunately, throughout Maryland and the country, hundreds, likely thousands of cemeteries, and that's a Maryland statistic, are neglected, vandalized, abandoned, and forgotten. Half of Maryland counties do not have an inventory, let alone laws that protect those sites. Today, interest in historic cemeteries is growing. More people care about where their ancestors are buried. The public is more aware of general problems and the needs of specific situations and sites. And as Brian showed, more tools and strategies are available to protect cemeteries and to assist the people who care about them. Peerless Rockville sponsored Montgomery County's first cemetery inventory, 2004 to 9, when volunteers visited sites identified by the Montgomery County Historical Society over 50 years, DAR chapters, and other interested people to produce the first list and a page of information about each place. A decade later, MPI, my organization, organized more volunteers to revisit each site using new technology and adding research. We persuaded the county council to pass those 2 local laws that went into effect in 2018, one creating the inventory officially under your management and the other providing some protection during the subdivision process. Fortunately for us, Brian Crane joined Montgomery Planning to visit, monitor, and help owners to preserve their sites in a variety of ways. This very talented professional has tackled issues of boundaries, unclear ownership, conservation techniques, and the latest in technology. I am a huge fan of his. Oh, he's not even turning red. Okay. I am a huge fan of his intelligent, orderly manner and careful research and his willingness to help citizens with large and small properties. So MPI continues to keep our finger in cemetery preservation also. We probably receive about half the number of calls and emails that Brian does every month. I'm delighted that a number of these involve descendants, neighbors, and most recently, DAR chapters ready to act on their curiosity and their instincts. What you read about now, almost weekly, are cemeteries associated with African American families, churches, and communities. The National Trust for Historic Preservation's designation of Moses Morningstar Cemetery in Cabin John as one of its 11 most endangered sites in 2021 was a breakthrough for descendants and government actions. Recently, Juneteenth has become a magnet, along with Emancipation Day in November, for a time to commemorate people, events, stories, and places. A few cemeteries have been listed on the county master plan for historic preservation, but most are associated with buildings like family farms and churches, but some are in historic communities such as Sugar Land, Bellsville, and Quince Orchard. More than a dozen are located in county parks where Montgomery Parks cares for them and erects interpretive signage. I'm glad to learn that up to 20 burial sites will be considered for, selected for further study and evaluation for the master plan. So I'll end with some recommendations for this coming year. So I suggest that the planning board schedule a tour of Montgomery County cemeteries. You don't have to visit all 300 of them in one year, but challenge you to do that over a period of years of ones that are on the inventory over time, and MPI is happy to assist. Challenge you to improve how Montgomery County protects these unique historic resources. As Brian mentioned, Maryland law covers a number of issues, and some attention happens at Montgomery Planning and Montgomery County and SHA, DOT, but a lot more should be done. More laws are needed, is what I'm saying, at both levels. I'd like to see Dr. Crane be able to engage more with property owners and public officials like you and the public through talks and programs and partnerships. Unfortunately, he only has 24 hours in a day, but, like to see more of that. And these opportunities could publicize information about current laws and propose new ones. And again, MPI would be happy to co-sponsor some of these activities. And I also hope, and I'll end with this, you'll think about this more broadly. One recommendation of our Inventory Revisited project in 2017 was to create a cemetery advisory board of citizens, the descendants, however you want to characterize it, and combine people, as other counties have done. Another is to identify cemeteries on all maps and ESTAT tax records, and to require disclosure of the existence of a cemetery during real estate transfers. So thank you for listening. I'm happy to answer any questions now that Brian has answered most of them.
Thank you, Ms. McGuckie, and we really appreciate you and your interest, your strong interest and your advocacy in this. And Mr. Crane, thank you again for this wonderful presentation. If there are no other comments or questions, we are to recommend or approve your recommendation to add the 5 sites, correct?
Yes, Chair Harris.
Okay, so do I have a motion to of the recommendation to approve the recommendation to add the 5 sites to the updates to Montgomery County burial sites inventory?
Move that we add the sites to the burial inventory.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous, 5-0. So thank you for your presentation, and we will strongly consider your recommendations, Ms. McCracken. Thank you. So we're going to take a 10-minute break here and go to our item number 5, the 2024 Growth and Infrastructure Policy Update Work Session number 1, which will be on schools, where staff is recommending the board provide guidance to the planning department staff. Thank you.
So
Good afternoon. We're on our last item of the evening, the 2024 Growth and Infrastructure Policy Update, work session number 1 on schools, where staff is recommending to provide guidance to the planning staff. We have Ms. Heisi Beck and Ms. Gavoni this afternoon to walk us through the work session number 1. Welcome, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. For the record, Heisu Beck, Countywide Planning and Policy. So last Thursday, on May 23rd, the Planning Board held a public hearing for the 2024 Growth and Infrastructure Policy Draft right here in the auditorium. Over the next few weeks, the Board will have the opportunity to review and provide commentary on each recommendation through a series of work sessions. Today, we'll be kicking off the first work session with the school's recommendations. Here's a list of all 5 school recommendations. Since the 2020 update overhauled the school element of the GIP, the current update focuses more on honing the tools and elements introduced then and making the policy more equitable, fair, and effective. The first, recommendation 2.1, is to modify the school impact area boundaries so that they align with the proposed transportation policy area boundaries and classify them into infill, turnover, or greenfield based on an updated analysis. As mentioned in the working draft briefing, staff used a combined approach of data-based indexing and manual overrides to determine the school impact area classifications, and are recommending that the following list of infill and turnover impact areas, mapped on the right, be established for the 2024 GIP. There were no comments received for this recommendation, but staff will be improving the explanatory language and adding a diagram of the indexing method in the public hearing draft Appendix D as an errata. With this recommended boundary change, the student generation rate for each housing type by impact area will change to what's shown in this table. Infill impact areas will see an overall increase in their student generation rates, whereas turnover impact areas will remain similar except for multifamily high-rises, where the student generation rate will decrease by 45%. One reason we're seeing such a big change in the turnover high-rises is because there aren't that many units. So adding in or taking out a few units that might be outliers will have a huge impact on the overall calculation of the student generation rates. Recommendation 2.2 pertains to the annual school test. Adjust the seat deficit thresholds of each UPP tier to align with MCPS's CIP guidelines for classroom additions, while maintaining the utilization rate thresholds as is. MCC PTA expressed support of this recommendation for achieving critical data metric consistency across MCPS and planning. The county executive didn't comment on this recommendation itself, but there are some general comments he made in his memo that staff would like to respond to by highlighting this recommendation and the recent changes to the annual school test. First, in the memo, he asserts that the school's test is shifting the funding burden from private developers to the county. However, in the 2020 GIP, by replacing the moratorium, which would virtually cut off the opportunity to collect any private funding, with UPPs, developers are now being assessed a surcharge in addition to their due school impact tax when a school is found inadequate, therefore lifting at least some of the burden of the county to fund school capacity projects through private funding. He also states that the diminution of the school's test is leaving the county without resources to adequately fund infrastructure. But opposite to this claim, the changes being recommended in 2.2 effectively tightens the school test by lowering seat deficit thresholds of most UPP tiers.
Hey, so we're going to pause after each recommendation to make sure that we have the board's confirmation of agreement to the recommendation so that we have guidance for the the planning board draft. Yes, if we go back to the first one.
It'll go back to. And then recommendation 2.2.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So next is recommendation 2.3. Allow funds collected as UPPs to be used for capital projects adding capacity at schools adjacent to the school for which the funds were collected, as outlined in the school utilization report. Again, MCC-PTA expresses support in this recommendation as it will provide direct flexibility for MCPS to build out their CIP. The county executive made a comment on this recommendation that is essentially expressing support because it will allow more flexibility in the use of the funds too. But the premise of this comment stating that UPPs do not generate enough funding for additional seats in schools is misinformed, so staff wanted to clarify that part. School impact taxes are calculated at 100% of the cost of a seat already. UPPs are calculated as a percentage of that and charged in addition to the impact tax, which means the UPP funds alone are not meant to generate enough funding for additional seats. Staff also wanted to address the comment made by the planning board previously during our working draft briefing that if UPP funds are used on an adjacent school, credit should be given to the deficient school to avoid double dipping. The annual school test does not cue the cumulative impact of prior development applications. So each project is evaluated for their own estimated impact, and one project's impact does not get passed down to another, regardless of where the funds were used. So this is the final for recommendation 2.3. So if
Back to the last comment. Yeah, this here.
or this one.
Yeah, this one. If funds are used on an adjacent school, credit should be given to the deficient school to avoid double dipping.
Part of this is, for the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director, is just to think about that each school is assessed on an annual basis.
Right.
So every year we do a reset of whether or not a school will require those additional utilization premium payments or not, or what tier they require. So when the council considered this last time, there was thought about, should we keep a running, when we approve a project and that adds X number of students to that school, should we keep a running total and make adjustments and that pushes something over to a next year? They didn't want to do that. They said, we're going to update this every year. That's sufficient. And knowing that those projections will be updated to reflect development when it's expected to come along.
Just out of curiosity, so this year, just say that let's say a project came through, just say it would generate 100 students for that. I don't know, for the school. And then that next year, another project came in and said it would generate 100 students. So the next year's, is there somewhere that shows it was 200, or it is not counted for until that project's built? And I don't know, could you just?
Sure. So I'll start an answer, and then Ms. Beck can correct me or add some additional context to that. But so each year we provide information and data to MCPS in anticipation of their enrollment projection process, right? So that they know what projects have been approved, and we give them student generation rates, and they can kind of apply in their model that information. And they make a decision almost on a development project by development project basis of which ones do they include, which ones do they think are going to come online and start producing students within
that projection timeframe. And so, you know, that 100-student generating project that you approve this year, they may not include next year if it looks like that project's not going to come online in the next 5 years. But when they see that that is moving forward and happening, they'll start to incorporate that in some way into their projections. It's a little bit of a black box exactly how those projections are done, but we do make sure they have that information.
I do not know if this is answer to the question that I raised at that time. And I still ask that because that is still a question for me, is that, and I do not know how we're going to do that. So the developer pays, this UPP for one school, but we allow that payment to be used for the next school adjacent, okay? That school decides that they prefer that school to be used. The question is that, is it again next year another developer comes? Do they have again pay UPP for the same school that they didn't use? That is the question.
They may. What might happen is if at a certain point, if MCPS says we're going to use the money to fund an addition and an adjacent school, that may be because they can't actually make the improvement at the school that is overcrowded because of site limitations. And so at a certain point, they'll say, we're going to redistrict students from the overcrowded school to the school where we are building the addition. And so at a certain point, that gets reflected in their projections that they're moving students out. And so that school that had been overcrowded will no longer show as being overcrowded and will no longer be requiring the UPP payments for that. But until they can make that, reflect that in their projections, we may continue to be charging those UPP because the schools still need to be able to generate funding to be able to offset or to be able to get the improvements that they're making, even if they're making it in an adjacent school.
Yeah, I think it is a little bit tough to think through the different scenarios, but I think the approach makes sense. I think that, you know, we're sort of stretching this, you know, to Director Sartori's point, I think the real rebalancing that kind of happens between adjacent schools, I mean, that really is at the school district's side with redistricting and things like that. And it's complicated. It's not as though that kind of always happens on a regular schedule. But I think that, you know, we can try to account for some adjacency issues through this, and I like that we're, you know, like moving in that direction a tad. But beyond what this kind of formula is capable of really doing, I think it's really redistricting that's kind of a rebalancing, the primary rebalancing tool. Yeah.
So thank you for explanations, and so will you have our thumbs up to move on to the next item, please? Okay.
So next is recommendation 2.4. Reclassify stacked flats and similar housing unit types that deviate from the traditional single-family or multifamily classifications from the current multifamily low-rise category to the single-family attached category. Before going over the comments, staff found an error on page 20 of the public hearing draft that will be corrected in the errata. The student generation rates and number of stacked flats reported are correct, but the number of property records were mistakenly counted based on the existing 2020 impact area boundaries. Regardless, the population size of stacked flats are even smaller than that of multifamily high-rise units in turnover impact areas, where we're already seeing a huge fluctuation in student generation rates because of a few outlier projects being added in and taken out. So here are the comments we've received regarding this recommendation. MCC PTA showed support. NAIOP and MBIA also supported changing the classification, but with reservations similar to the reason Miles and Stockbridge and Lurch Earleys is concerned of, which is the sudden increase in impact tax rates for stacked flats. As expressed in these concerns, This recommendation is very closely tied to impact tax rates, so we will come back for further discussion during the impact tax work session, but we'll go over some of the facts and information today to provide the basis for that. Here's a table that shows the student generation rate of each housing type when stacked flats are recognized separately. As highlighted in the red box, stacked flats have considerably higher student generation rates than the typical multifamily low-rise unit. When it comes to how stacked flats are treated by relevant policy or standards, there's a bit of a gray area right now. The zoning code and SStat property records currently classify stacked flats as multifamily low-rise structures. But DPS says that their current practice is to recognize stacked flats as single-family attached structures. As expressed in some of the public hearing comments, the impact tax rates are calculated using student generation rates. So it is true that the impact tax for stacked flats will increase significantly if reclassified as single-family attached units. The last bullets here show the current impact tax rates for single-family attached and multifamily low-rise units. These rates will be recalculated when this new policy is adopted, but this gives an idea of the change in the rates that will happen if stacked flats are reclassified from multifamily low-rise, which they are currently assessed, to single-family attached, which we are recommending to change to.
Yeah, this is the one that I have trying to grasp. You know, we want to encourage 2x2 stack. And then we are classifying it in a way that rather incentivizing to encourage the construction of these, we put it in a category that increases the fees 3 times or 300%. And I think we should, and I do not know how this rate or this student generation rate calculated, because it's a little bit strange that there is such a big difference between the stack, flats and, either townhouses or multifamily. I don't know, but I just say that the bottom line, the changes are too drastic, and it doesn't work toward our mission and our goal to to encourage the developers to build this. And so my recommendation would be that we find a way that we could reduce, the fees. I think as part of this GIP, that this growth and infrastructure policy that we are doing, we should do a very concentrated effort to do 2 things that we have heard complain all the time. One, try to streamline some of these fees. I understand that if we do that, we get complaint from other side that we may not have enough for schools or we may not have enough for transportation, but we need to sort of look at the fairness and how we could proportion all these fees, because we need this development happen to reach to our goal that we are looking for housing and affordable housing and attainable housing. And the other one would be that to streamline our processes, make it easier that the development review, at least in our portion, could move a little bit faster. So, that's what I'm recommending, to see that if we could come up with something that not to make it such a big difference in fees. That's a big change.
I agree in many ways, and maybe there's a way to look at it a little bit differently. But first, I'd like to ask a question. So the stacked flats impact versus stacked flats turnover. So infill, is that is one, the turnover is, it's turnover when the unit, the unit turns over, correct? Meaning that, like, a lot of we found out maybe 5 years ago that when single-family homes turn over, they turn over to more kids, and that's why the student generation increased. Is that the difference between the stack flats .239 and .44411? Why do you think that?
Can we show the map of, yeah. So just keep in mind, with those designations it's this right here, right?
Right.
So the turnover is all of that, the tan area, and the infill is the blue. And I just want to, if I recall correctly, what Jesus was mentioning, I think in all of the tan area, the turnover area, we only have 88, was that right? 88 parcels that have stacked flats.
88 parcels, which is about 2,000 units, 2,000 plus units, but the property records are.
There are
we have about
88 properties, like 88
records.
developments?
Sometimes a single development has multiple parcels, but these are property records that have multiple units recorded on the same parcel.
But if you go back to what was the record for that was a record,
For the
88 was for the
turnover impact
turnover,
areas.
and
So
what
in
was
the
for the-
tan, and
how
for
many were
infill, there
for
were
the-
150 records, and I believe about 1,800 units.
So they had the same amount of units.
Number of units are not too much off, correct?
Okay. But,
Oh, yeah.
what do you think is creating the difference in student rate?
It's most likely the type of geography, which is why we, 4 years ago, decided to classify the different parts of the county differently. Infill impact areas have a certain type of neighborhood feel and context in growth. Turnover impact areas in general have a different setting in terms of neighborhoods. And that might be influencing the type of housing that families are oriented to living in.
Okay. And the size of the units are about the same with the stacked flats?
That we have not done an analysis
Okay.
on yet, so it is unclear at this point.
Okay, and then one last thing, and then you can go. Could it be that because there are, what I understand, there's several units in the pipeline to be either closed on or, are under review, could there be, like, in property taxes, sometimes there's a phase in, so that it's not overnight, you go from 29, to go back to the fee again, if the impact fee? Which,
Hey, Sue, can you go back to the one that showed the impact taxes? I'm sorry, the student generation rates, yeah, there.
and then you're down at the bottom, single-family attached and multifamily. Yeah, so the 29 people that now would pay would pay 13,625 have to pay 29,000, correct?
I want to, make one clarification is, so from what we understand, the current Department of Permitting Services process for this is to charge them the single-family attached rate. Now, what we heard at the public hearing is that has not always been the case, that has not been consistently applied, and there have been instances where stacked flats have been charged the multifamily low-rise rate. What our attempt with our recommendation was to align what we thought was what current DPS practice is. Now we're understanding that maybe it's not as consistent as we thought, but for what it's worth, DPS says that's their current practice, that's what they do. They charge them the single-family attached rate now, currently. So there wouldn't be a need, or there wouldn't be a scenario where it would work to have, legacy language or grandfathering language, because that's their current practice. Now, what the board could do is we could codify the rate that we want to charge and, what their classification would be in Chapter 50, the taxation chapter of the code. And actually, if you go to the next slide, Ms. Beck has presented options for what the board could do today. And again, we don't have to decide this today. We can come back to it when we discuss impact taxes too.
Okay. Okay, yeah, let's look at this, but my thought was could there be a phase in? Right, so that, yeah.
I think though that's what Lisa was saying is that it wouldn't be necessary because the recommendation right now is to do exactly what DPS has been doing. So DPS has been charging, according to DPS, they have been charging the single-family attached rates, that higher rate.
All right. Right, okay.
We haven't actually seen.
That's kind of why we're kind of punting until the impact tax rate. We're trying to understand how consistent the practice has been. But according to the Department of Permitting Service, that's their current practice, and that's what they're doing right now.
Okay, so let's listen.
I think it would be good in these options, you give us the value. What is the value actually makes a difference for, a development? And I know I had asked this question before. This is, they pay an impact tax for a school, and then in addition to that, they are paying the UPP also. So we should see that when each of these options, how much is a total fee that would be going to the schools? This way, they could see that what is the difference in total, including the impact tax. I hate just to have this as one, then someone would say that you're reducing and it's not going to be enough money, and I don't want us to get to that point.
Yeah, we'll definitely have the estimated impact tax rates calculated when we come back to this during the impact tax work sessions. But for right now, we'll go over these three viable options of classifying the stacked flats and different things, the consequences of each option. So the first one is option A. If stacked flats are reclassified as single-family attached units, as recommended in the public hearing draft, then the impact tax rates will increase for stacked flats, but it'll decrease for multifamily low-rise units consequently. Option B, if stacked flats remain classified as multifamily low-rise as they are now, then the multifamily low-rise student generation rates and impact tax will be inflated because they're including the stacked flats that have higher student generation rates. And planning will have to work with DPS staff to ensure that the projects are charged the multifamily low-rise rates correctly. As Ms. Gavoni has mentioned, that's where there's a big confusion right now that we're trying to sort out. If stacked flats are classified as their own separate housing types, then the impact tax rate would better reflect the true impact of these stacked flats. But there can be noticeable fluctuation in the rates at each biannual calculation, just as we saw the 45% drop in the student generation rates of turnover high-rise, multifamily high-rise units, because there aren't that many units to begin with. Every time we pull just a few projects in and out, the rates can fluctuate greatly. So that's the one question mark in going with option C. We don't know what's going to happen every biannual calculation.
It sounds like we'll come back to this in a few weeks, and that sounds good. My only thought right now is that, sort of to Commissioner Pedoweem's point earlier, if we want to, and we are in many cases already, if we want to use the GIP to fine-tune the incentives to the type of housing that we're increasingly looking for, I think this is, it's not to say that stacked flats will be like the predominant development type coming out of attainable housing, or even just the market, what the market is sort of demanding, but an opportunity to try to align kind of some of the tax rates with the incentives for what we're looking for development. And so whatever that means in terms of giving it its own category, whether or not there's enough records to support kind of a rigorous student generation rate for that, I'm not totally sure. It could, as you mentioned, it sort of could fluctuate a little bit. Or whether we kind of leave that in multifamily low, although that, as you point out here, it sort of artificially, I guess, inflates slightly, because from what we understand, the rates for this type are a little bit higher than if we just looked at kind of a classical multifamily low. But whatever the case is, I think that, just thinking about it through the lens of incentives and what are we trying to encourage more of, which I know we're largely doing, but I look forward to kind of coming back to that conversation when we get into the impact tax.
Yeah, I agree. We'll come back, but I do feel it should be tracked separately. I mean, but let's see how we treat it as tracked separately.
One thing to note is there also is that recommendation for impact taxes for a 50% cut for small attached and detached structures at 1,500 square foot. And we heard a lot at the public hearing about, potentially changing that to a little bit bigger. A lot of these tax flats could potentially fall into that category. So that's something to, consider when we come back to this topic too, is that there is potentially a related incentive there too.
And when you do come back, you probably have it in some other table, you could talk about over the past, how many were created over, like stack flats, high rise, low rise, and just so we can see, okay?
The number of units over the past years?
Yeah, by category. I think you have it, but just as we look at the whole picture.
We can do that, yes.
Yes.
And we can also look at the size. It's not perfect, but SSET has a gross floor area column in our parcel file, so we could see how big they've been, what their size is, and maybe that could help, relate to the other recommendations too.
Okay, then we'll move on to the next recommendation. So recommendation 2.5 proposes to monitor the countywide early childhood program projections through the school utilization report. When the enrollment is projected to be more universal, include them in the elementary school student generation rate calculations. There was only one comment received in support of this recommendation from MCC-PTA. If the board agrees with this recommendation. Okay. And there was an additional comment received from Lurch, Early, and Brewer that's not related to any of the public hearing draft recommendations. It would be an additional recommendation if received, regarding a de minimis quantity that should exempt projects from adequate public facilities review and subsequent requirements to provide improvements. The transportation element does have a de minimis exemption, but that's partially due to the cost of conducting an LATR study. For schools, the adequacy test and analysis is all done by planning staff at no additional cost to the applicant. And to be able to determine whether a project qualifies for a de minimis exemption or not, the project will have to go through the adequacy analysis anyway. So the rationale for creating this de minimis exemption is pretty weak on the school side. So if the board agrees with disregarding this comment.
What about transportation side? Is it going to someone talk about it? Because when they talk, I remember that comment, but it was in general, not just about a school.
So Darcy Buckley, for the record. So transportation already has a de minimis policy in the form of the threshold. So smaller developments do not need to do a LATR study, and I don't have any requirements for mitigation.
Is that the less than 50 generation of 50? Mm-hmm. And we changed it to 30 per, because with vehicle. Percent rate?
Vehicles.
Okay, so we changed that. So is that something that they had envisioned when they brought these comments, or we don't know yet?
I think it was like a misunderstanding of what our current policy is. So when we were recording it, we split it into two different comments, one dealing with schools and one dealing with transportation, because our answers are different for them.
So there was also a general comment in the county executive's memo regarding UPP funds that staff felt the need to respond to. The comment reads, since 2020, the surcharge has generated slightly more than $6,000, an amount that may rise as additional developments move forward, but with no clear indication that future payments will generate the funding needed for additional seats in schools. As explained earlier, UPP funds are calculated at a fraction of the cost of a seat, since it is a surcharge to the impact tax that covers the full cost of the seat. Also, in most schools in need of a capacity increase, The majority of that demand is due to the impact of turnover enrollment. So it's very impractical to expect that UPPs would be able to generate the funding needed for classroom addition projects. Again, here's a table that has been shown of the UPP funds that could be collected if all the projects that were assessed a fee were to pull building permits today or this fiscal year. While there's more than $4 million of uncollected funds, the fact that it wasn't collected indicates that the impact from that development has not happened yet either. So again, it's not fair to say that they're not paying for, the cost is not paid for. The impact has not happened yet.
I have a question. So there's been copious development and building in Clarksburg area, and this chart is suggesting that the money wasn't collected for Clarksburg High School and the student generation rate was not positive, meaning increase?
From my understanding, the development that is coming through was probably approved prior to the UPP system being established in 2021. During the STAT meeting, we did have a developer consultant who, from knowledge, sort of verified that most of the projects that were approved in Clarksburg probably have not come through yet. They're still in the developing stages.
That's interesting because I think Clarksburg, based on the information that I have, may have already outgrown some of its class capacity and that they were sharing students between themselves and Damascus High School. So I think this is interesting.
So the school is overutilized, which is why the UPP funds were assessed.
Oh, it is overutilized.
The fact that the UPP, we are expecting this UPP fund collection is showing that the school test was saying Clarksburg High School needs more seats.
Okay.
Therefore, developments that are coming to the board to be approved should be assessed this fund.
Okay.
But those projects that we did assess the UPP on haven't gotten to the building permit stage. So that impact hasn't happened. The continuous enrollment is probably happening from development that was approved prior to 2021, when we didn't have a UPP system. So
I appreciate you making it
it's a
plain
lag.
so I can better understand it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
One last question to just remind us. In the UPP payments, it's a portion of a seat, not a full seat. And go over again why it's the portion of a seat again.
The UPP funds were basically introduced as a replacement of the moratorium.
Right.
The Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance requires the planning board to have a certain measure to evaluate developments against the adequacy of public facilities. And instead of saying you cannot develop anymore, we are assessing an additional fee on top of impact taxes. The impact tax is already meant to cover the pro rata share of the development, to cover the cost of the seat. The UPPs, we have a tiered payment system depending on the level of overutilization that the school, this unit will be served by, is projected to be at. So it can go up to
120%.
120% when all school
Right.
levels are.
Can you go to that that image showing that those tiers? And because I think that will be helpful too. So one thing to keep in mind when the impact tax is calculated, we use those student generation rates, but that is when Jesus says that it captures the full 100% of the cost of elementary, middle, and high school levels. So if an elementary school is over these thresholds, you're only going to be charged the elementary school portion of that.
Right.
And what happens is if it's a tier 1, The thought was, when setting these up, is the more overcrowded a school is or overburdened that school is, then the more you get charged. So at Tier 1, it's not so overcrowded that MCPS is probably not even going to do anything about it yet. But we're going to start trying to collect additional funds to help at that point. And so that Tier 1 was set at 40% of that school level's cost. So if it's an elementary school, just 40% of the elementary school component. At Tier 2, it became 80%. And at Tier 3, it became 120%. And that may not still exceed the impact tax rate because it's only at that one level, that elementary school, not middle school and high school. If all three, as Jesus mentioned, if elementary school, middle school, and high school that that serve that property are all at a Tier 3, then they're going to be paying 120% of their impact tax on top of the impact tax. We haven't seen a condition like that anywhere in the county.
Right. So now, I get it. So they're already paying for a seat, and this is just a premium for additional.
Yeah.
Okay.
Only if it meets that overcapacity threshold.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that actually concludes the school recommendations and the first work session of the GIP covering the school recommendations. And here's a schedule of the remaining work sessions for the next 5 weeks. And then July 24th, the planning board, we're expecting the planning board to approve the planning board draft and resolution and transmit the draft to the county council by August 1st.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions from the board? Thank you so much, and we look forward to our next session on June 6th on transportation. And so this ends our planning board meeting for May 30th. Thank you.